I've been told that we all have someone who'll be there for life. I've been warned not to push that hope aside.
I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving, since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck
客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Difference between a sigh and a scream, between a touch and what's underneath. There's a place we go to, white heat turns blue when you take me to extremes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to night number 2 of our second week here of the PCS. Of course, once again, will be brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, and China Airlines, who on the 14th of July will be starting a new direct route straight from Taipei to Seattle. You can fly on Airbus A350-900, and they're great value tickets you can find on the China Airlines website, so please do check that out. Now, I will be your host once again, Veshian, and alongside me, my good friend, it is Lo.
Yeah, back, and today, well, the last couple days, we haven't really had any super exciting matchups. We've had the kind of matchups where we're just confirming...
DCG.
Yeah, where we're just, true. Always interesting with DCG, but we're just confirming that everyone is still about where they were last split. But two teams where we don't know where they're at, and where they were last split was pretty even. CFO and Frank are going to be playing today, and that is going to be an exciting series. I have no idea who's going to win. We've been talking about this. Yeah,
we've actually, since yesterday, been talking about it a bit because we are very excited for tonight's first matchup of the day between Frank and CFO. And I think to what you said, they were like pretty evenly matched last split, but there was a slight sort of win ratio benefit, I guess, to CFO.
Yeah.
Difference being this split, of course, is that Wako has now joined Frank.
Yeah.
A very, very skilled AD carry, and in previous splits has almost always bested Shun in that direct sort of AD carry matchup. And so we're going to get to see them today. Obviously, talent around the rift for both sides. Maybe a meta that is favoring the jungle for CFO in Casa over Gemini, just by virtue of sort of what these players like to do. Yesterday's results, first of all, on your screen, of course, it was, as we kind of expected, PSG very handedly taking it to West Point and clearing them 2-0, and DCG doing very similar in the second series against Halpigs. Honestly, even more dominant than we perhaps thought it would be.
Yeah.
But that was today. That was, expected yesterday. But today really is the big one. We'll have them matchups on your screen soon, but it is going to be Frank CFO followed by PSG and J Team. But the first one obviously is the big one. We talked about this sort of off stream before we started. I'm predicting Frank for the win. It is bias, simply because I'm a big fan of Wako, and I'm really happy to see him back.
Yeah.
What are your opinions? Run us through the low thought process between this matchup.
Yeah, I see where you're going with it. With Wako being added to Frank, that is a big upgrade, and Eminem wasn't bad. So saying it's a big upgrade from Eminem is, a big deal. But I think CFO did get the better of them twice last split. It seems like maybe there's a stylistic mismatch there. And Carso just looks a little bit more comfortable on the carry junglers. I don't think either team actually loves having their jungler on a carry. But I think individually, Carso is maybe just a little bit stronger if he can get his hands on a Nidalee, maybe a Brand. We haven't seen him play the Brand.
No, we haven't. But we have seen him play the Nidalee, as you just touched on, and it was a phenomenal performance. Yeah. Arguably the best. I mean, Junjie started off his game yesterday very strong on the Nidalee. Wasn't too impactful as the game progressed, but certainly got them ahead early, largely off the back of Arja as well, it has to be said. So probably the two big names, I guess, in the jungle for those carries are between Casa and Junjie, and today we're going to get to see Casa again. See if we can have a repeat performance tonight, on carry junglers, the Nidalee,
Yeah,
Viego.
well, if he can do it against Frank, then he's set.
Yeah, pretty confident in this guy if he can. But, I mean, it's yet to be seen. I think sort of if we touch on these two teams, stylistically, I actually think now the addition of Wako has sort of calmed down Frank a little bit. They're less over zealous. They used to just pull the trigger no matter what, and a lot of time it would work simply because they are just mechanically so good, and they often pull it at the right sort of place. They have the right idea, but often go a little bit too hard or whatnot, and I think in their first series, we didn't really see that. Admittedly, it was against West Point, who is a team you expect them to pretty handedly take down.
Yeah.
But still, they had to come back. They were not really winning their first game up against West Point, kind of getting off the back of Jiang up in the top lane, being able to sort of best them as, honestly, best 1-1-6 more than anyone.
Speaking of Jiang, though, it's going to be really interesting to see how CFO approach the top lane. Are they going to go with Driver again, or will they put Rest in this time? We'll see.
I think it has to be Rest.
Doing it.
Last time Driver went up against Jiang, it was a level 2 even solo kill in favor of Jiang. If
was
you remember
it the Riven Udyr matchup? Yeah, it was Riven.
Driver picking Udyr, one of the safest top laners, and getting solo killed level 2.
Yeah.
I think you're probably wanting to put Rest. We are going to have the 1v1 matchup, though, first of all, of course, and it's going to be between, I believe, Jiang and Driver. So there could already be a little bit of a redemption arc ahead of the series here in the 1v1.
Last time we watched these two play against each other, it was Kennen against Riven, and Driver was destroying Jiang on the Riven, though Jiang was just CSing perfectly fine on the Riven. And Driver went tank Kennen. He rushed Anathemas, started on a Warmogs or something, and Jiang on Riven
his
just
tower.
hit the tower in front of him with
Yeah,
the
with
cannon.
a Ravenous Hydra
Yeah,
and just...
got cannon ulted everything. It just didn't
Oh
matter.
my... Okay, enough of this AD carry nonsense. We're going to get a Rallia Tryndamere. I don't know who I favor in this. Sustain is very even.
It has
Blade
to be
of the Ruin-
Tryndamere, doesn't it?
Well, I think the Blade of the Ruin King Spike might be stronger. I mean, it depends on what driver goes. He could go Hydra.
Yeah,
he
I
could
don't
also
actually...
go Blade of the Ruin King.
I don't know how strong Tryndamere is on one item. He goes Hydra on Rift.
Yeah, he can. I mean, he can go Kraken, so he can go a lot of things.
Yeah.
There is obviously the damage reduction that Aurelia has access to in her W, which is going to be very helpful. Ghost as well on Jiang here on the Aurelia. Sorry.
Yeah, Ghost Flash versus no
This
mobility
guy
at
is
all.
so quick at pulling out those stuns.
Yeah.
Conqueror procced, and it's also, I mean, should touch on it. Grasp the Undying here for driver. Early trade certainly going in favor of Jiang, but we'll have access to healing on the Tryndamere, of course, as we saw Chris Gardner make use of yesterday.
Yeah, driver just using barrier to trade makes a lot of sense. I actually really like that. And he's not using his Q right away. He wants to keep the rage. You get bonus, I think it's crit or AD with the rage bar on Tryndamere. So you want to actually keep that full rather than spamming it.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, there's times like right now where you're just going to start hitting minions that you can just use it because it'll build back up. Jiang looking for an early reset. I don't think he'll really have anything, but just getting the health is always going to feel nice.
Yeah. Driver a little bit curious where he is, but can just shove this in. And I don't think Jiang's going to be able to come back and freeze or anything. We haven't really seen freezing all that much in these 1v1s.
Yeah. Well, we've just seen 80 carries. It's pretty hard for an 80 carry to freeze against another 80 carry.
Yeah, just take too much damage.
Yeah. When you see it in the bot lane, it's generally a support standing in between minion waves, and 80 carries can't really afford to do that.
Most oppressed role in the game.
You reckon?
Yeah, ADC. Suffered under the blight of Riot Games for far too long.
Okay, pal. Calm it down.
Buff AD. It's actually in a really good state right now, at least in solo queue.
Yeah, certain ADs.
Yeah, crit ADs, Jinx is fun. Driver just got
It's always
annihilated.
depressing when the 80 carry pull becomes Varus Ashe because
Yeah.
you're worthless and just having an ultimate with CC is the best thing you can have.
Yeah, it usually also means the good items, like the items aren't actually good.
Yeah. Okay.
Runan's IEs.
I mean, I don't know when we're going to see action. It seems like, at least for now, the Aurelia seems stronger.
Yeah, definitely winning trades for now, but can Tryndamere just out-sustain?
How quick is this guy at pulling out those stuns? It always impresses me. It feels like he's on like negative 30 ping.
Do you think they'll decide whether they start driver or not based on this 1v1?
I wouldn't imagine so. It's quite different setting.
Yeah.
Oh, I would expect it to be rest. You can always swap mid-series as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they could even just start driver. They did obviously in week 1.
Yeah, they started driver, just kept him in.
Something we just saw Frank do, as we touched on last split. And I guess in theory they could do it now, as Pretender is still their sub.
Driver is engaged on here, though.
Okay, he is losing this trade, but he still does have access to that Undying range, and now Jiang is quite low. He has nowhere to go. He has Ghost Pop, though. Okay, driver. He's going to get kited out, does have access to that heal, and all things said and done, it was a trade of all summoners and ults, but no one does go down.
Driver looking like he might stay.
Jiang certainly is. Has that Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, this definitely favors Jiang now. He's up a base.
Yeah, he's basically full build when it comes to Aurelia now. Just
Yeah.
queuing, last hitting a minion with your Q is going to
Yeah.
keep that health very topped up.
Assuming Driver can get this base off reasonably without losing too much.
It will be at least a plate, so Jiang's going to be ahead.
Yeah, but I would think Tryndamere should be favored going forward now.
A lot of CS is in favor of Jiang, though.
Yeah.
3 plates now as well. Driver might get one here, but will he have time to I think the ring comes in like 7 minutes, right? So he'll have time for another recall somewhere.
Yeah. I doubt that's the full blade for Jiang still. Maybe some attack speed.
I wouldn't be too surprised. I think if he's cancelling his back, it's probably not quite the full blade then.
Yeah, okay. Jiang's
Probably
gonna
just
stay.
clear out this wave and back when it's a cannon minion would be my imagine.
Yeah.
What I imagine, rather.
Mana is the problem for Jiang now, right?
Yeah. He should have presence of mind, though, so we'll get a reasonable portion back as the game continues. And finding a lot of auto attacks here that Driver's not able to match. Just superior attack speed on that Aurelia with full passive up.
No ulti for Driver.
Yeah, a little bit of time. See if Jung can make use of it.
Oh, he tried to predict the Tryndamere E.
Yeah.
With the Irelia stun, throwing it in the bush.
I would have spun into that for sure.
Probably.
Oh.
Yeah, someone's chatting.
I heard the little tick in chat.
Yeah, show us.
When I've watched Jung on the stream, he and Driver are pretty much always talking to each other while they play solo queue on the Korean ladder. So I think they're actually pretty good friends. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Driver.
Does Driver get the space off in time? I feel like he might not.
Oh gosh.
No, he doesn't. Okay.
And Jung is going to punish that. Doesn't have Q off cooldown just yet. And Driver does have, once again, his ult available. Nice usage of that Blade Surge coming through from Jung.
Dead.
And this is, yeah, Driver's definitely going down here. It is only death number 1, so...
600 gold to Jung, though. I mean,
yeah,
he
that's
definitely has
Blade.
Blade. And it's just another bad recall spot from Driver.
Also, the Berserker Greaves is crazy to me in a matchup like this.
Yeah, compared to Tabbies.
You are not getting anywhere near as much value.
Is the tower just
Jung
dead?
pops Ghost, saving ticks. He's got his 4-tick weapon. He's getting this tower down.
It's just dead, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, Driver's definitely not making it. That's the 1v1. So Frank will have side select. You have to imagine, almost certainly, this is going to be a blue side down for Frank. But well played by Jung. He's probably, I mean, I think undoubtedly the king of the 1v1s. He has lost now finally, but I still think the fact that he's played every single one, and I think he's only lost a single one, maybe lost 2.
Just based on matchups, you're going to lose 1 or 2 1v1s if you play enough of them.
Yeah, it is blind pick, so...
Occasionally you just will be Jackson to Heimerdinger, and...
Which was how he lost.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Oh, it is Driver playing, and he's doing emotes before the game.
Yeah. Peace sign into death. What did he mean by that?
I don't know. It's always got hidden meanings. Jimmy's going to be playing here on the side of Frank Esports, so still won't see an appearance from Pretender just yet. Wako and Jung, 2 of my favorite players on this roster, though. Very exciting to watch. Kaiwing as well. The engages that this man is able to find is almost inhumane.
Yeah, and one criticism we have had of Frank in the past is that Kaiwing, or Frank in general, just don't look that great when Kaiwing's not on engage, right?
Yeah,
if he's not on his Nautilus, which is perma-banned from him, he tends to go for like Rel, Leona.
Yeah, Rel, Leona, Alistar. Honestly, any of them. He's played a few Braum games, which he's looked completely good at. Completely fine at.
Yeah, after the 5 support ban incident.
Yeah, Ground Zero thought, you know what, we'll just ban 5 supports. Wrong.
There was still more melee supports for Kaiwing. Gemini as well. I don't think he performs poorly on the carry junglers. It's the same story as Carso, where they're great at the carry junglers. It's just their team kind of needs them.
For sure. And on your screen now, of course, is CFO with Driver, Kasa, Gori, Shun, and Sorda. A very talented roster, of course. The same as last split, except with the addition of Driver, having him in rest substitutes. So
yeah, and I think especially with the addition of Driver, this team has the highest potential, even higher than PSG, I think. If these players are all playing at their peak,
I would have agreed until I saw Betty Israel against BLG. I think when I saw that, my opinion might change just because that was ungodly. But definitely, I mean, the top 3 sort of teams, at least for my money right now, are CFO, Frank, PSG, and all 3 of them on any given day could be just the summer champions. I don't think anyone would argue against that. Their highs are incredibly high, but likewise, sometimes they have pretty low lows, so we'll see what can happen here. This will really cement for me, at least for the start of the season, who is coming in sort of in that 1, 2, 3, because I think it's really impossible for me to bet against PSG just yet, considering how MSI went. But this, for me, is like the battle of who do I think is actually second. And later on, when PSG starts to face some of these top-tier teams, again, I can sort of have a chance.
Yeah, you pretty much at this point just have to beat PSG to convince us that you're the best team in the PCS. Nothing you do against any of the other teams is going to be good enough. No matter how good you look, really.
Absolutely. Into draft, I believe we're probably going to see, what do we reckon? There's going to be a Skarner band somewhere.
Yeah.
Tristana, perhaps. Nidalee band against Kasa. I mean, after last week, who can really blame you?
Fair enough.
Cassante, I mean, he's been making it through. He's been allowed to get through a lot recently.
Driver usually, maybe Nautilus ban for CFO here. against Kaiwing. They like to play Rel as well. Oh yeah, Jiang. Banned the Jax.
Does this force a Twisted Fate? Yeah, okay. I was going to say, you don't typically see the Twisted Fate ban, but if you're first banning Jax as CFO...
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
And it's quite a nice tactic, right? Like, you might not necessarily want the Jax ban, but it's also going to force Frank to lose a ban. And sort of how you can try and alleviate the pressure that you get for the first pick priority on the blue side is that if you force out, you know, 2 bans that aren't necessarily strong, Frank get 1 power pick, and you have the opportunity to look for 2 as the red side. So there are ways around draft where you can make red side a little bit more beneficial, but ultimately blue is still, at least so far in the split, the superior side to take, unless your team is deep cross gaming.
Yeah, doesn't it suck to be Jiang and win the 1v1 so that you can get counterpicked? Rumble banned away from Driver by Frank. Makes sense. Pretty much everyone bans Rumble against this guy.
Yeah, that is actually true. I never really think about that.
Yeah.
I never really think about, like, you know, it's like this top laner's won his match up and now he's going to get counterpicked.
Senna banned away.
To be fair, I think the counterpick, it's not like in solo queue, you know, where, oh my god, alright, he's not getting counterpicked. There might be a Mordekaiser come out, but I'm not convinced it's a counterpick after our last game of last night.
We've seen it work once and fail once.
Fail is an understatement.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, work once...
Work is an understatement, too. It's been very polarized, the Mordekaiser-Skarner matchup. One of them seems to destroy the other.
Yeah. What's another matchup like that? I swear that's just Volibear. It doesn't matter the matchup. Volibear's either 10-0 or 0-10.
Yeah, I feel like the Tristana-Corki matchup might be like that now.
Yeah, true. Sejuani and Yone.
Classic.
So we're not going to be able to see Carter on a carry, but we are going to see a really nice combo. And it's a combination of champs that CFO have quite often liked.
Yeah.
Gory has looked really good.
Is very good on the own.
Yeah, very, very strong on the own. He's been impressive.
Goodness.
And this might just be our first LeBlanc of the season.
Yeah, it seems like it should be good into the Yone.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It's very rare that you have a bad LeBlanc matchup.
Yeah.
Usually they're like okay or good.
Feels good into the Sejuani too.
Yeah.
She has a hard time really doing anything to the LB.
Yeah, the gank setup isn't really going to be there for the Sejuani Yone onto a LeBlanc, so long as Jimmian is somewhat careful with his distortion usages, but
yeah,
he's definitely capable enough to be aware of that, so...
Yeah. Viego,
looking for a jungler
LB.
now, Viego, makes sense. You've already got the AP, having a bit more damage alongside what is going to be all the tankiness you need in the Skarner and almost certainly an engaged support.
Yeah, that's a terrifying mid-jungle duo for Frank now.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm hard-pressed to figure out which of the two 2v2s are stronger.
Yeah, it's very... Yone Sedge is very strong as well. Mordekaiser Hubbard. We haven't seen the Vayne counterpick yet.
Yeah, I think the problem with Vayne, and it's the same sort of into Cassante, right, is that in lane you're going to have an absolute breeze of a time, but Cassante generally is just going to be more useful in team fights. And I think the same would be said about Skarner.
Definitely, yeah. Skarner, if he can get out of the lane, even vaguely close to the Vayne, will be just a monster.
There is obviously the 1v9 potential Vayne sort of brings being
Vayne.
Just, yeah, what her kit has, you know, invisible, movement speed, true damage, percent health, and all that good stuff, but bans coming through again. It's going to be Kalista taken away against Wako. It's something he has performed very well on in the past. So.
Yeah, it's pretty rare we see bot lane thrown to the wayside until the second rotation by both teams.
Especially against Kaiwing. The fact Nautilus remained open, but there were just so many other amazing things to pick up in the draft.
Yeah.
For Frank is kind of surprising. It's not that surprising that CFO let Nautilus over. They don't really prioritize that champ all that much. Let's see what the second ban coming through. Zeri taken away, so...
Okay.
Again, I mean, you can ban anything against these AD carries. They're going to have something they can play.
Yeah, I think they're just banning ADCs that are strong into their
specific
compositions.
Comps. Yeah. I would agree. See what we go for here. I mean, honestly, a Nautilus ban I wouldn't hate.
Yeah, just CFO do also just have the option of insta-blocking it.
Yeah. Again, it just doesn't feel like something that CFO tend towards a lot of the time. And maybe there's something else on their mind. They might want to be picking up, you know, their AD carry first just to secure exactly what they want.
Yeah, Sword Art seems like he prefers a little bit more playmaking with stuff like Rakan and Bard over the Nautilus.
Although the Nautilus would be really good against either of the mid laners, you know, LeBlanc or Yone. Kind of tricky champs to lock down. Lucian banned, so that gets rid of any Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio shenanigans that could have potentially come out. You know what? I think Braum's really strong here for Kaiwing.
Yeah, I think Corki also stands out as the ADC pick that feels the strongest to me out of what's available. Maybe Varus is quite good into Frank's comp.
Hey, Leona, definitely a strong champion. Any of these melee CC bot supports are
especially
always going to
with
have a
Sedge.
place. Yeah, obviously auto tech reset and melee is going to be really nice for Sejuani getting her permafrost and CC locking down a champion. LeBlanc, very difficult to do that against, however.
So now Frank just need to pick up their entire bot lane at this point.
Yeah.
It's such a great Vayne game.
It's also a really good Braum game. Like, genuinely, all 4 of these champs don't like versing Braum, but it is going to be the Rel.
For Kaiwing, yeah, he does kind of just default to this after the Nautilus.
There is somewhat of a combination you can find if you're in the correct sort of time and place between a Rel into a Skarner.
Yeah.
Where you can get ultimate lockdown for a very long time. It's kind of a wombo combo. You can also WR on top of that as LeBlanc for a large amount of AoE damage. So I can see what they're formulating. Wako, Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
I don't know about how strong Kai'Sa is now compared to last year. I don't think it's quite as powerful, but it is still obviously a very strong champ.
Yeah.
But this guy is a freak of nature on this champ. And I kind of want to see the Xayah, just because I think Xayah versus Kai'Sa is one of the most skill matchup, AD carry matchups there are.
Yeah, Ezreal's not great into Kai'Sa, so the Corki makes a bit more sense to me, but...
I think the Xayah makes sense. The Ezreal also is going to really struggle to get through this sort of tanky front line. Varus will get through. It's going to have to be on hit, though. You're really not going to be able to make your way through these tanks. You can find value in the lethality, being that you can hit Viego, LeBlanc, or Kai'Sa for a good amount of damage, but I think ultimately... Oh, maybe it is lethality, because you do have Yone.
I think so. I think your solo laners are so good at dealing with tanky.
Yeah. Now, actually, come to think of it probably should be lethality.
Yeah, you just go lethality and deal with LB and Viego.
And let Yone and Mordekaiser...
Yeah, distract in side lanes. I like lethality this game too. I like the Kai'Sa as well. I think it's good for the same reasons. I was hoping for Vayne, but Kai'Sa is good for the same reason. Yeah,
the problem with Vayne is it just struggles too much in lane. In the bottom lane. You have no wave clear. Kai'Sa is...
you could probably just be against a Hail of Blades Varus or Corki as Vayne,
and you're just gonna really struggle. But yeah, the Kai'Sa, obviously, pretty easy to last it under tower as that champ if you get pushed in. Has a lot of wave clear, especially once you've evolved that Acacian Rain. And
CFO missed a chance to go Corki Leona. That used to be a Thanos lane.
Oh, back in like season 4?
Yeah.
We're going back a while for that Thanos lane, but you are correct. Do you know, my first ever game of Corki, and this would have been like season 3 maybe. Yeah. I got a Penta on my first ever game, and then I didn't touch the champ for like another 3 years, because I was like, you know what? You're as good as your last game, and so we just didn't touch that one again. But
yeah, season 3 might have even been like BT Rush Corki.
It was, everything was BT Rush, and that was when you like bought the item and you had to kill 20 minions to stack up the lifesteal and AD. It would go from like 60 to 80 AD or something like that. Those were the glory days, man.
Yeah, that was a good way to spend 3k gold.
Lucian Q was like the length of Caitlyn ult. It was it was absurd.
You could poke Caitlyn out of lane with Lucian Q.
Oh, the good old days. Take me back. Graves was an AD carry. Graves Leona was the true original Thanos lane, though.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Leona just goes on someone and you just dash forward and Q them for their entire health bar.
Graves ADC was so much fun, but again, AD carries oppressed.
We can't have good things. Yeah. Welcome, though, on to the Rift for game number 1 here. Probably one of the most anticipated matchups for the split, at least for my money. Obviously, Frank Esports going up against CFO. Frank found their first loss in spring up against this organization, and so looking for redemption here in game number 1.
I really like the first strike LB.
So do I. Yone really has no way to proc it. E4W maybe, but that's a big cooldown to get.
Yeah, and it makes you feel, honestly, nightmare scenario for LB is that lanes are just all neutral and you have to sit there just farming. And that feels less bad when you have first strike. Especially the new first strike that's more oriented around generating gold than doing bonus damage.
Yeah.
There are going to be a lot of times Jimmy just combos or tank randomly and never really threatens to kill them, but makes the money off them too.
Pretty attack Varus, so probably is going to be on hit.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess just more worried about the Skarner, Viego, and Rel.
They will lose a little bit of sort of the mid priority around the middle game, obviously, not being able to poke out those, or threaten even, the poke really.
Yeah, and just not being able to kill waves so quickly. Lethality Varus kills waves extremely quickly.
And maybe he gets Runans and he'll kill them just as quickly.
Yeah, less safely, but yeah.
Runan's not bad here. 3 melee range champs.
Yeah, yeah. Even Kaisa and LB are going to be very short range.
Yeah, I think if Kaiser and LB are on you, though, the Runans is probably not getting used a whole lot. As things stand, should be a relatively quiet early game. Obviously, as it tends to be most of the time, especially in the sort of higher end of our talent, is that it always just plays around where the jungler happens to be generally. Yeah. Occasionally there's solo kills rather, if something goes really wrong for someone, but I don't think in a matchup like this, I mean, Yone is fairly safe, LeBlanc is incredibly safe, the top laners, no one's really trying to gank those.
Yeah, I think if someone's dying, it's bot.
Yeah.
This game.
And I think if either of them, I mean, it's as things stand, with Gemini being on the bottom side of the map and Casa, but the lanes where they are, it does feel a little scary to be CFO. I don't know who I necessarily favor in the 1v1, 3v3 rather, I guess in that case, but...
Nice little combo from Jimmy and...
Maybe without lethal tempo now, it might just be favored towards the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, we won't see... When we saw on-hit Varus, his best moments were always like towards the end of fights, he could just get some resets and get triple kills randomly.
Yeah,
just
got the lethal tempo and then, yeah, the passive from his W giving him a bunch of attack speed.
Yeah, and it's not going to be the same with Press the Attack. It doesn't transfer any of its power.
Yeah, much more upfront damage, and there's a little bit of extra damage coming through constantly, but maybe the attack speed is probably just more damage overall. Gory, yeah, chain lands, and Jungler's here and flashes the auto attack, but that's not how League of Legends works, and it's first blood to Frank Gemini.
Yeah, Greed says flash. He maybe could have flashed out of the chain there. Well played by Jimmian, who's looking very clean on the LB so far.
Oh, bunch of spam pings.
Yeah.
Don't know what. Oh, I guess it's teleport. I guess maybe flash.
Yeah. Or Yone. Yeah, Yone TP flash.
I think one criticism we've pretty consistently had with Gory is that I think almost out of every single player in the PCS, he has the highest highs and the lowest lows.
Yeah. I mean, shockingly so. Like, shockingly low lows and shockingly high highs for Gory as a player.
Yeah. Someone with his experience and skill probably should just be flashing earlier. I mean, it's hard to flash the chains because there's a little delay.
Yeah, sometimes you do flash. If you're not far away enough, you flash and you still get hit by the LB chain.
But I think even if he gets hit by that LB chain, if he flashes under his tower first...
Yeah, the creeps are in the way.
Yeah, and Gemini's going to struggle to follow that up, so... Yeah, maybe he still goes down, but he's almost certainly going to have to force one of the flashes as well.
All he needed was maybe the creeps to block the Viego W.
Yeah.
Even if he's just deeper under tower, maybe flash saves him. Either way, though, is a kill. Luckily over to Gemini, I think. I think Jimmian can really take over this game with LB.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Gemini is able to extend his lead with that additional first blood given.
Oh,
you certainly know that Casa or Ginger would be able to. And
yeah. Killing tanks, Viego is very good at, and there are a lot of tanks on the CFO side. 2v2 mid.
Yeah, 2v2 coming through. Gory does go aggressively early, and a nice knock up there from that Arctic Assault lands on a Gemini. Permafrost does come through, but there's not really any follow-up for that, so... It is a winning trade for CFO, but they don't really get a whole lot of gold out of that, just some pressure around the map.
Yeah, I think that was more of a prediction that Gory had to shove out this wave, and Karsa had to make sure he was safe doing that. And yeah, he succeeded. Might even steal these Raptors away for himself, too.
He's going to get some Raptors. Jimmian as well is going to lose a minion wave here, being that he is very low on HP. And
yeah, small win. Yeah, small win, CFO. Nice CS on Gory. He always farms very well on this champion.
Yeah.
Is always impactful. Frank looked like they are just going to hit the dragon.
Yeah, Wako having priority, got an earlier reset through, and is going to be able to start up this dragon for his jungler to get here.
Yeah.
Going towards the Kraken Slayer, not all that surprising.
Yeah, very good Kaisa game. Actually, a terrifying Kaisa game. If he can get...
Oh, he will.
If he can get some items on an on-hit Kaisa this game, he's going to be a monster.
It's so good to see Wako again, man.
Yeah. A lot of reliable ADCs in the PCS at the moment.
Shun, Betty, Wako.
Yeah.
3 massive names. Even Feng Feng's had some amazing moments for himself.
Karsa grabbing these Void Grubs, essentially a trade with the Dragon. A little bit delayed, but is a cross map. And I do think the Void Grubs give more XP than the Dragon. I'm not sure by how much, but it's going to mean that Karsa is level 6. A bit earlier than Gemini, he is just a couple creeps away.
Yeah, he's also just 3 camps up on the Sejuani.
Yeah. Yeah, randomly managed to steal some Raptors and...
Part of it, of course, is the fact that Gemini has been a bit more proactive on the map.
Yeah, the gank mid makes up for the camps, definitely.
Right, time for your series prediction.
Series prediction.
Yeah, what's the scoreline? Who wins? Oh, hold up. Before that,
CFO G1.
we want to use Jiang. He might just go down as soon as he comes out. Fantastic timing there from the Sejuani, but through comes the ultimate. Jiang is trying to live. He won't be able to do so, and Driver's absolutely going to survive. Karsa striking here for the second kill. It does go over to Driver, and it's a great start in this 1v1 up top.
Yeah, he thought he had survived the Death Realm, but there was a Sejuani waiting for him right after.
And the stun from Permafrost didn't allow him to drag them under tower either.
Yeah.
Really well timed by Karsa. Gemini's going to be found here. It is obviously a 2v3, and Wako with that killer instinct is going to find his way onto Shun. Nice knock up there, and Gemini claims himself a second for the game.
Incredibly clean by Frank. Not level 6 yet on Wako, otherwise they could turn that onto Gemini, but he just wasn't quite level 6.
Yeah,
Looks like Wako was level 6 though, and able to ult in there.
Definitely a little greedy in the bottom lane, knowing that they are currently the side with no jungler.
Yeah, they were weak side.
Staying a bit too long. Do pay the price. Mid lane going well though. Gory did obviously go down, loses flash early on, but has maintained a CS lead and constant pressure pushing into Jimmian.
Yeah, pretty significant CS lead. Maybe Jimmian has to get out of this lane and try for a roam. Mordekaiser doesn't have ulti.
I also wonder if it's just better for Jimmian to forego a little bit of that extra cash and look for Electrocute, Sudden Impact, and try and force his lane opponent and Gory out of the lane a little bit more, but I'm sure Jimmian knows better than I, so I'll trust him.
Yeah, he is doing okay for now, but a 20 CS deficit is pretty scary.
Yeah, especially after getting the flash and teleport and a kill early on.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd feel a lot better if he had gotten the kill, I think.
Yeah, and we have seen a lot of situations like this where Gory does give over an early death, but goes on to just completely take over a game, and so he's definitely working his way towards being able to do that here.
Yeah, just gets a bunch of farm on the own and then pops off in one team fight, and that's all it takes.
Such are Yon and Yasuo.
Yeah, Jimmian, on the other hand, is going to have to more consistently apply pressure across the map. You know, you can't play LB to scale up.
Yeah, it's you know, surprisingly okay later on.
Yeah, it's not a terrible scaler.
It becomes a
just
poke champion in many ways, where you just sort of W forward QR and
yeah, you just do need to apply pressure on the map because your champ has no wave clear. All you're good at on LB is killing people. Here's a chain onto Gory.
Yeah,
no
nice
one nearby,
trade. Lines another one even. Gory's going to have to be a little bit careful. Loses a very substantial amount of health there.
Yeah, this is the strength of LB. If anyone is around...
Gory misses a Q as well. Flash, chain lands. Whoa, he's going to have to use that Fate Sealed flash. Fate Sealed used, but nice 1v1 from Jimmian in that middle lane. World Ender is used. Jiang's going to have to get ready for that ult immediately, and he does. Gets pulled back, but he might be able to just survive. No, he will not. It's going to be Karsa coming in for a second gank up top to pick up himself his first of the game.
Yeah, the timing on that Mordekaiser grab probably stops a trade kill going down at least.
Yeah, all through, though, we've seen this before. This time, Shun's going to go down, and as Wako picks that up, there's going to be a trade kill, as it's a very nice Solar Eclipse landing. Gemini now, there's 280 carries and one Sword Art. He's going to land a lot of CC, but ultimately won't be that impactful as Wako claims himself a third plate and his first kill. Yeah,
starting to get very big on this Kai'Sa now, and this has to favor Frank. It's a great Kai'Sa game, and he's getting fed on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and it has to be said, we have seen a Skana fall behind a Mordekaiser and it not matter almost at all. It's just still so impactful. As well as during this time, it is CFO pick up 6 Void Grubs, but Dragon number 1 and 2 now over to the side of Frank. So that late game scaling that you can get, the pressure on the map that you're gained from these Dragon Souls is going to be beneficial, but any time left alone, especially for Gory in the side lane, you're going to take down towers extremely fast.
Yeah, I think the big problem for Frank now is this LB. They have to get value out of this pick somehow. And then they are in a very good spot to win this game.
Oh, there's some value. That's a massive chunk there onto the health bar of Gory.
I do think trading flashes was very beneficial for Jimmy. Just you need it way less on the LB.
Yeah, you have infinite amounts of dashes.
Yeah.
Kasa turning up into the middle lane with the Arctic Assault. Possibly looking there, trying to search, find if there's any way to get that Glacial Prison off, but wasn't able to do so.
Yeah, I think that's an example of Karsa just controlling the pace of the game really well. He's just aware of what his laners are up to, and he's been there for Gory a second time now to make sure while he's low he can save Flea Shove in. Though I'm sure his bot lane is not feeling nearly as loved.
They are not. We were able to trade one kill. It was Sword Art, of course, that picked it up, but shouldn't. Not having the best time. 2 deaths does go wide there, Will Classer on his Glacial Prison, and so...
Yeah, Nerves of Steel on Jimmy.
Oh, even Distort's back. Well played by him to avoid getting knocked up there from that Q3 as Gemini and Classer trading very aggressively, and Jimmy Summer, despite farming at his tower, double usage of that Distortion, is going to be able to get to the play first, but does fizzle out.
They do grab the Sejuani flash, and Viego is very strong this game against the Mordekaiser Sejuani. Already has Splayed.
Yeah, a lot coming in as the Chain of Corruption lands, face sealed, and it's going to be Gemini going down. Gory gets himself back. 1 kill there in the mid lane as 4 members all turned up.
Yeah, nice flash by Shun, especially from behind.
Oh, yeah, guys, we are not diving in Mordekaiser.
Yeah, Shun has to find ways to have impact this game with how far behind he's gotten, and he does it.
Does get hit by a chain, but Jimmy running out of gas a little there is going to have to Distort on back.
Yeah, no mana, didn't commit the ulti. So we'll see if they keep these lane assignments. I think you're okay with this.
Jiang is teleporting down bottom, so...
Yeah, Kaisa's gone to mid now, so I think you're okay with this if you're CFO and you just send Varus down mid lane, where he's a lot harder to dive.
Leandri's completed here on Driver, so it's going to make his matchup even easier than it previously was. Sword Art waiting for Jimmy to show. Jimmy's going to need some fast reflexes as there is a lot of CC that can come if he's not able to dodge out of it. Kaiwing is somewhat in the area. Distortion forward, and Jimmy knows the trouble he's in now. No flash available. Goes the way against where all the CC is coming, and actually has faked them out for a bit. Dodging out. Glacial... Oh, okay.
Wow, well played by Jimmy and re-engage.
Yeah, and we're re-engaging here. Gemini going aggressively. It is going to be Kasa getting very low as Wako comes in with that killer instinct. Knock-up comes through, and Gory's going to be next, taken out, and Wako will claim that one. Fantastic map play from Frank, secures them too.
Yeah, nice priority in the mid lane. Lets Wako and Kaiwing walk up here. And yeah, there's the value out of the LB you needed. It wasn't in terms of damage, but he managed to kite out 3 members of CFO long enough for his teammates to rotate, and Rift Herald now for Frank. Driver is causing problems in the bot lane, though. Will just be a constant headache this game.
Jimmy can match. It's pretty hard for Driver to take a LeBlanc to a death realm and kill her.
It's only more dying in that matchup, I think. Wako's enormously fed, though. And
yeah, 3-0 or 2-0 is he now? 2-0, okay.
Yeah, Jimmy just never jumps back. They actually just camp his Distortion. Once he uses his ulti here to jump, Sword Art stays here, and I think Karsa should chase the LB. Sword Art is waiting.
Yeah, I mean, they already hit the 4 instances of the permafrost as well, so would have been able to get the E.
Yeah, nice flash by Gemini as well. Switches to the Sejuani to secure this kill.
Fast thinking and fast pickup there is... It is Frank with a very slight but necessary lead.
Yeah, I think the lead is more substantial than the gold shows. So what happened here? We weren't watching this. Sword Art is walking into the enemy base. Has found a Viego now.
And he starts to 1v1 him.
Goes on him alone.
Just tries to 1v1 the Viego.
Yeah, they even commit the Skarner ulti.
Is this not almost exactly what we saw from him in that Maokai game? Where he just thieved away.
He might get another MVP.
Yeah.
Man, that Varus poke is not doing a lot to Jimmy.
Claw lands, it's onto Kaiwing, does have to use that dismount over the wall.
Yeah, very nice Mordekaiser pulls this game.
Oh, look,
wow.
Oh my god. Okay, and with that, this dragon should not...
Yeah,
actually,
there
no,
is
there's
TP,
teleport. Yeah, teleport available, and Jimmy actually probably has to teleport soon too.
Yeah,
being that he's out of mana.
I think he's going to do it now to get his mana back.
Yeah, it makes sense. Get that mana back. Wave priority with that Herald being down should be given over to Frank, who should be able to walk on into the river. Driver does commit his World Ender. It's going to be onto the Viego, I believe, as Gemini winning out that battle with that Blade of the Ruined King usage. Glacial Prison goes wide, and massive CC comes through as everyone on CFO is going down so low. Reset not going to come through here for Gemini, but it's going to be Jiang with that slam, and Wako going through with the Killer Instinct. Won't be able to pick up those 2 tanks, but will take the 3 for 2 in favor of Frank Esports.
What an insane team fight. Both teams were landing all of their spells onto multiple targets, but Frank, I think, just have a comp advantage and a very fed Kai'Sa. So they end up winning that fight. It's closer than I thought it should have been, just because of how well CFO played it. I think Gory landed a 3-man Yone ulti.
Oh yeah, insanely close. Everything that just happened. I want to see this because...
Yeah, this is a fight we could watch 100 times, honestly. But it starts with Driver just getting pressured, and Gemini just gets away from him. So the entire Mordekaiser ulti is essentially wasted here. And this makes Frank think that they're just going to win the fight easily. But this nice ulti from Gory now to counter out the Rel ulti from Kaiwing. That was very nice. But most importantly, Wako is just sitting here free hitting the entire fight.
Yeah, not able to get that last hit. It was even the Kraken Slayer proc, but just not quite enough. Still, it's Dragon number 3 now, and Mountain Soul on the table for Frank. And
wow, look at
Jimmy. 4 more minutes, and yeah, Jimmy really the star of the show in that fight. I think a large part of it, obviously, the chunk start off on Driver, and then able to really find his own. This is the time of the game where LeBlanc really shines.
Yeah, these skirmishes, not always clean fights front to back. LB can find random targets wandering around, like the Mordekaiser or the Yone.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we do have obviously 1 more minute until the spawn of the Baron. Both teams insanely quick to take that down. 2 Blade of the Ruined Kings on CFO. I mean, just having a Varus by himself is already insane. And likewise, Blade of the Ruined King and a Kai'Sa on the side of Frank means you really have to keep some idea of vision around this Baron, even though there is a Dragon Soul coming up. It takes 20, 30 seconds maximum for a team to take this objective at this stage of the game.
Yeah, very, very quick to do the Baron, either team. Now I mean, Frank can kind of just sit on their hands and wait for this next Dragon fight if they want to. They are not that kind of team, though.
Losing? Wow. Marco going to be able to dodge out of that Solar Eclipse and lose their mid tower, so it's a really nice pickup, especially for the map play of CFO. Going to have a lot of more, what is it? Free map movement to try and find wards deep in the enemy jungle, and you know, can open up teleports for Gory and Driver, and a bit more safety around the river for them.
Wow.
And that was not without. Was that just a Q?
I think that was just a Q. Yeah.
No, it had to be. Nah, there's no way the Q just did that much. Oh, cancels back. Nice.
All of CFO trying to recall at the moment.
Yeah, Luden's companion doing well, though, and that's what I said. Jimmy just harassing them, but it is going to be Kai'Sa, somewhat wise to what could potentially be going on, or is he?
I think
he hasn't been found out. Yeah, teleport coming in. 100% this is known now, and Frank have a little bit of a situation on their hands as they are sort of caught between a rock and a hard place.
3v4 though.
Gory going to go back to his W, sort out now, really in the thick of things. Wako going to use that Killer Instinct and the Cleanse to get himself out of any sort of harm. 1 kill coming through. It is a reset available if they can get to it. Gory now, though, he's in the middle of 3. He's trying to get away, but he won't be able to. It's a rampage now for Wako and a 2-man ult coming through here for Jiang as Wako continuing to wail down. Driver does ultimate world ender, but whose world will be ended? 1 HP, but Driver gets it done. It is the 1 kill found for him, but 5 and the ace for Frank once again.
Yeah, I think still having the Viego up means that Frank are going to be able to do this Baron. Now, that was an incredibly played fight from Wako. Even though he did go down, he tanked multiple ultis and flashes on the enemy team while doing probably the most damage that fight. Maybe Jimmy got up to some shenanigans on the backline.
Yeah, insanely well played. The Baron is going to be picked up. 1.5 minutes now until this Dragon. They're going to have pressure all around the map with the empowered Baron minions, and it feels like now it should just be a straight road to success. Take us through this replay.
Honestly, just treat yourself to watching Wako this fight. He gets Verasalted very early on here. He's doing half of Karsa's HP already. He tries to dodge the Verasalty, but has to use his cleanse. Dodges the Leona engage, flashes out of the Yone ulti and the Mordekaiser grab. And yeah, I mean, then he takes down Driver with him too, after Driver comes out. And I mean, that dodge was insane on the Mordekaiser Q as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, just barely goes down to Driver.
Did Driver land an ability on him, by the way?
I don't think so.
I think it was
just right-clicked him. Yeah, there's the damage from Wako.
Yep, insanely well played by everyone, honestly. Just the whole way through.
Going for a AP version of the Kai'Sa build. I think he'll go... I think usually you just go Nashers into full AP from this point.
It gets you the W upgrade, which, I mean, it's not going to do all that much damage without going full AP, but it is, you know, every 4 seconds you get a bit of vision, and it's true vision as well. It will just stick around for almost until it's back off cooldown. Well, unless you miss.
If he does decide to build more AP going forward, this comp essentially functions as a poke comp with the LB. You see Jimmy and now just harassing, taking 20% off engage.
Yeah, Ford does go Sword Art. He does land the Zenith Blade, and it's Jung who's picked up, but he finds 3 with his ultimate. His Driver not long for this world. Ult does come through, but Jung's able to take him out. It's a 5v4 with the Dragon online here. It's going to be Mountain Soul, almost certainly picked up for Frank. Gemini going to solo it out as the rest of the team does look to push down the mid lane. Of course, Baron Bar's still alive for 1 more minute. Got to make use of that while they can.
Driver gets kidnapped by Jiang and goes down very quickly in that fight. Even uses his ulti, but was too low to fight the Skarner at that point.
I'm not yet a believer of this Mordekaiser counter.
Yeah,
I'm a believer that maybe we ban Skarner.
Yeah, I was going to say at the start of this game, we should have a much better idea about this matchup after this game, because these are 2 players we can definitely trust.
Yeah.
This isn't... It is a new matchup for us to be spectating, but I don't think it's unexpected for these guys to be playing this matchup at all.
I mean, they both would have had...
Practice.
How long Skarner been out for, the new one? Like 2 months now?
Yeah. And they would have had practice on the Mordekaiser Skarner matchup. And Jimmy's already actually chunked out Driver quite a lot, which is significant here. When this engage is kind of botched by CFO.
Just so much used onto the Skarner.
Yeah, and it was the Mordekaiser pull into the Skarner actually got buffered by the Skarner ulti and ended up making the Skarner ulti better. Meanwhile, Jimmy, I think, killed Gory.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Oh, my Lord. Okay, Gory did live.
Yeah, okay, but we're almost there. We're almost at the point.
And that's, by the way, with Jimmy and building some items.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Jimmy and I do not love Jimmy and's build. Let's not get into it.
I feel like if you're playing LeBlanc and building a Banshees, there's something gone wrong. I feel like that champ does not need a Banshees.
Yeah, especially not this game.
Yeah, the AP's not really... The magic resist barely doing anything. And
just the Sejuani ult. I mean, he's...
Yeah, Chain of Corruption, Sejuani ult, that's basically it. But you should be able to W those.
Yeah, I mean, he's genuinely unkillable with the Banshees. I just don't know if it actually contributes that much.
I mean, he hasn't been caught yet.
Yeah, and you see how close he is to finishing off Yone.
Yeah, just in one shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he... especially considering the Magi's being picked up, I think a Death Cap could have been in order here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't know what Horizon Focus does either. I don't know if it works that well on LB.
Yeah, the chain, I suppose, but...
Yeah.
Does it W? Actually, no, because you go into within 700 range.
Yeah, but you can still proc it if you can do the fadeaway LB combos.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, let's see. Not going to land it. And
wow, clean by Jimmy though.
I will say that is a prime example of not needing the Banshees.
Yeah, still has his Banshees up. I mean, he just loses it to Yone Q
it got
anyway.
procced by a W or something. Just it's like yeah.
Also,
able to just dodge out anyway. Of course, being the slippery champ that LeBlanc is.
Yeah. Mordekaiser is very big. I just don't know if he scares any of the champions on the side of Frank.
Yeah, it's not very convincing at the moment, right?
Yeah, like Kai'Sa doesn't care in the slightest about Mordekaiser. Karsa could be in trouble here.
Oh, Wako, hold up, found his way onto Shun. Shun does have to flash his way out of that, as Kasa as well, likewise doing the same. Wako does miss there on that Void Seeker, but it's Driver who's in a lot of trouble, does flash forward, finds the death round onto Gemini, and was winning the trade. Not convinced he is at the moment, does miss that Q, and is going to be taken out as soon as he comes out. Flash forward to secure it from Kaiwing. It is yet another kill. It's only the one found, and a lot of low health bars actually on both sides of the rift, but notably Wako, Kaiwing, and Jiang stand a very strong.
Yeah, and I was just watching Driver that fight because he got such an insane flank, but yeah, the champs on the side of Frank just do not care about being Mordekaiser ulted. If you're ulting the Viego, the Kaisa, or the LB as, yeah, very nice start to the fight, just immediately taking the enemy ADC out. And his flash for good measure, but Driver just TPs in here, gets CC'd, has to flash to even get the ulti onto Gemini, and then Gemini isn't all that scared of this Mordekaiser. He's a Blade of the Ruined King Viego, he's very strong into these tanky champs.
It was kind of a random flash in the middle of that ult, but
yeah,
it's okay. Baron started up, Jimmy guarding, does pull in Sword Art to the other side of the rift. Cast is here to try and help him out, stunned up, knocked up. Kaiwing and the rest of the boys will be taking out that pig on a boar or person on a boar or whatever, but it is going to be now the Baron being looked at, and not really much you can do with your jungler dead for the side of CFO.
Yeah, they're just going to give it. It's very hard to fight.
And second Baron of the game, Mountain Soul available.
Elder, 1 minute 30.
Yeah, I don't even know if you necessarily need to risk it, though. I think now it's time to start marching some minions down the lanes to...
Yeah, I agree.
Avoid any opportunity for a flip.
Yeah, 2 TPs up and Baron buff for another 3 minutes almost means that, I mean, CFO should never really even get a chance to contest. Yeah. Just because you can also do the Elder with any 2 members of Frank if you even need to.
Yeah, I mean, it could be soloed if it's Gemini or Wako for sure, but...
yeah, so CFO should never even get to look at this Elder. But it is CFO.
They are extremely good. They're going to have to show us just how good here is. Shun does get clipped there by that Void Seeker.
CFO are a very good late game team, and I don't mean their team comp, I just mean as players. And as a team, they play very well as these games go on. So a little bit of Puck landed on Shun already.
Yeah, and not much to be done here in the mid lane. They are going to struggle to take out this cannon minion, but it is also obviously in the middle lane. Jimmyan, who's...
Yeah, slowly whittling away this tower. Not much you can do about an LB Wing in to auto your turret. And at any point, Jiang can ulti even Karsa this game and just kill him.
A little bit of damage trying to be found here, but it is just Kaiwing and Jiang who are very happy to just tank that up and don't really care all that much. Karsa walking forward to ensure that cannon minion is taken out. Will do so, but in the meanwhile, it's Jimmyan in this middle lane, able to find one tower for himself, chunks down Gory to half HP ahead of what could potentially be a game-ending fight. Baron now, the minions marching into the top side.
Yeah, and
CFO throw out that Glacial Prism, but it won't connect. It's out of range, and it's going to be Caster taken out in a matter of seconds. Driver's next, gets the World Ender off, but that's not going to mean all that much. It's just Gemini who won't go down, and in fact will turn that kill around. Tower taken out. It's going to be the inhibitor as well. We look towards mid as teleport should be able to come through here for Jimmy on the LeBlanc. Forward flash from Sword Art. What can Shun and Gory do? Shun is completely obliterated by Jimmy on the LeBlanc. And with that, all that stands is Sword Art and Gory. But it's going to be Frank Esports who take game number 1.
And that's a bit of a statement game from Wako, if you ask me, because top lane was going great, bot lane was going horribly, mid lane was going great. Gory did go down a couple times that game, but he was just up a bunch of CS on this LB, 90 CS to 60 at one point. Top lane, Mordekaiser and Skarner having a blast, but just a massive Kaisa. And it was facilitated by Gemini running down to the bot lane to set up those dives.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, Wako played phenomenally, but I am really going to struggle to find a reason to not give Jimmy the MVP for this game.
Yeah.
Because every single fight started with someone on CFO at like quarter HP. And it was all off the back of Jimmy and just flying in and completely taking out pretty much all of their health. As well as, I mean, he got a solo kill. Just a random solo kill in the mid lane found, and I mean, Well, I guess it was, you know, Gemini did come in and flash with the stun,
Yeah,
but
and
it was
different,
very much.
and that low econ, high impact kind of gameplay is not really what we see from Jimian.
It's more
usually.
of a pretender thing.
Yeah, this is more of a pretender thing. So it's good to see that Jimian can play in that role as well. A little bit concerning the CS in lane, but he had a lot of impact on the LB anyway.
Maybe it's just like, you know, we'll take first right and forgo some CS to poke.
It was LB picked into the Yone, right? Oh, we can see on our screen.
No. No, it wasn't.
No,
it was the other way
wasn't.
around.
Okay,
yeah.
so it was a Yone counter.
Wait, was it? No, I think it was. No, it was LeBlanc picked into it because it would have been Skarner, then Sejuani, Yone, and then LeBlanc. But yeah, honestly, it was really well played by Jimian.
Sejuani first rotation, questionable. CFO loves Sejuani. But it doesn't really feel like a Sejuani meta. I guess if you're picking the Yone, it makes sense.
Yeah, there were combos. I mean, they had 4 melee champions, and we saw, I mean, the attempt on Jimian's life up in the top lane had someone not, like, all 3 of them converged on the distortion, and he just did not distort.
Didn't push W again.
If someone had followed him, he probably would have gone down. And if it was a Sejuani, even more certain, because all that needed to wait is as soon as the stealth ends, you hit the enemy dice.
Considering how good the combo was, and we're giving them credit for picking the champs together, we didn't really see them work together all that often. It was Karsa showing up occasionally to help
save
reset
Corey's
a wave,
lane,
you know, salvage a lane state, which helps, but that's not what I'm thinking when you lock in a combo, a 2v2 jungle combo like that.
Yeah, and I think that has to also be sort of talked more about, right? Because yes, Jimian did go down in CS, but Gemini never really went there to help when his lane was in a weird position.
No, he just came to collect a kill.
Yeah, there was the one time he
laner.
came, got the kill, and that was kind of the only time he ever went mid.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, Karsa did show up mid a couple of times just to make sure that Gory could get that CS. And so it kind of, you can see the effect of that, right? Where Karsa spent a lot of time top lane and in mid lane.
Yeah.
Whereas Gemini, I mean, pretty much, he went
bot.
mid once and then it's just camp bot.
He was around mid a couple more times, but I mean, maybe the Yone pick is just questionable because only one person is dying there. Jimian gets onto Driver here and just chunks him to half HP again to start this fight. And he essentially just wastes his ulti on the Mordekaiser, comes out and dies, and this secures the 3rd dragon, I think, for Frank it was.
This is so much ping pong going on in
this
that
fight is, again, you could watch this fight 100 times.
And still find something new that happened.
Yeah. Yeah, and an incredible fight from Wako. A fight I would have probably died 20 times.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the damage tells a massive story. Skarner did more than anyone on CFO.
Wow, okay, yeah, I didn't notice that.
I am so unbelievably unconvinced by this Mordekaiser.
Yeah. Might be another Aja pick.
I think the thing is, like, sure, it probably has a good lane, but, like, how good really is it when you just Mordekaiser ult someone? Because when you're playing in this high of a level, most people you want to kill as like a top lane Mordekaiser is like, you know, 80 carries are mid laners, but they are very mechanically strong, and they can oftentimes just dodge out of your Q or your E.
Yeah, and at this level, you just cannot ult a support and a jungler for a free
get
kill
away with it
because you're losing your jungler or your top laner for a rel. It's just never going to be worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is shared between the 2 carries.
Dealt the most damage and took the most damage.
Did you see how many times
Maybe
he was like 1
MPG.
HP? I actually think it was. I mean, Wako played phenomenally. Don't get me wrong, but I think every single team fight was started by Jimian just completely chunking out at least someone, if not multiple people.
Yeah, did they really have engage? I guess just Skarner and Leona running at people.
Oh, we got to clap for these guys. They got it. I think this was so easy to say Wako, but I think it is so correct to give it to Jimian.
I mean, he did 3 times his opponent's damage almost.
Yeah, almost solo killed him. Did set up a level 2 or 3 kill.
Yeah.
And didn't die. You saw how much damage he was taking as well. He almost died top, probably should have died top, in fact, and then multiple times just jumping into the middle of 4 people, managing to find his way out. Even top, when he, by the narrowest of margins, dodged out of a Fate Sealed that Gory tried to chuck on his way
yeah,
in a trade back. I mean, it was just impressive all round, really, from Jimian.
So what is this replay? He had so many moments like this that I'm not even sure which part of the game this was.
Oh, so when he just drags. That was
he
really
won.
cool.
He got his team the Baron by doing this because Karsa tries to defend Sword Art without the rest of his team in position to help and goes down.
Karsa actually did not get to move that entire replay. Got like 3 steps at the end. Oh, well. I mean, that's game number 1. And CFO, I mean, that was a statement that just got thrown up to them.
Yeah. And we're going to need to see some more mid picks out of Gory.
Yeah.
It felt like even in the previous meta where he was very good on stuff like Azir and Yone, who were meta, and the Corki, all of those champs might just not even be great picks anymore. Looks like mages are great picks. Looks like stuff like Corki mid is great, and Gory hasn't shown a game on the new Corki yet, I don't think. He may have.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember. Everything's a blur. It's all
was
a
it
blur.
1116 playing Tristana into him? He may have.
Yeah.
We need to see more champs out of Gory, essentially.
No, 1116 was playing Trist against Jimian.
Right.
But
yeah, we need to see some more champs.
Right. We do know that he can play Tristana because he got that pentakill game last split. So we know there are champs like Tristana he can play. But yeah, the Yone not really working out in game number 1. But of course, we do have a series still on our hands. It could go 2 more games. And CFO, they're going to have to try and bring it to us.
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
Are you running away again and try to put the truth away? Can you feel my heartbeat? Can you feel my heartbeat?
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday, let go.
Welcome back, everybody. Clash of the Titans here for game number one between not PSG, it's CFO and Frank, but it was Frank who took the win in that first game. And now game number 2, it is going to be CFO once again picking the red side. Similar to how they did against DCG. Didn't look good in game number 1. I think they obviously got their choice of side. It was Frank who chose the side, but clearly they want red side.
Yeah,
and I think they came off worse off out of draft, and it really showed from the results. So something's going to have to change in draft for game number 2. Not sure what, other than probably banning Skarner.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling the CFO drafts, and I think we saw a bit of this towards the end of last split as well, where they were just slow to pick up some of the new meta champions and adapt, like Frank and PSG were doing, especially in the jungle. You know, I wasn't expecting to see a Sejuani after what I was worried about for Frank was Karsa on carries. Frank maybe just banning the Nidalee, and Karsa's a bit toothless after.
Yeah, we'll see if Jax is banned here. I don't think it should be the Jax ban. I think now it's time we ban away the Skarner, have a bit more of a standard draft out of Frank, and it's not going to be, so TF should be their answer.
Yeah, banning the Jax and leaving the Skarner up seems kind of insane. So maybe that will be their adaptation. I also don't like the Triss ban.
And I don't like leaving LeBlanc open either, so...
Yeah, it seems like too many power picks. LB and Skarner are often just first rotation bans.
Okay, so if Skarner's not banned here, I think Frank should pick it up.
Or take one of LB or Skarner.
Yeah, I mean, you get one of the two. You get LeBlanc or Skarner. Skarner was their choice last time. But the thing is, I think you can deal somewhat with the LeBlanc more than you can deal with the Skarner. Because yes, G1 died twice in his lane under tower, so he lost minions as well. And still just had infinite more impact in those fights than we saw out of Driver on the Mordekaiser.
Yeah,
so.
And I would rather have, you know, a Yone on my team to deal with an LB than a Mordekaiser on my team. But CFO might just run it back. Feeling like the draft wasn't the issue last game. Yeah, Yone locked in, Sejuani hovered.
Is it actually just going to be a salty run back?
Wow.
I mean, it's looking like it will. I have no idea why you wouldn't just run this back.
Yeah,
LeBlanc into Viego feels completely fine. They lock the Viego first. Oh, this way they don't have to swap. They're just locking their own champs.
Yeah, so far for Frank.
I mean, if Waco...
Yeah, if we're just honorably running back the draft, we may as well.
Yeah, let's just support AD last. Maybe they ban the Kai'Sa. I mean, Waco was incredibly hard to deal with.
Yeah, what would they need to drop? They banned
Zeri
Kalista.
And... Oh, they banned Kalista first phase? Or was it second phase?
CFO second phase. Banned Kalista
okay, so it was
something
Kalista
else. And the support. Nautilus.
Nautilus, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
And then the other side was Zeri Lucian.
Yeah, we'll see if CFO are willing to just ban Kalista here. Kai'Sa seemed like plenty of a problem too, so maybe it's just ban Rel, but nope, it's Kalista. Man, CFO. Just sticking to their guns.
Yeah. I'm unconvinced. I think for good reason, because I have evidence to not be convinced. But
yeah. And I think you and I, we're fairly lenient with the draft runbacks. We're willing to let it ride, but this one just... Yeah, I didn't see this one.
It didn't feel like there was really an answer, right? I mean, admittedly, maybe Caster this time realizing that ganking the Skarner on repeat probably not worth it when you're just foregoing a lot of pressure bot. Now, admittedly, you could also just change your bot lane to be something a little bit more safer than the Varus.
Well, in the previous game, Frank were down 1,000, 2,000 gold, and I still felt like they were winning the game.
I mean, Leona into Kai'Sa, Rel into a Varus pick would be the exact same draft.
Yeah, I think at least you need to change the ADC.
Yeah. I mean, Shun just wasn't able to do anything. Or at least change the AD carry build, maybe even.
Yeah.
All right, well.
There we go. Frank got to lock in all their own champions, so they will save some time.
Yeah, I believe that's an achievement. Israel, so they go for something safer.
Yeah.
A lot less damage, but I think over the course of at the end of the game, it will look like it's done more damage.
Yeah, it seems bizarre to me to save last pick for ADC if you're going to pick red side with your choice of sides.
Now, admittedly, they did get counter pick in both top and mid, but...
Yeah. It's not even all that great of an Ezreal game either. It's not a great matchup into Kai'Sa.
No, Kai'Sa feels pretty good in lanes like this. But it is going to be safer. So in the team fights, Shun going to have a little bit more uptime than he was able to in game number 1. And we'll see if that does make any difference. You certainly have to hope it does.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the lanes from bot to top, bot lane feels like Ezreal, Leona are never killing the Kai'Sa lane.
Yep.
If anyone's dying, it's it's Kai'Sa.
Ezreal.
Yeah, it's Ezreal getting killed. And same deal mid. Yone might get a CS lead like he did last game, but if someone's dying in that lane, it's the Yone, not the LB. And then top lane, we've seen Skarner die, but again, Mordekaiser just feels maybe more vulnerable than the Skarner.
Yeah, I'm very unconvinced with the reasoning for the run back. Yes, you've changed to Israel. It's safer, does less damage, and we really saw last game that damage was a massive problem because you got to the team fights, and ultimately a lot of them, you may have killed one of the tanks, even both the tanks, but every single carry would come out at the end for Frank on near on full HP.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if Ezreal fixes that problem. I'm thinking he doesn't. I wonder what CFO felt like. Usually when you run back a draft like this, you made some egregious mistake in the early game. And
you could maybe say that's putting so much priority top. I think is benefit of the doubt is...
Yeah, that's the entire game plan being wrong, though.
Yeah, but now you just path bot and don't tower dive the Skarner on repeat, rather try and give some protection to your bot lane.
I'd like to see Karsa play around his Yone a little more. I do think that if the game can be very even and CFO can get some dragons early, Yone and Mordekaiser will be a problem in the side lane, though I'm not entirely sure. If they're allowed to lane against their opponents, there will be a problem, but LB will be fine against Mordekaiser and Skarner will be fine against Yone.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, we just have to trust CFO here that they have identified whatever the flaw was last game.
For sure.
Because they're
definitely talented enough to do so, right? And the coaching staff are going to...
And experienced enough.
Yeah, the coaching staff have probably gone backstage after the game and sort of broken down where their plan fell short or what went wrong in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a red start for Karsa. So for now, pathing down while Gemini actually paths up. So it'll be interesting to see which lanes they play around. There's no lane that's sticking out to me. I do want to see Karsa play around his Yone more this game, because Gory was the one under pressure in the previous game, and he still managed to get a 30 CS lead. So, imagine what he can do with a good game on the Yone.
It was, again, starting off early on in this lane. It's Jimmy winning out pretty handily in these trades, and
yeah, it might honestly be that the first kill mid was very fortunate for Frank in the previous game. And
it definitely helps.
CFO don't think that will happen again.
And they certainly hope not, right?
And without that kill going over early, maybe Yone just runs away with this lane. Because he almost did anyway.
He almost did until he was getting one shot on the side lanes.
Yeah.
But certainly, came out of the lane with enough gold. Probably came out of the lane with more gold than Jimmy, based on Jimmy picking up an assist rather than a kill and then being down a substantial amount of CS.
Yeah. For now, same story as last game. Everyone is just laning very evenly. Ezreal doing quite well in the bottom lane. But yeah, nothing significant that lanes going back and forwards won't even out as far as CS leads go. And Gemini is top now. Driver.
Yeah, this is a twist of fate as Driver does have flash available. Should be fine. Is going to use it, but a nice stun found there by Gemini. What a fantastic prediction. And we'll get that last auto to confirm the first blood for himself. A recall now coming out from Jiang, and he'll be able to get there in time to get his minions.
Yeah, Driver flashing before the W goes off from Viego there. Not quite holding his nerve. I don't think Skarner is going to run away with the matchup by any means, but it's supposed to be Mordekaiser.
Oh, we've seen it before.
Yeah.
Taco sprinted away with the
game, yeah.
the game.
Yeah, this Skarner champion has been permabanned for a reason.
But once again, it was Gemini who picked up the first blood, and while immediate impact wasn't truly felt last game, I think it just thinks you'll play the Ruin King quicker against Leona, Sejuani, and the Mordekaiser is always going to feel really fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, and we kind of see this lane now without that gank happening from the previous game, and it's looking very dire for
Crash
Jimmy.
down, a nice amount of burst coming through here from the bottom side of Frank, and Gemini, yeah, maybe looking to strike 2 times before Casa's really able to find one. Sword Art looking for a ward, but he might just be met by a Viego here as...
Yeah, bit of sixth sense there from Sword Art, ran away.
Gemini getting so low, not going to go down though, does have teleport available for himself, and
yeah,
is going to have to use it here as Gory finding his way into this one a lot better than
yeah,
the first.
We'll be fine for now, but I think it doesn't get much better once he TP's back based off last game.
Yeah, we'll have access now to the Lost Chapter, and
so it'll be, I guess, a Vamp Scepter and some change.
Yeah, maybe Vamp Scepter and a dagger.
See
perhaps.
if he prioritizes the boots over the Vamp Scepter, because I don't think he can get Zerkers.
Oh, he's not even getting a recall just yet. Fate Sealed misses, and the matchup was going great. He's only got the Doran Shield. Flash is going to have to come out, and that's going to make this lane a whole lot more pleasurable for Jimmy.
Yeah, sloppy by Gory, just a greedy recall. Gets caught out. Felt a little too safe maybe with his jungler there and his team hitting Dragon. But LB is very safe to go for those plays, even with
Sword Art here, Jimmy definitely needs to hold his W. I'm very surprised that Sword Art didn't wait to see whether or not Jimmy was going to W for that minion wave, but
I guess without Yone ulti and Flash, it might still just be too difficult of a kill.
Yeah, you're probably right. It is going to be a trade of objectives, reversed this time, as Gemini picks himself up these Void Grubs, and CFO get their first Dragon of the series here.
Yeah, much better for CFO, I think, compared to the last game.
Definitely
Which
agree.
we will compare this game to a lot, considering
we basically have an
it's
exact
the same
rematch.
Game. Yeah. This time, Ezreal doing a lot better than Varus was. Getting dived a lot less.
But this time, Driver on the Mordekaiser doing a lot worse than he was last game.
Yeah, still keeping it even and will outscale in this matchup. Not sure if he... Yeah, in the 1v1, I mean.
Well, I don't think he's ever killing Skarner. Yeah.
Maybe not.
I don't think it matters.
Seen it enough. But definitely in the game, Skarner is going to mega outscale.
Yeah, this is so much more useful. We saw last game, Jung landing multi-man ultimates. And
yeah, because it's the same problem as last game. Who are you ulting on Mordekaiser to have impact this game? Because at a certain point, Viego wins.
Probably at Blade of the Ruin King, honestly.
Yeah. And then if you can't ult the jungler, you don't really want to ult Kaiwing. I don't think anyone else dies to you in the Death Realm. Maybe he does just have to ult the Skarner in every fight, and that way they've had equivalent impact.
Yeah.
By both not being there.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, there are always the angle of sort of ulting the AD carry and hoping that the reduction of that consistent damage that comes through from Kai'Sa is going to be enough to help the rest of the team, as Gemini is going to get his red yoinked away by Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
So once again, Kai'Sa very strong and very wise at finding these invade timings.
Yeah, but hasn't been able to do anything for his lanes this game especially.
Yeah. And yeah, you can tell that Gemini is feeling the benefits of that first blood he found, as he's very near now to completing his Blade of the Ruin King. We're only 8 minutes into this game, so...
Yeah, it does look like Frank have learned from the previous game too, though. Jimmy is handling this lane so much better than he was previously.
Yeah, this time, Gory doesn't die and is now down 14 CS. So it is kind of true what they say about, Yone and Yasuo, where they scale up per death.
Yeah. Jiang gonna take a bad trade here. I don't think he's getting ulted, though.
Yeah, not with Kai'Sa, not quite in the area. We saw last game, Driver would ult the Skarner and do a fairly large chunk of damage, but never really be able to take him down.
Essentially using it as just a 6-second stun for your jungler to walk in.
Yeah. And we might see it here, although Kai'Sa is channeling that recall, and Jiang very close to his tower. Does actually get hooked in, though.
Wow, he doesn't commit to that. I'm surprised. I think Yeah, they're pretending they're allergic to ganking top now because of how last game went.
Jung is aware of what's potentially going on, though, and is going to be free from threat at the moment, as Casa did finish off that recall.
Yeah, but Driver has to get this wave in, and Gemini is on this side of the map. We'll see if he can do it. He does have a lot of wave clear on the champ. While Gory has to use his E to even last hit.
Hold up! This, yeah, I mean, not much to say. We pan up to top, and Driver is very deep under the tower. A fantastic find.
Yeah, it was always going to be scary getting that wave in. Maybe Karsa just had to hang around a little bit more, or they had to pull the trigger on that play top.
I'll tell you what. Ricky is not going to be happy with how the Mordekaisers have looked thus far in the PCS.
Not a single Nashor's tooth built.
Game's paused.
Which I'm sure the teams will go over.
CFO pausing to wonder how their counterpicks have gone wrong both games.
Yeah, and their counterpicks didn't work last game, so it's strange to go for the same counterpicks. I guess you want to make sure.
Oh my god! Jung is a beast!
Yeah, and that is a completely uncounterable combo unless you predict that Skarner is flashing at that moment.
Yeah, I didn't realize there's just like not even a wind-up. There's just no wind-up whatsoever.
Stunned.
Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah, if Skarner is in melee range of you, you are insta-stunned.
Favorite stun of all time. Mine was back in like Season 3 Tarek, where you just...
Oh, the dazzle.
You just chuck it, press E, and it like very slowly travels.
Gems.
Yeah.
Gems, they look like RuneScape fishing spots.
Oh, yeah. All right. There is a audio issue from CFO, is what we have been told. And so I'm sure we'll get that fixed up as soon as possible, get back into game. Frank looking good once again.
Yeah.
Different approach to the game from both teams, but Frank's seemingly getting the better end of both. You have to wonder if it's perhaps just having better composition. I mean, ultimately.
Yeah, I'm also starting to wonder if it's jungle diff.
Yeah, it does have to be said that
It's
Gemini has been a lot more active in both games.
Yeah, not meaning to blaspheme against Karsa, probably the GOAT jungler of the league.
Yeah.
He is up against who we think. We should have checked this stat. Gemini, we reckon, has the most.
I think it's probably
no time
Gemini.
like the present. Oh, never mind.
It's all right. Maybe there's a chance we could convince Ricky while bathing in tears of Mordekaiser's PCS performance to find out.
Games of Legends, Games of League, whatever it's called.
Games of Legends. Great stop for all competitive League of Legends information. Jimmy, and he's getting looked at, but yeah, it's so hard to ever press R as Sejuani in a position like this against LeBlanc because Gemini awfully confident. Very low, does have teleport. Gory similarly low, but does have Scepter available.
Yeah, and Jimian is low as he has TP again. I think maybe the difference this game is he's just managed his HP bar.
Hold up, Crash Down coming down. Driver looking really weak. Does have World Ender available. Uses it on Marco. That's one skill shot missed and a 2 skill shot missed and a flashes out of his skill shot for the third one as he will be found as soon as he comes out of that death round. Jung, he is now on to Gory down on the bot side. Face sealed used. Wako though with that killer instinct is not going to have the last hit for himself, but it is eventually going to be found as Gemini on the top side gets himself yet another. And Frank taking it to CFO with style.
Yeah, 3-0 now for Gemini. He is massive on the Viego. And yeah, the Mordekaiser pick this time, just feeding. He doesn't do much once he gets ganked there. Yeah, in theory, the Mordekaiser just ulties when you 5-man him and kill someone, but he doesn't have enough damage because of how behind he is this game to kill anyone.
Especially when he just missed everything. But
yeah, Wako was an interesting choice.
I'm pretty sure if we counted the amount of skill shots that drivers landed on Wako between 2 games, I think it's 0.
Yeah, well, you can count them on one hand, I'm sure. He takes so much damage just CC'd before he can ulti here as well, which doesn't help his case. He could play this fight a bit differently against Wako if he's full HP. But yeah, it's just a free Mordekaiser kill into a nice TP from Jiang to catch Gory, who somehow almost makes it out here, and the flash committed from Gemini is able to finish him off.
It has to be said,
Smite.
I think again, that this is the second game in a row that I think Gory probably could have flashed and not died. If he had flashed getting stunned by Jiang and ulted, he probably just lives.
Yeah. Yeah, again. Which isn't the kind of mistake we usually see Gory make.
Yeah, just
Mechanics are usually fine.
A rough day, top side. I mean, what happened here?
Yeah, is this just Gemini going down? He has no ulti, no flash.
Yeah, he's absolutely dead.
Nice.
It's going to be a big shutdown. It's going to be very helpful for Driver here on the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, this is all the kills are on the Viego. 1 kill on the Skarner.
Who was finishing up a Thimble Winter.
Zeke's rush on the Sejuani.
Yeah, I don't hate it. You're probably going to be melee range quite a lot of many people.
Your entire team is also melee with you, which feels good as Sejuani.
Yeah, it's a bit of an additional slow as well as, you know, slight amount of damage. Not that people build it so much for the damage.
Yeah, so CFO need to make skirmishes happen. All their champs are very good in 2v2s, 3v3s, so they need to break up these team fights and find angles. Though, honestly, Frank's team are not weak in skirmishes either. That is the problem, really, with these drafts.
Yeah, I honestly think that Frank might just be stronger because it's so much easier for a Kai'Sa to arrive than it is Israel.
Yeah, and that is, again, why this draft is so puzzling, because CFO can't front to back with these champions.
It is really just a skirmish comp from both of them. Jiang looking for a solo kill onto Driver, does find a fantastic suppress under the tower, and Driver, what is he going to be able to do? He does get that Whirlwinder off and maybe just able to win. Is very strong, stun comes through and now he's under tower. It's not going to be the win. The solo bolo to the Prodigy up on the top side. Yeah. Fantastically well played.
Yeah, I mean, it is a solo kill. He was already 1-4 on the Mordekaiser.
We count those?
No, he's now 1-4. So he was 1-3, and yeah, this Mordekaiser pick is just not impressed, except the one time Aja picked it.
Yeah, that was impressive, to be fair.
Yeah, very. And Swordart somehow found himself fighting Jimmy-in.
Definitely so far not seeing the impact.
Yeah, of the counter pick.
I think it's time to bust out the Vayne.
Yeah, and that's a bit depressing as well because the Mordekaiser is kind of the only modern-feeling pick in CFO's composition. Everything else could have just been picked last split.
Yeah, actually, Israel less so.
Yeah, Israel less common.
Israel was not very present, just, I guess, by virtue of lethality.
Yeah, two
pretty rough lanes for Israel.
Yeah, items didn't feel great. Well, once Ezreal lost Divine Sunder, he's having a hard time without the item now. Jiang.
I think the 1v1 should still favor Driver so long as he does not end up under a tower.
He almost won while spending most of it in the tower, under the tower.
It does get way too... Oh, again.
He dodges the Mordekaiser Q with it as well, by the way.
That is so insane.
I haven't played the new Skarner. I don't understand how that spell works. Why does he just clip behind his opponent like he pushed Katarina E on them?
Oh, I don't know. Tile skipping or something. I don't know. The guy's insane. Yeah, I mean, it's still taking a bit of time to get used to. You know, like, the amount of nerfs that Cassante received to his W, how, like, you used to just be able to insta-cast it and...
Yeah, it was just a different W every time.
I think maybe giving a little slight channel time.
Yeah, to that spell. Or just making it... They need to just make the hitbox in front of him or something, because it feels like he's standing... He's standing in front of Mord, and he's casting E behind himself, and it's just like clipping onto the Mordekaiser. It's teleporting him behind him.
It's just like the arena game I just played on 130 ping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This Skarner champ's absurd. 202 Izzy. I mean, Gemini is still very, very strong. It is Frank pretty firmly in control. 3k gold. They didn't get the 2 dragons, though. CFO do have that in their back pocket, so something for them to play for, but I would be very surprised to see them get another one in the near future.
6 Scrubs and a Void Herald as well, so it's not like, it's not like they got nothing for the dragons, and as long as you can pick up this 3rd dragon, it seems okay to give up the 2.
Yeah, when the Dragon's like this, if you're the winning team down 2, it tends to feel often that we're not really getting a Dragon win condition, and the game becomes much more important around the Baron. But here we go, we're looking for the fight. We find our way in. It's actually going to be Shun who steals away the Dragon with the True Shot Barrage. It's a third now for the side of CFO as the World Ender does come through. Gemini, he's staying safe off on the back line as Kaiwing and Driver battling out there in the death round. Kaiwing gets out, crash down backwards. Jimmy finding a whole lot of damage in the back of the team fight. Jiang is tanking up, but not tanking enough. Flash forward, stun comes through there for the support of CFO as Gemini goes down after the flash hammer drop from Driver. It's Wako versus the world, and he's not going to be able to find anything.
Wow, I have no idea how that fight went so well for CFO. They only lose Shun, who also managed to just steal the Dragon to start that fight off. This fight, they essentially just ignored Wako the entire time. And he just doesn't have enough juice to kill Driver or Karsa yet. Not until he gets his Rage Blade, probably. So, really good game sense from CFO. And the fight, I think, starts with an engage on the Kaiwing. Yeah, it's straight up an engage into Mordekaiser on the Rel.
Oh, 50 HP.
Yeah, unfortunate for Gemini there, who's being pressured by Gory. And yeah, they're just hitting. So I said CFO cannot front to back, but that's what they did this fight. They're just killing Jiang and Kaiwing first while ignoring Kaisa. And worked perfectly fine. Jimmy in here also almost kills Shun, but nice flash from Sword Art to lock down this LB. He does kill Shun, actually.
Yeah, Gory able to get back and finish him off, but yeah, 4 for 1. Going to be very, very good for CFO,
yeah,
and they're now 1 point away from the Mountain Soul. So even in gold, but advantage, you'd have to say now, to CFO.
Yeah, I agree. And, I mean, we complained about Mordekaiser, but...
Gory's definitely doing damage to this
Skarner,
yeah. But it's not really to a point where it's truly life-threatening.
Yeah, so dead even game now, but yeah, like you said, advantage CFO just because they have 3 dragons, and nothing has changed from last game. Both these teams still have a very fast Baron, and you don't ever want to be in that position when the enemy has Soul available. Enemy has Soul available, they can also kill Baron in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think the side of Frank, if they really want to fight the next fight, have to get Wako to his Gwinsus. At that point, it's actually going to be a true threat to these tanks, and currently, as things stands, he will do some damage, but it's not going to be up to the point where Karsa and Sword Art are truly feeling it.
Yeah, you need this Kaisa at the point where the Mordekaiser needs to just run for his life when she is on screen.
Baron now spawning. Both teams in the river, giving vision.
Oh my god, Sword Art looks so tanky.
Yeah, just the Warmogs. Driver takes a nice chunk of damage there from Jimmy, and who continues to show us some prowess here on this LeBlanc.
Yeah. Going for the same build this game. Horizon focus second. Gemini is going to bump into Karsa. Maybe not quite. Now...
Oh, Jimmy with that flail is just going to jump on back.
Yeah.
Was on the risk of getting Glacial Prison there, but...
Yeah, Baron up in 1 minute 30, and CFO know the spot that Frank are in now.
Oh. Okay. Boulder just gets yeeted at Shun and Sword Art, and then Sword Art genuinely taking quite a lot of damage. But
actually, look at ADC items. This is a horrible time to fight if you are Frank.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Wako's been sitting on these items for a while, so I'll be interested to see how close he is to being able to recall and pick up that Gwinsu's Blade. It still won't be too close. Crashdown comes through. We're on to Karsa. Nice suppress, but it is going to be that World Ender to escape from that suppress coming through from Jiang. True Shot Barrage lands. It's really nice. Jimmy gets knocked up, does go back, gets Fate Sealed, and he is going to burn with the red buff. Not quite down, but it is Gemini who does, in fact, get taken out here. It's now a 4v5. Jungler dead, health bars low, as it's going to be CFO this time, starting up their Baron buff.
Yeah, and I don't know what changed this game, but they're just killing the LB every time she tries to make any play.
This is not absolute, though. Jimmy still very, very strong. Gory not going to be able to find his way there onto Wako or Jimmy, and crash down, as well as the Magnustorm does come through, but it's going to be climbing. That's in a lot of trouble. Driver trying to drop down a lot of damage here onto Jiang, and is finding some. Wako not got the damage. No Gwinsu's Blade on the Kaiser, and he is going to get taken out. Clean team fight win here for CFO. The Baron was stopped, but 13 seconds until the Mountain Dragon Soul, and it is all but confirmed here for CFO.
And why was this 0-4 Mordekaiser just unkillable this game? Driver has just destroyed Frank in every team fight from a 1-4 and 0 start on this Mordekaiser. I have no idea what is happening.
Jimmy's found his way into Shun. Very, very low, and they're going to find that. They find it. Will they have the Heartbreaker? No, they don't. Shun is going to get taken out as Jimmy flashes forward with that distortion. Driver sitting by his return, and it's going to be Casa. All he needs is that flail, and they do find the 80 carry kill, but the Mountain Dragon should still be all in favor of CFO once again.
Yeah, 2-for-1 is not good enough for Frank. They're going to lose this dragon, and this game gets much harder to play now. And honestly, it just feels like Kaisa is not doing enough damage in these fights as Mordekaiser roll interrupts Skarner roll, which is a nice interaction to know. And yeah, I mean, here Jimmy is just getting killed similar to last fight. They're making it much more difficult for this LB to play. And Driver was tanking Kaisa the entire fight. Just one item on this Kaisa, not enough. Nice re-engage here from Frank. It looked good for a second. I thought with Jimmy in here, they might be able to just chunk out Karsa and stop the Baron.
Oh, Gory took
They
a lot
end
of
up,
damage.
yeah, chunking out Gory. And Shun gets engaged on by Kaiwing to start this fight, by the way. And then he takes, later on at the Dragon fight, he's going to get both flashes from Jimmy and Gemini. So he's playing very well on this Ezreal.
Yeah, now Mountain Soul in favor of CFO. Baron still up and available. Damaged last fight. It was Driver and Shun really outputting what the team needed.
Yeah. Gory managed to pick off the LB, who might have gotten away otherwise.
Out of the two games, how was this the game Frank lose? I guess Wako's less fed.
Yeah, yeah. This Kaisa just feels like without the kills she had last game, she's really struggling to get through Sedge and Mord.
Will struggle even more now with the additional resistances as well as that shield. Although, as I say that, the Ral Q just completely obliterates Drivers.
Yeah, the LB poke is going to feel a lot less significant this game, right, with the Mountain Soul Shield.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going to be Void Staff third for the LB.
Yeah, so at least he's building better, I think. At least that's my opinion.
Yeah, he's still found himself just down 4 DCS, though. He's not able to do enough on this LB in terms of skirmishes. You're always going to get out-farmed by Eon, just by virtue of him being an AD champ. And LB not having all that much wave clear.
Yeah, and to wave clear if you're with your team as well, you're going to sacrifice Luden's Companion, which is a substantial amount of damage if you're able to unload it all onto one individual, which LeBlanc is fairly decent at doing.
And yeah, this game kind of feels like Wako maybe just got left behind. He just wasn't able to keep up with the gold income.
Yeah, he's still making his way there. He's working towards, once again, the Nash's Tooth, and he has his Gwynsus now, so damage should be a bit more substantial for him, if not for this Mountain Soul and the shield that comes along with it. Baron now started up. It's going to be found there on that Scrying Orb, as Frank are now going to have to try and find their way here. Teleport coming through for Jiang. It's down to half HP. That Void Seeker is going to show how much health it is at, as Gory as well as Driver do re-engage onto it. Sword Art finds his way. It's on to Jiang on the Skarner. CFO now peeling away from the Baron. They're trying to find their way into Jimmy, and will do so with the vision afforded to them.
Yeah, I think Frank have to play for the Elder at this point. This is what they need to do, stop the Baron. They don't want to take the honorable fight here. They just want to get CFO off the Baron or get them to overcommit to it.
Yeah, it would be also very good, especially for Jimmy, and if we can pick up this blue buff on the side of Frank, as his continuous poking does wear at his mana bar quite substantially, and they do get the blue buff, so that's a small win for the side of Frank. It gives Jimmy some more time to try and prance around as Kaiwing takes a fairly decent chunk away.
CFO start it.
Yeah, once again it is started up. Wako needs to land a W here. Someone needs to find vision. W comes through. They find it. 6,000 HP. Gemini's going to have to find his way into the pit. 3,000 HP. 2,000, 1,000. And it's taken out. A CFO claim the Baron buff. Flash away from Jiang. Jimmy getting looked at, but will eventually get frozen up and taken out by Shun and his True Shot barrage. The rest of Frank now scrambling to get out of this fight. Jiang left alone in between 5 very strong members of CFO and is taken out. That's 2, 4-0. The Baron as well picked up as CFO now. They can march down these lanes and start to get to work on the base of Frank Esports.
Yeah, and this Baron buff is going to transition pretty perfectly into this Elder. They'll be able to use the last 30 seconds
G1
of the
stunned
Baron.
up, rooted up. Xenoblade Blade does connect. He is looking like he should be okay at the moment. Zwako dodging out again yet off this Mordekaiser.
Yep. 2 lanes shoving now for CFO. Level 15 Ezreal.
Yeah, very strong is Shun. Wako just to level 13 as things stand. He gets knocked up by that Arctic Assault, but no follow-up just now, so he is completely safe.
Yeah, and you saw how fast their Baron was, right? Frank were there. They were just worried about one bush.
Yeah, Frank going to lose 2 of their inhibs right now. Everyone now back alive. CFO is not going to let connect on that Zenith Blade. Will sort out, but constantly coming in, and it's a nice pull there as Driver gets taken out. World Ender comes through, but it's a fantastic stun from Sword Art. 1 kill found, Jung the one to go down. Wako trying to find the damage, but it's going to be CFO who are unloading so much of it. Carving in the middle, knock up onto 2 with that Magnet Storm as Gory finds a knock up onto Wako, and this should be that AD taken out. Not quite. Gory born and burning to the Ignite on the top side, and Jimmy finds him. It's a shutdown, but it's going to go down as well. No Nexus turrets in game number 2 to CFO.
Ooh, too many creeps at the end there. Frank put on a valiant effort trying to stop the game ending, but CFO do get it done with the Baron buff. And biggest difference for me that game was that Jimmy was just getting murdered in fights. I think he was deathless in the previous game. This game, plenty of deaths on the LB, and every fight he was going in, Karsa was just queuing, buffering the Q to interrupt the LB jumps. Sword Art was constantly flashing on him and ulting him, and yeah, it made a big difference in these fights when the LB got focused down like that.
Yeah, I mean, story of the game, I guess, is the Ezreal was different. It did make a difference.
It looked good too.
Not so much. I don't even think it's so much about the damage. I think it's the safety it provides. So you no longer was bot lane a target. It's a lot harder to lock down an Ezreal under tower.
Yeah, you're no longer also just Varus against a Skarner.
Yeah, for sure. True.
Yeah,
that definitely does help out. But
doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. But there was obviously CFO with the run back, changed out the AD carry, left everything the complete same, and were able to pick up the win here. I mean, MVP, it's hard. I think this game to really give one.
Is it Driver?
I refuse. He solo died twice.
He went
I
1-4-0, but he carried that game. He carried those fights.
But he died twice in the lane. I feel 2 solo deaths, I think, disqualifies you.
Yeah.
I think
mean, the
you just
1-4 start kind of.
Like, who was the most consistent? Probably Shun, Sword Art, maybe. I refuse that it can be Driver.
Yeah, it feels hard to give it to Karsa as well, because Karsa spent most of the game just farming while his lanes hung in there.
Yeah, I don't think it can be. I don't think it can be him. Gory
didn't see much of that guy.
Died.
Didn't see much of that
again.
guy that game. To be honest, he landed some nice ultis. Did his job in fights.
He did. He found Jimmy a couple of times this game, which he wasn't able to do in the first.
But isn't that the insane thing about CFO, that we're struggling to really point at a standout performance from any of their players?
It was just solid.
And that game was a stomp.
Yeah.
That was 4 dragons to nothing. Baron picked up very early on and just ended.
Yeah, maybe Shun for the dragon steal.
Yeah.
Also, don't know how that fight went so horribly wrong. It felt like Frank were just completely in the driver's seat, and I'm hoping we get a replay of that fight because, yeah, as I said,
it felt like the game-deciding fight, certainly.
Right, and it also felt like Frank should have been winning it because they were just ahead, other than in Dragon count.
Yeah.
Dragon got stolen by an Ezreal ult. That's fine. You still should win the team fight, and they weren't able to.
Yeah, especially when the engage is actually a Sejuani ult onto Rel.
Yeah.
So Rel was just being chased around by Mordekaiser and Sejuani for
most
of that fight.
Yeah, and Mordekaiser ulted Rel as well. So it's like, it felt like everything got used on the Rel, and admittedly, Kaiwing wasn't able to get any engage off, which can be a difference maker. I mean, the support, like the engage that a Rel can find is often game-winning.
Yeah.
And taking that out can be a substantial thing, but you've lost Mordekaiser for the Rel, and the team fight goes 4-1, sorry, in favor of the CFO. And I believe this is it. This is it. So I don't understand.
Wow. Smited down to 59 HP.
Jung only finds Gory, who gets a flash out because of the CC.
Yeah, flashes out, and yeah, Wako is essentially ignored. Look where he's standing in this fight. They're just refusing to hit him and just killing his teammates. And this is what I mean by he's just about half an item behind this entire game. And yeah, he suffers for it because just an extra component even might be kills. in
even
this
here.
team fight with how much uptime he had.
And once again...
Very low damage game from Wako.
Yeah, and Jimmy doing the most. I mean, you kind of saw it, right? Wako was just auto-attacking the whole time, but it just was pretty meaningless. The tankiness coming through didn't really show that Kai'Sa was doing any damage. We definitely did see Jimmy still doing damage, but notably had a lot less uptime by virtue of dying a couple of times. And as LeBlanc, when you die, it's almost more punishing than dying on most other champs, simply because you have low, you don't have very high DPS, but you have high burst on low cooldown. So you kind of just look for that burst every now and then, and if you die, it's going to be very hard for your team to make up that missing damage.
And champs like Ezreal and LB are kind of balanced around. You're not really supposed to be dying that much on them because of how safe they are. Gemini with a lot of KP this game. Shun with actually the highest KP.
I mean, yeah,
very
just
surprising.
a great Israel performance.
Yeah.
Nothing bad to say about Shun. I mean, maybe he is just the MVP. I think it's between him and Sword Art.
I agree. Yeah.
But I don't really have too much of a say. Maybe it's just Shun for stealing the dragon.
I'm impressed Jimmy got this much damage done. Every team fight I'm watching him, he's getting flashed on by Leona. Sejuani ulted, Leona ulted. Very hard focus this game.
Oh, it's going to be Driver.
I don't hate it.
I think it's criminal.
I don't hate it.
He died 4 times in lane.
Just for it to be more impressive when he gets like 8 kills in a row and 1v9.
Kind of, but it's like he got a kill on a Rel and a Mordekaiser ult that had been Sejuani ulted beforehand. It's like, okay. And then, like, I don't know, man. Did he kill Jimmy and or Wako once? No. Not a single time.
No, I don't think so.
It was just perma kills onto Jiang and Kaiwing. Yeah. I don't know. Let's have a look. What did he do here? Let's have a look. Okay. He's walking.
Yeah, we're watching.
Yeah.
He's going to E at some point, I guess. There's
he didn't hit anyone.
Q, and then is this the fight where he ults Rel? Oh, yeah, he ults.
Yeah.
So you get...
I mean, to be fair, it's cool, but it was...
Wait, how did that work? Because he was in the Skarner ulti. Did he even
He might have just hit it before he goes suppressed, because there is a channel time.
Oh, yeah, maybe the slow-mo confused me.
Yeah. But also, it's like, he got that to cancel the Skarner ult, but the Skarner ult was also on him and Sword Art.
Yeah. I think Sword Art would have been okay.
Oh, absolutely. That fight was a complete stomp, by the way. Like, it wasn't even close, the result of that fight. Honestly, somewhat like the game. The early game went really well.
Yeah, and it's the opposite of last game. Both games now, one team gets about a 2k gold lead and then instantly loses.
Yeah.
And I think Dragon priority is what both these teams should be going for.
Yeah, and I also hope we don't get a run back. I don't like watching the same game over and over again.
Yeah. Is Frank willing to run back now?
Probably not.
Frank
get a little bit more creative. I want to see Jiang on something crazy. Come on, Camille, Riven, give me some true Jiang gameplay.
And this could be CFO's approach that Skarner just isn't a Jiang type of champ. He's a carry player. So maybe that's how they're picking them apart.
Quite possibly, but game number 1 and 2, both now done. It is a 1-1 scoreline. Our first 3-game best of 3 of the PCS Summer. We'll see you soon for the third.
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. To lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified. Looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Makes you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause I win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond. I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
First game of 3 of summer, and it's going to be Frank once again on blue side.
Yeah, this is the
Are
first
we going to
best of-
have a run back?
I really hope not. But we were kind of glazing Frank's comp the entire time through draft, talking about how CFO's comp couldn't work. And I wonder if Frank are thinking the same thing. I guess they can't be now that they've seen CFO's comp completely destroy them. From behind, just completely winning team fights.
Yeah, it was
very
just
one-sided.
It did feel like it was just the one team fight, and it kind of ended after that.
Yeah.
And
it was one just poorly timed team fight on a dragon that Frank could afford to give if they had wanted to. It was for their third drag. They do probably just win the game if they get that dragon, even if the team fight doesn't go amazingly.
yeah, the fact it was a 4-for-1, there were no threats onto Shun, and it's a team that, you know, Kai'Sa can get onto Shun.
Yeah.
Obviously, Rel couldn't, was stuck in a realm, and Gemini as well. Didn't really see much out of him in that particular fight. But back in the drafts, same sides. If this ban is a Nidalee followed by a Jax, then we might have a third game in a row of near on the same thing.
Might be Frank's turn for a salty run back. They're not a team we see do that all that often, though.
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, in the past, to be fair, they just swap out their mid laner and then we'd have an entirely different game on our hands. This wasn't the Jax, but Twisted Fate is still going to be banned.
Now, will CFO just ban... Well, I guess...
Okay, so we've seen the same 2 bans, but Jax missing.
I guess there's no point in banning the Jax now?
Yeah,
'Cause
well,
you're not
Jiang is
threatening TF.
a crazy good Jax player, but I think, yeah, it's there are a lot of champs you can play into Jax. Driver, notably one of the best Gragas players, especially in the Jax versus Gragas matchup.
Yeah. So, CFO with a free ban here, essentially. Just ban Sejuani.
All right. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Thinking
Skarner first
emoji.
pick.
Okay.
And now CFO have removed the Sejuani Yone first rotation for themselves. Will they still just go for a Yone?
Jiang, incredibly upset he has to play 3 games off the Skarner. All right, so they're going to take the LeBlanc.
Yeah. Jimian has played the Yone, but he won't have a Sejuani.
Locking in the Vex.
I'd love it.
I doubt that's happening. Pretty one-dimensional is Vex. Press R on someone, go in, one-shot them, press Zhonya's if you have it, or die.
It's CFO's turn to lock in the terrifying mid-jungle duo. I don't think there's really anything you can lock in as Frank.
Yeah, nothing's very safe. You have to pick something with a dash. There's no 2 ways about that.
Yeah, Tristana is gone. Maybe just a Corki game for Jimian in the mid lane.
Yeah.
I don't like the Maokai.
Can you pick a Zia? you need AP. You have to get AP somewhere.
Yeah, that's the problem now. They're hovering the Corki, but if it's just a tank matchup top to match the Skarner, or even the Mordekaiser will be fine, stacking some armor.
Oh god, alright, alright, there we go. That's a...
Lucian would be bizarre with next round of bans coming up. Yeah, okay. Corki. Okay. Yeah, they decide to just...
I think this will be AD carry. Like,
yeah.
Maybe Wako is picking AP Varus. It's something we've seen him do in the past quite a lot. But do you want to be Varus into LeBlanc, Lee Sin? I can tell you absolutely not.
Yeah, and CFO are going to see an opportunity to lock in a tank.
This should be very Skarner favored.
Yeah, it would be, but K'Sante is just going to have such a nice time itemizing this game that it might not even matter that he falls behind.
He'll never fall that far behind, but
yeah,
he'll be fine. It's just going to be 2 mega tanks. One which does arguably more damage than K'Sante, but is squishier.
Yeah, K'Sante can actually kill a target.
We'll see. Yeah, the Kallista's still banned, so CFO are of the belief that... I think that Kallista ban is a little perplexing because we still desperately need AP, and you can almost guarantee Kaiwing's not about to pick up a Hui.
Yeah, can Wako play a Ziggs this game? Is that...
That doesn't feel like a Wako champ. I think this Corki is just Wako's champ.
Yeah, and I don't think the Ziggs really solves the K'Sante problem.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
There will certainly be a K'Sante problem this game, the way this draft is panning out.
Seraphine Sona coming in.
I would love to see that.
Would you actually? That sounds incredibly boring.
I mean, what is LeBlanc doing? if that was your comp?
Yeah, actually, there's one target. It's a Corki. But Corki's surrounded by Seraphine, Sona, Maokai, and a Skarner. No, but in seriousness, we need AP. Corki is no longer AP, fellas. Let's make sure we're up to date on the patch.
Yeah, great Ezreal game again.
Yeah, I mean, less safe in a way because there is just the
if he's against
guaranteed
the Corki,
lockdown.
If he's against the Corki as well, it could be scary in lane phase.
Yeah, and Maokai can just press W. Your Arcane Shift isn't going to do a whole lot.
Should just be a Nautilus locked in here. Nautilus seems incredible this game.
Yeah. Maybe preferring, though, the Rel, which is...
Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah, definitely somewhat interesting. Is it just full AP Maokai? Have we made a full return? Like, Demonic Embrace doesn't exist anymore, but...
Yeah, Leandri's is a very good item at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick one up. We'll probably...
Okay, AP Kaiser. There we go. That makes sense. No. Let's... AP Varus? AP Jin? Right, probably not that one.
AP Jin, Earth style, just stack up the traps.
I think this will be AP Varus. We've seen... Was it last year? Last year's summer. He played 3 games of Varus in that split. All 3 were AP.
Okay.
So...
Rom feels very good this game.
It does. It is scary, though, I think, to be a Varus into K'Sante, LeBlanc, and the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Should be a pretty decent lane. A bit of damage can be blocked by Sword Art, but Shun won't have even nearly as much damage as Wako on the Varus. So
yeah. I don't think anyone's really dying in these bot lanes. If anyone's dying, it's probably Varus.
Yeah, just a little... Well, a lot less safe. I mean, we'll see. I mean, jungle, or not even necessarily jungle, but I guess objectives have sort of, at least for my money, been a big component of who's won. Which team went
feels
for...
like just those first 2 dragons are so important.
Yeah, exactly. Wako looking locked in. Doesn't seem like he's chewing gum. That might be a bad sign.
Yeah. Shun is.
Yeah, Shun is. He's absolutely chewing that gum. He knows, man. He knows. Betty, have you ever caught him playing game without chewing gum? I haven't.
Valid.
I think at the moment, you have to hold him to the highest regard in terms of AD carries. So far.
I think there's a bit of pressure on Jung this game to really perform on the Skarner. It's a very good Skarner game. I mean, there is an unkillable Cassante because you're full AD unless this Varus does go AP. And
to be fair, it's basically full AP and a LeBlanc, which Skarner is not going to have to itemize against.
Yeah, that's why I mean. Skarner is also just unkillable this game, and should be the stronger champion currently than Cassante.
It feels like it.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pressure on Jiang to have impact on this hero. And it's not a Jiang type of hero. We weren't seeing him lock in all that much Udyr initially.
Preferring to play against it more often than not.
Yeah.
We do load in now. Game number 3, our first, as I've said before, best of 3 here in summer. It took us 3 days, but we got there. And honestly, out of all the games we've had, what better of the series to have gone to 3 than what is potentially 2 of our top 2 teams, our true contenders for the world spot in 2024.
Hail of Blades Braum, by the way.
Sorta is a chef.
Very Giga Chad.
Is that can't be real. Is that? I guess it works on
what, Hail of Blades Braum?
Yeah, like how often is he procking that on someone useful?
For lane. I've played some Hail of Blades Braum in my time. Usually I take Ignite though.
True. Well, Flow's done it.
If you're committing.
Yeah,
I guess otherwise it's Guardian.
That is the more traditional of the runes. Pretty much all he has access to, right? Like, does his Aftershock proc if someone procs his passive? I
think so, but it's so delayed. It's hard to.
Yeah, it's just horrible.
Hard to make it useful.
Everything else pretty standard. Electrocute this time for Gory, being that he is against a ranged matchup instead of melee. Makes a lot of sense.
Corki should be fine, especially with fleet footwork.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll see. I'm interested to see how this Hail of Blades works out, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's just for lane pressure.
I guess, but like you're never using it on Wako. Wako also does have first strike, so I think he should be going AP. Started Doran's Blade makes sense though, because you are just going to be auto-attacking.
Yeah, Kaiwing gets mega chunked.
I guess it could be lethality, but God, if this is lethality, you are not ever killing Cassante. I mean, there's a bit of armor shred, I guess, on Jimmy, but
no, yeah.
Oh, first strike. Okay, it's AP Maokai. 100% is AP Maokai.
Yeah.
First strike with the, what is it called? Something Cinder, is it?
The red one?
Yeah. I can't remember. Anyway, the red smite.
Do they have different names?
Yeah, they all do. One's a moss. Wow. The green one's moss something. I can't remember. I don't play that role.
Who would?
True. But yeah, okay, we have our AP answer. It's going to be the Maokai. And to be fair, Maokai will do a reasonable amount of damage simply by virtue of Driver's oftentimes going to be the one that has to face check into the saplings.
Yeah.
Between him and Sword Art. I'm also 100% after the cast tonight going to go back to GOL and see how many times Sword Art uses Hail of Blades.
Okay, on Braum.
Yeah.
Is that his chef?
How many times he gets? I mean, how many times he gets to activate it in this game is what I mean.
Oh, how many? Oh, I didn't know they had those stats.
Yeah,
on
Games of Legends, you can see like how much times you've flashed and ignited and your rune stats. Yeah. So I have to look at it because I've just checked and Pro Build Stats shows 0 games of Hail of Blades in any region. So.
Bit of attention mid lane. I don't think either of these mid laners can really die to a gank.
Definitely Jimmy's more likely to than Gory.
Yeah, it is LB.
Yeah, I mean, 2v2s, though, is really favored towards CFO.
Yeah.
Any skirmishing that goes on early, it would be almost criminal for them to lose, although the lane, at least as things stand, has Corki being quite strong.
Yeah, he's a very strong laner after his rework.
Always was, right? That's like half the reason he ended up being reworked, was he's just like dominant, dominant bot.
Heavy trade top, Jiang might be in
Driver
trouble.
with a nice bit of CC. Jiang, though, once again, is going to get a little bit of distance covered. Going to dodge out of that Q3. Very, very slow is it on the Cassante before getting any armor.
Yeah, well played to not lose his flash there, Jiang. I thought he would need to flash there for sure.
Chain lands. Gory again is suffering early on in the lane.
Yeah, it does have TP, so he's fine for now.
I think he should have enough for Lost Chapter, right? 39.
Yeah, but that would mean Corki has enough for Hexdrinker. And then this lane
Will he go
torture.
Hexdrinker? Based on how the lane's going, you might even just go Serrated Dirk to push the advantage.
Yeah, he could.
Because Hexdrinker, obviously you like it against the LeBlanc, but it is just solo AP.
He'll probably go Triforce Corki this game.
Oh yeah, but
just because he has Fleet. I always see it's either Fleet Triforce or
right.
the other build, the Halo Blades, crit lethality stuff. Lethality doesn't make as much sense this game.
Yeah, and I think so far, honestly, we've had only one Triforce Corki, and that was Betty, and it was insane.
Yeah, but everything looks good when Betty plays it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But I guess Merc Treads and a Triforce are probably going to make you about as tanky as a Hexdrinker, honestly.
Yeah.
So you can skip it. Jiang might have killed.
All out available, going to take... Yeah, make a lot of distance, but still fantastic trades going on top, and not too surprising to see Skarner be the benefactor of the trades, but
yeah,
kind of surprising to see it go to the level that Driver is that low.
Yeah, I think Driver was just greeting his TP. He actually still has it, so he can recall and TP now.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more important for Skarner to get the early recalls, simply because it actually takes you quite a long time to get those tier stacks on the Skarner, and the earlier you get the tier, the quicker it's going to be stacked up. And you know, with Fimble Winter and the amount of CC output by this champion, it's going to make you a lot stronger. Chains land mid, Lee Sin, piloted by Casa arriving.
So you land every spell as LB, but this Corki just sits there right-clicking you and wins the trade.
Yeah, at the moment, later on in the game, there's a good chance that this Corki is completely eliminated.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with Electrocute on the LB. Driver prodding around in the enemy jungle, won't find anything. We'll find that camps are up, though.
Something we probably should talk about is the fact we have had another Void Grubs for Dragon trade.
Yeah.
So far, the Dragon takers have been successful.
Yeah, the Void Grubs were buffed, right, but it still just doesn't feel as impactful as...
It's just the map pressure you get from the Dragons. As soon as if you get 2 and the other team gets 6 Void Grubs...
Yeah, Void Grubs are very good. Dragons are just a win condition.
Yeah. Yeah, the Void Grubs, they can give you... Like, in niche situations, I suppose, it means that you can end a game a lot easier, or get a lot more tower damage, or get even in a tower where you usually wouldn't.
Wow, this is so annoying for Jimmy. And Sword Art just runs mid, delays him shoving the wave by using his E to block, and then also freezes the wave. If he stops the back, that would just be the cherry on top. So that is a lot of help for Gory in the mid lane.
Yeah, Merc Treads, and it is going to be the Triforce. I think this makes sense. I think...
Yeah, I like it.
If there were more AP on the side of CFO, then probably going Hexdrinker feels really nice.
Yeah, Hexdrinker into lethality would make sense against a squishier comp.
But definitely here, I think seeing that you are just against the LeBlanc, you shouldn't really be trading against the LeBlanc later on when she can one-shot you, so just getting that extra magic resist early on feels, I think, a little bit better.
And trade going a little better for Gory there. There is fleet footwork for Jimmy in though. And Wako and Kaiwing, after a rough start to the lane, are doing perfectly fine. Actually, impressively holding on to this lane that looked very difficult.
As both supports will yet again be building more Warmogs.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like anyone can make much headway in any of the lanes so far, so it'll come down to which jungler can identify the lane they need to break.
Yeah, I think we're not going to have a whole lot going on. Maybe it's questions time. Oh, hold up.
1 minute on Dragon.
Okay. That's our bit of action until Dragon.
Yeah.
Although there might not even be action at Dragons, to be fair, because maybe one team just goes for Void Grubs.
I mean, it looks like both teams want it. Both junglers here. 1 minute on the
There's
Dragon.
definitely going to be a recall come through. Both bot lanes probably should. Shun very low in mana.
Oh, Kaiwing gets the refill on his wards. Sword Art is out of wards. If they can't dive Wako here, it's probably just Dragon for Frank.
Oh, not going to be able to
He has to
flash out of that Glacial Fissure. Halo Blades finding some usage there. Wako flashes, but not before flashing straight into the True Shot Barrage.
What an ulti by Shun, and Wako greets his flash. And I think he's lost his team. This Dragon, maybe.
Maybe, but there is a recall coming through there for Kasa for that Eclipse, which is a big pickup, but Wako should be able to get back on the map at the same time. Recall coming through from Gory without the teleport, so we'll see.
Yeah, Wako probably just needs to flash the Brawl multi here.
Or the Q, to be fair, just either of them.
Yeah, or even just flash here. Yeah, just holds on to it too long. Amazing ulti by Shun. That ulti was going to hit him whether he walked away or tried to flash at pretty much any angle that made sense.
Yeah, so
Dragon doesn't go down straight away to CFO, but no ulti or sums on your Varus. Makes this a very questionable contest if Frank do decide to.
Yeah, and they're just going to take the trade and top side for the Void Grubs. This will be the first game we don't have a Mountain Soul as well. We had that for the first Dragon, so get something a little different here.
Yeah, Frank probably not too upset about these Void Grubs since they did pick up the first Dragon anyway.
We got Hextech Soul. Okay, that is a Soul.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty insta-win Soul. Both games have just been decided so far by which team gets Soul. They go from the games being even and uncertain to one team has 4 Dragons to 0.
I can't believe we're back to AP Maokai.
Yeah. He's not going to continue building AP, I don't think. I think
no, he should.
I think he'll just build the Liandry's.
No. The Liandry's into the Black Fire Torch. We burning.
Yeah, there are some good Maokai items.
Horizon Focus.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know how much the proc adds. Maybe Malignance. Just get your ult off cooldown. Just permanently.
Oh yeah. I wonder if the pool probably happens when the snare hits, right?
Yeah, it would. Not that the pool.
Okay, Wako did go just first strike lethality this game.
Yeah, after seeing the AP Maokai, it makes sense.
I worry that his first strike hasn't been procced all that much this game.
Oh, I've seen him landing a few Qs onto Shun.
Yeah, just based on his items, though, I feel like he should be a little more accelerated. Usually that's first strike's giving you a couple hundred gold at this point.
I guess. He's fairly similar compared to Shun, with the bonus of also having his boots, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that might actually just be the difference, the boots.
Oh, hold up. Jung looking for another kill. All out comes through here from Driver. A lot of damage now given to this Cassante, but some way, somehow, it's Jung! Will he land this boulder? It doesn't look like there's any way he can.
Yep, very close to a kill, though, and that's what you need to see out of Jung. He doesn't even have an item completed, by the way.
Yeah,
Cassante has an item.
Yep, that's League of Legends.
That is horrifying. If that Skarner ulti lands, it's just a solo kill.
Yeah, it was very close as well. But, I mean, top lane going well once again here for the side of Frank.
Karsa fishing, that was a little bit scary. Doesn't have flash up on the Lee Sin, though. And
does have Eclipse.
Triforce now finished for Ezreal. Wako sitting in base. Waiting. Oh, he's got his opportunity and a Dirk. Okay.
Oh, we're swapping lanes.
Yeah, ADC is going to mid now. After completing their first item.
Yeah, I think at this point of the game, it is going to be Wako that is probably going to stand out in terms of the damage. Not necessarily in the fights, but just looking to see, oh my god, that was bold. Yeah. Shun just jumping over that wall blind right next to where Kaiwing already was. Jimmyin is a little aware of what's going on, it seems.
Yeah.
As are the rest of Frank. Is that sapling is going to land? And
yeah, if they didn't know, they definitely do now, as Sword Art pushes in and places a ward over the wall. It's going to be a fight over the Rift Herald.
Yeah, half HP on Sword Art, though. He takes a piercing arrow as well as the sapling. Does he have the movement speed away from that one? Does. This is the one thing that's really good about AP Maokai is your saplings actually do damage. It's not like the
it's not just vision.
Yeah. Well, obviously the vision's already good, but when it's also doing damage, it means, especially because you have the Leandries, you're actually burning even tanks for a lot more than you'd kind of expect.
Yeah.
Is going to always
CFO
just be strong by pressing R. Rift Shield being started up. Got to be careful of the Maokai ult. There is a Braum shield that can be put up in front of it, but if it's used on anything else, this could be a very dodgy fight.
Nice Maokai ult.
Oh, doesn't put up the shield, does get stunned up, very low on HP, does get taken out. It's Kaiwing who claims that Gemini is in the middle of everyone, and so is Jiang. Jimmy on the backside did have to flash away. Jiang picks himself up a kill finally onto Driver, who has eluded him for so long in this game. Safeguard out for Casa as they are still hanging around and looking to see if they can find the smite onto this Rift Herald. Casa showing his face, does land the Safeguard.
Oh,
or even the Sonic Wave as
Gemini used smite. They have to just get off it, I think.
Rift.
Karsa can kill it now if he wants to.
Casa can come in. This could cost him his life, though.
He's dead.
Through will come Sword Art. Everyone's back. How Shun, very low on HP. It is going to be obviously Casa with the Smite who picks up that Rift Herald. They find the kill onto Jiang as well, and that's a massive turnaround. Bad reset timing, and Gemini missing that Smite means that this ends up being a bit of a win there for CFO.
Yeah, just completely an unforced error by Frank, and Gemini specifically, like you said, misses the Smite as the Herald resets. Bit unfortunate, but also they should just recognize they need to get off the Herald immediately at that point. Driver hangs around a little too long and gives up a kill. The team fight itself, though, went amazingly for Frank. Jimmy gets engaged on here and lives on a sliver of HP. So no kill is ever traded back by CFO. Kaiwing lands a 3-man combo into Jiang following up with a Skarner ult, and the fight is just already over at that point.
And a bit of a nice guy Casa there actually saved Jimmy. Kicks him on out. And
oh, he kicked him out. Oh,
yeah,
I didn't even notice.
Jimmy managed to get out from the Lee Sin kick and then Valkyrie away and somehow retained his flash through all that.
Yeah,
so.
Maokai damage, wow.
Yep. It's all the damage you need, pal. AP Maokai. Oh,
yeah, Shun continuing to have very good team fights on Ezreal. Yeah, Jimmy and no TP, a bit low top lane now.
Oh. That is the downside of AP Maokai, is you take a lot more damage.
Yeah, still leaving us guessing with the belt. I think that's just a tank item, though.
Yeah, I think it is.
Doubt it's Rylai's Maokai.
That would make... Maokai might be the worst champ in the game to have a Rylai's on.
Every spell already CC'd.
Yeah, every single spell. Who else is like that? Sedge. Sejuani, every spell also does CC.
Leona.
No, her W doesn't CC.
I guess her W, but no, it slows.
Her W does not slow.
Leona W.
Yeah, it doesn't slow.
I'm Googling that after this. I'm actually not sure.
And I am, so we win those. Ori, trading actually pretty well. Obviously, Merc Tread's the only bit of MR available here for Jiang, and does mean that he takes a sizable chunk. There is no real threat, really, on his life when it comes to LeBlanc, but getting nice little chunks there can mean throughout the duration of a team fight, you can whittle them down just a little bit better.
Yeah, it looks like CFO want to go for this bot tower. They've got 3 members here.
Yeah, meanwhile, though, it is just
free
Jimmy
tower
up top,
for Jimmy.
gets himself a free tower, as you see in the picture-in-picture. Driver arriving there. No ghost means that Jimmy should be fine. Is definitely slower than Driver on the Cassandre, but teleport coming through here now, and a little unnecessary, I felt like.
Yeah, without Ghost popped on Driver, probably not necessary at all.
Yeah, I do feel like Jimmy was never really going down there, but maybe not knowing the timer on the Cassandre Ghost.
Yeah, I think Jiang was just in base anyway, so now he's going to stay top, and then Gemini will reset to bot lane, or Jimmy, sorry, will reset to bot lane.
Yeah, so kind of works out. Looks like Rapid Fire Cannon possibly coming through, second item here for Jimmy.
Yeah, Rapid Fire into IE now. Might have to go for an LDR, but it feels really bad to go anything but Triforce Rapid Fire IE. Kind of maybe the problem with Corki, this current iteration of Corki, has 2 builds, so I guess that is some kind of build diversity, but each of the builds just builds the exact same items each time. without much leeway for, you know, an early LDR or Hex Drinker.
Ooh, nice dodge away from the chains, but it certainly takes
a
substantial amount of damage. Shadow Flame second here for Gory.
Yeah, solo AP, make the most of it. Nice dodge from Jimmy.
Yeah, everyone favoring this bottom tower.
Yeah, both teams. CFO will eventually take it down. Frank have already taken the enemy top tier 1. So they were just happy to delay that as long as they could.
Yep. Dragon spawning 1 minute and a half. Baron is alive. Definitely slower Barons this time round. Although, honestly, when you have a Corki, a Varus, and a Maokai that's got AP items, it's probably not all that slow.
Yeah.
The other side, though, definitely a lot slower. Ezreal will do quite a lot of damage, but other than that, you're not really...
Yeah, no one does any damage other than Ezreal. This is a very strong Ezreal, though. 2 items now. Mirror mana.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, everyone is feeling fairly matched, I think, in general. I mean, there's a little bit of an advantage for the Skarner, as well as... I mean, a lot of the advantage feels like it's on Sword Art somehow, but... I don't know why. Doesn't really make sense. Obviously...
Kaiwing is alone defending mid tower right now.
Yeah, not anymore. Jiang does pull up and chunks Shun's health just a little bit there to keep this mid lane tower, inner of all, alive as Jimmy returns to the map. Now, 30 seconds out. Yeah. But this could be a game-deciding fight. We saw the third dragon for CFO be the real decider last game. Obviously, this is the fourth of the game, but the third for CFO. Both teams are relatively evenly matched. I don't think there's really much to talk about. AD carries both at 2.
Karsa.
One thing you can say is Jimmy's definitely weaker. Wako is found, though! You don't need to have items if Karsa finds an engage like that! Down will go Wako, down will go Gemini, and forget about the dragon. This is a guaranteed Baron for CFO.
I'm curious if Frank will actually try to contest this. I think they can with a Corki and Ezreal this low. They decide to just go for the dragon and give up the Baron. Will they get the dragon, though? We'll see what Gory has to say. Gory and Sword Art.
They definitely have the damage to do it, but this Baron quite low, and it looks like they're not. They're going to forego it.
Yeah. So it's just a free Baron. Couple kills picked up for CFO, too.
Yeah, and what a team fight find. What an engage from Karsa.
Yeah, and you can tell this is dangerous for Wako. Nice Q landed.
Oh my god.
Not even necessary to land the Q as well, but does it and gets out. And Gemini goes down very quickly as well.
I wish I could hear him.
Me too.
But he is excited. And back to live, of course. Dragon will be taken out. Third of the game.
Yeah.
Frank definitely behind now.
Yeah, it feels like you were right about the next fight being game deciding. Ended up not technically being over the dragon, but...
Rapid fire still not completed for Jimmy. He is really the one sort of lacking in comparison to his lane opponent. Not that he's really done anything all that wrong, just...
Yeah,
items are slightly more expensive, and... They're just getting chunked out, though. Shun being pretty consistent with these true shot
Jimmy has to be careful Gory doesn't just kill him.
Yeah, could be here even. Actually confident enough to turn around and fire off an auto, but
throw an auto at him.
This will be the mid tower going down. Wako certainly not going to be doing all that much to talk about against this health bar currently possessed by Driver.
Yeah, a lot slower to get your Mirror Mana on Varus, so the spike comes a lot later than Ezreal and Frank are looking.
Maybe looking or just showing up to give some room. Does force out a flash from Sword Art, and that's a win.
Yeah, they hold on to the tier 2 for now.
Lose the Skarner roll, but you're not probably fighting until this next dragon.
Yeah, 1 minute on the Baron buff now. CFO are not looking like they're going to try force down this tier 2 bot. Tier 2 top also still up, but someone will be there to match Gory, I assume. TP's up, yeah, for Jung. And yeah, I don't think Frank are out of this game by any means. They're certainly behind.
Yeah, and this next dragon is do or die, though. They will be pretty much out of this game if they were to lose the Hextech Soul.
Yeah, and I just don't know if they actually have the damage to win these fights.
It does not feel like it, as Jiang taking to Gory and doing a pretty decent job at it as he actually manages to get off that Mimic.
Yeah, he is very strong on the Skarner. Couple of kills.
He is 1v3 and he might just win! Gory lives on such a minuscule amount of health. Driver comes in with that all-out. He's not all that tanky when in that form. Is going to have to get away. Shun unloading bucket loads of damage, but not able to find the kill. And Jiang, the confidence on this man, but only just is not rewarded.
Yeah, I like that TP mid from Gory. Just takes down the tower. Shimian, on the other hand, has been bot this whole time.
Yeah, Inhib being wailed away at here in the mid lane. Shouldn't be able to get it as the rest of Frank do return from their Nexus, but...
Wako has spiked now, so he is stronger relative to the Ezreal for now. At least until Shun recalls and probably picks up his Cyrildas.
I cannot believe Gory almost died, by the way. I'm still just sitting here in disbelief.
Yeah, just 1v2 against the Skarner as an LB.
No flash now, though, for Jiang. That's very meaningful, and Void Staff is just completed for Gory. Flash obviously was used as well.
Gory's CSing post-laning phase has been very impressive this whole series. He just has been picking up so much more farm than Jimmy once he gets out of lane.
Jimmy making his way towards what is almost certainly a Infinity Edge, as you pointed out earlier.
Yeah,
so
Infinity Edge, LDR.
Sucks that you don't have that third item in time for what is probably the game-deciding team fight.
Yeah. The last meaningful fight.
It is for CFO. If Frank get this, it's certainly not
I think it's just, I think it's the last meaningful opportunity you have to get back into the game. Against Soul, a Hextech Soul LB, you're just not going to be able to function.
Alright, recall comes through, Driver picks up a Warmogs.
It is very slow retaking your jungle as Maokai, but it is very safe.
Yeah, definitely one of the safest champs to do it on, and one of the most oppressive to
Okay, so not a full Cyrildas for Shun. Nope, never mind. He got it.
Almost IE for Jimmy. He has BF, he has the pickaxe.
Sword Art does not have boots.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and he has Halo Blades.
Gemini.
Yeah, Gemini getting low. Gets caught on the back end of that True Shot Barrage as well. 20 seconds. Is going to have a fairly decent amount of healing on his passive if he can find an auto attack to use it on, but actually, the regen, he's got Warmogs. I should have known. He is completely fine. That poke was meaningless as he gets caught there by the Winter's Bite as well.
Oh, Shun.
Shun!
Chunk to half.
Yeah, a lot of damage taken. Still...
Sword Art is on a mega flank.
Yeah, not too much used, importantly, from Jimmy or Wako, but Jimmy fairly low in health, as it is the Hextech Soul up and available.
Some damage here.
It's going to be a very, very tough job to try and get their way into the pit here. Dropping the ult now is necessary. 3k HP. They're not going to make it. This dragon is gone. We're going to need a flash. Not going to have it. Here comes the fight, but it's Hextech Soul available for the side of CFO. 1 kill, 2 kill, make it 3 as Driver's in the middle of absolutely everyone. Wako can't do anything. That's a 4th, and a 5th will come through as CFO complete the reverse sweep and will take game number 3 and secure themselves as at least our second best team.
Yes, CFO just flipped the switch after game 1 and 2 very decisive games from them afterwards. Kind of as expected in this last fight, Driver is just unkillable for the side of Frank. He just walks straight at the enemy carries and gets CC'd the entire team fight, and it does not matter. Corki, Varus not at a point where they can kill him.
Yeah, and I have to say, after what looked like such good drafts in the first 2 games from Frank, yes, game 2 went south. I think this draft
fell apart.
Yeah. Their answer to needing AP was a Marikai who built Leandris and then full tank. That's never going to be that impactful. And you saw it in that last fight there, especially where Driver just absolutely completely unfazed by anyone walking through, just sprinting through, shall I say, the entire enemy team. It was CFO would take it. I think that is the team you'd expect to win
Yeah.
They do have their ups and downs. Game number 1, they kind of fell apart a lot of the time. I mean, they got some early starts
game
off
number
the top.
1, they looked abysmal.
Well, what do we have here?
Driver has his
Driver's
hat.
got a cowboy hat.
I think he's got
Oh, he's Twisted Fate. He's Twisted Fate.
I think he's got the hat on sideways.
He does, but he's Twisted Fate. He threw a card as well. Caster's completely confused. Gory didn't even know that it happened. And Sword Art's ready to go home.
Someone needs to tell Sword Art he forgot to buy boots that game.
Yeah, and he forgot to do his runes.
Yeah, Halo Blades. Been playing some Ash. Didn't
I mean,
change
what
him.
went wrong? Waku not flashing early. That was a bit criminal. Getting caught in the bot
especially
side just before
that
Dragon.
Third game, Wako didn't have a great game.
Yeah, I mean, he's full lethality. I don't. Yeah, the draft I think for game number 3 was
And honestly,
the worst.
Wako's worst games have been on this Varus.
Wasn't that his first Varus?
Oh, including last split.
Oh, right.
Yeah, including
split?
last split and this split, Wako's Varus games have been his most suspicious. They're the games where he's just kind of caught out. He's a little bit slower behind his team, and
Oh, I do remember his Varus. I do remember the
Yeah,
best game
me
that
too,
happened
pal.
all of last split. That was an insane game. But I mean, ultimately, as I was saying, I almost feel like you wish there was a salty run back for the third game because it felt like the Frank draft didn't have an answer to the Cassante unless Jiang just completely destroyed him. And he was very close to doing so. Multiple times was it Driver only living on 1 to 100 HP, somewhere in that range. But the big important part is he did live. Both times he had teleport, so he just went straight back to lane and didn't really lose anything from it. And I think after that, yes, your Skarner's pretty unkillable.
yeah, that was so unfortunate. You have to feel bad for Jiang.
Oh, so
How
many
close he was
times.
to so many kills.
Yeah, Gory as well. Nearly kills Gory.
Yeah, even after lane phase, yeah. Yeah, that's a rough game for Jiang, who
I mean, he played
saying,
well.
Yeah, I was saying he had to really step up to carry this game, and feels like he was just single-digit HP from maybe, just taking over the game completely if he gets those kills.
It does kind of feel like he, in many ways, was carrying them across the line, right? Because it really was him having to do everything to try and
he was carrying fights. He was winning his lane.
Yeah, but it just wasn't enough. There wasn't the damage behind it. If poke lands, maybe, but it's very difficult to land any considerable poke onto a LeBlanc who literally never was grouped with the team, or the Ezreal who, at worst, is just going to E away from it and feel completely fine. So weird Varus pick. I think if the Varus had have actually gone for more DPS...
He's already half HP at the start of this fight, just to really nice Ezreal Qs by Shun.
Yeah, a big engage. Honestly, this went
was
really
the
well
fight.
for Frank. And then
this
it
was the only fight Frank really won.
It was the Rift Herald at the end here that really turned it around. This is 2-0.
Right. Yeah.
Completely fine. The score for the entire game is 2-0. They won this team fight. Rift Herald is absolutely theirs.
They
All
just
they
have
have to
to
do...
pull it to the middle of the pit.
Yeah. And
but
it's here. He gets the
just
punch. It's like
20 HP.
Yeah.
But they have to just leave now. Gemini realizes Jiang does not, and he's trying to stay. But you're not really baiting the Lee Sin in here anymore. You don't have a numbers advantage.
Yeah, everyone collapses from the side of CFO. They get 2 back, meaning what was a completely one-team fight for Frank turns into a lost one. And I mean, you can't really have those mistakes when you're going up against teams like CFO. We say it all the time. In another series, they probably get away with that.
Yeah, they win easily. It's just, it feels like there are a couple mistakes they made. The death from Wako in the bot lane and that overextension on the Rift Herald. And just that was kind of enough to lose them the game.
Jiang handedly doing the most damage in his team, but it is Shun overall.
Atrocious Corki game.
Yeah, I mean,
Jimmy
it's so hard to do damage. He was just answering split push the whole time and never actually got to his Infinity Edge and was kind of just getting one-shot by Gory as soon as lane phase ended. Didn't die, but yeah, I don't know. It felt impossible, really, for anyone on PSG, it's not PSG, Frank, sorry, to play that game.
Frank, didn't get any skirmish kills, any individual kills. It was just team fight kills. The entire team is 100% KP. Meanwhile, Shun again topping KP on his team on the Ezreal.
Yeah, very, very well played. Gory up here a lot. And
most kills at 3.
Am I surprised that Driver took the most damage per death? I don't think he died, and he was on... No, he did die. He died in that Rift fight we saw, but he was on 1 HP that many times and lived. That it's like, well, of course he took the most damage.
Yeah, a lot of mitigation as well on the Skarner.
Yeah, true. Oh, well. It is Carson. Oh, and I also
found
forgot
that
the
kick.
Carson
Yeah.
kick was disgusting.
Yeah.
We are going to see. This is what the replay is going to be.
Yeah, Wako just not playing around vision at all.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
He's
There
just
was
playing
just
to the
there was
wrong
just a
side
pink
of the map.
ward in that bush,
Yeah.
and Carson's just sitting there and lands a free Q onto.
I wonder.
I mean,
if,
there were two turning points, and the first one was what we saw the first replay. This next replay is almost what I assume it should be. Is
yeah, the kick onto Wako.
yeah, was another big point where they just have no chance of getting the dragon, and I believe they even
this
dropped.
is it. Oh, and Shun takes off the shield as well, and Carson just runs straight to this bush. And yeah, Wako just spends so much time here on the dark side of mid lane with his whole team on the right side as well. Kind of puzzling. Yeah, he's got a Maokai and a Rel there who can stop this Lee Sin play.
It's so fast. Like
Yeah, very clean.
even in slow motion, it's fast. You know,
Yeah.
very well played. And
Yeah.
then I mean, at this point, you know, Gemini is just
Yeah,
gonna get
Gemini
run
going down kind of seals the deal on the Baron, and now the game is pretty much impossible
Pretty much
for
over.
Frank
Yeah,
to play.
there were chances, but it's so slim and far between. You have to somehow sort of like delay till Corky can get to 3, maybe even 4 items.
Yeah, it
and then
feels like my read on Corky so far is that he needs to have a very good early game. Because if he's ever an item or half an item up on the enemy carries, he's just going to run the map. Yeah, just completely destroy the game. And if he's behind, he's just going to sit there hitting frontline and never killing them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think not a bad series for our first best of 3 to go to 3. And
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy with how things are. I think it really has shown that Frank can beat CFO. We know CFO can beat PSG, but that is it all done and dusted. We're going to go now to Patty and Sorta for an interview, but we'll be back right after.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们邀请到的是 CFO 的辅助选手 Sorta， 请 Sorta 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是舍舍。
So after winning today's game, you guys are on a 2-game winning streak today in the PCS Summer. I want to ask you about your feelings after you win that game. 赢下今天的比赛之后，你们在 PCS 的夏季赛也是取得2连胜的成绩。想问一下，你现在赢下来之后心情如何？
就算今天2连胜，但是我们有输一场嘛，然后我觉得从这之中我们也学到一些就是我们没打好的地方，所以我觉得对我们队伍来说是蛮不错的。
So even though we are on a 2-game winning streak, we still lost 1 match today. I think that actually gave us a lot of room for improvements, and we have to change some of our strategy and learn a lot from that game. So after actually you guys lost the first game, in the second game, you guys almost had the exact same ban pick selections, only changed the AD champion from Varus to Israel. I want to ask you why you make that decision, or your team make that decision. 其实在第一局输了之后，你们第二局几乎选择了一样的阵容，选角阵容，只有在 AD 的那个位置把法洛斯改成了伊泽瑞尔。想问一下你们为什么会做这样的选择？
就是在第一把打完之后，我们大家下来有一起讨论，就是我们阵容需要补足的一些问题这样子。然后因为我觉得我们平常练习的效果也蛮不错的，所以最后我们就没有做太大的变动。我们觉得就是把一些问题修正一下。
So after the first game, our whole team actually had a discussion about the champion selection. We thought that we did really well on those champions in our scrims and in practice, and there's not a lot of problems with that. So we all decided together that we're going to use the same champions and try it again, and we actually won. So today actually was kind of a struggle for you guys. You actually went to the 3rd game. Your team has a lot of fans, and people have a lot of expectations on your team. I want to ask you if there's something you want to improve on in the summer, what would it be? 其实你们的队伍今天打得算是比较挣扎，也打到了第3局嘛。其实你们队伍有很多的粉丝，然后大家对你们有非常多的期待。你认为在夏季赛你们需要改进的地方是什么？
因为我们大家就是在一起打了半个赛季嘛，就虽然说有新成员的加入，但我们整体的阵容变化没有太大，所以我觉得在春季我们输掉了之后，大家也更了解彼此，然后再来，我觉得我们做的比较好的点是我们在夏季赛的时候，我觉得我们的练习更有效率了吧，就是每一天的训练，我觉得都有很大的提升。对。
So our whole team actually practiced a lot over the summer. We all played together in the spring split. Even though there's some new members that got into our team, I think our whole practice routine got better and better, and we all got really familiar with each other. So I think that's the things that we improved on, and we're going to show that in the summer. Do you have any goals for summer split? 你在夏季赛有没有什么样的目标？
就拿冠军。
I just want to win the champion for PCS. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛，我们把镜头转回主播台。
I'm not happy. The moustache is gone.
Yeah, you got rid of the mustache. We didn't actually notice that till just then.
Yeah.
So maybe we were fake fans of the mustache the whole time. Shouldn't we have been loading into Champ Select looking for the mustache?
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. But ultimately, not surprised to hear that his goal isn't to come third again. That he wants to make
very
it to
humble
Worlds.
interview that we lost one game. That's something we can look at and improve on.
Yeah, I think all things... Not too many surprises coming out of that interview. I think the only surprise was them thinking their draft was like really good and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like,
well, what he said was that
they're winning a lot.
This all worked in scrims.
Yeah.
So let's just run it back.
And to be fair, I think it cannot be understated. I think the Israel for Varus is a massive change. It changes the entire way you play the early game. So it is a massive change to the comp. Not necessarily how it functions, but definitely in the early game where what lane can be targeted by the enemy jungle. When they pick the exact same comp makes it a whole lot different.
Even in lane, even out of lane phase in the team fights, particularly in the second game, the Ezreal was able to dodge around the Skarner and the LB.
Yeah.
Just a lot better than Varus ever would have.
Yeah, a lot better than Varus ever would have. And we're going to dodge to a break right now. When we're back, though, we're going to have PSG versus J Team, so please do stick around.
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
You gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing. deep blue, where you go to find me. But beware, I'm the worst backstabber you'll ever meet. I'll be your friend. You can be my weapon.
Welcome back, everybody, for our second series here of our night. And it's going to be PSG versus J Team. And Lo, I have very strong opinions on the result of this game. How about yourself?
I mean, it's hard to say anything but a PSG 2-0 to be expected here. J Team have looked fine, but the problem is it's PSG is the problem. You're kind of just outmatched in every lane for most of our PCS teams. The top PCS teams we've got will be maybe better than PSG in one lane. Two lanes have one strength where they have a weakness, but the middle of the pack teams and the lower on the table teams are just outmatched macro, they're outmatched in draft, and they're outmatched on the Rift as well.
Yeah. I think one thing you can say that makes this game a little bit more exciting is that this game will determine, after every team has played 2 games, who is in the top of our leaderboard and who's where in terms of the standings.
PSG won a 2-0, right? If PSG get a 2-0, they're number 1.
They will be, well, number 1 with CFO. That'll be even. But it is the 1v1, of course, it's going to come on your screens now. It's Chi-Chi versus Maple. Chi-Chi actually
surprisingly
pretty good at these, yeah. Maple, though, I mean, it's hard to bet against him.
Yeah.
I hope it's not more 80 carries. Oh, it was more exciting watching Aurelia versus Tryndamere.
So Tristana ban from Chi-Chi.
Rumble, Ezreal.
Rumble. Have to favor Ezreal.
I have to favor Rumble.
Really?
Yeah, you just land the harpoon and just sprint on that fraud. And have you seen what Rumble does?
Yeah,
he just one-shots everything.
It has been a while since we've seen the Rumble. It's gotten some bans.
2 Dorans for beat each, and a longsword versus an amplifying tome.
Yeah, slightly more gold spent by Maple, I guess. Oh no, because the Dorans cost more anyway.
Yeah. Actually less, I guess, by 50 humble gold pieces.
Yeah, in my head, Ezreal just has a massive poke advantage in this lane. Yeah, decent trade, though, for Maple.
Honestly, both ways, fine trade.
Yeah.
But Maple's going to be able to do that again before Arcane Shift is available.
Yeah.
Nice trade back by Chi-Chi, very quick. Is he?
Yeah, he's mechanically been very clean so far. Picking up a pentakill.
That's right. Pentakill, game 1, day 1. Series 1, week 1. Oh my, what did I just see?
Maple did a little flash for damage there, I think.
Maple thought he was playing LeBlanc. Just jumped on his head.
Yeah, it's still Chi-Chi with flash advantage now, too.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Chi-Chi. I'm floored at what I just witnessed.
Yeah, he can even build a Maw if he wants this game. Because Rumble can only interact with him all in, really.
Oh, yeah. He can throw some harpoons.
Yeah.
Spitting facts.
Yeah. Preaching the good word.
BF Sword.
Just a straight BF Sword. Giga Chad.
Essence Reaver is what he'll be building. I guess. Unless
Yeah,
it's
must be.
Bloodthirster. Or Collector. No, Collector doesn't build out of a glowing moat.
Yeah, BF Sword is definitely going to be a better base than the boots that Maple was able to pick up.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm surprised Chi-Chi doesn't E forward there, considering he has flash, so...
I think you have to be a little worried that Maple just runs at you and kills you.
Yeah, look how much damage he has, though.
Yeah. I might have been wrong in my prediction here, fellas. I think Maple is a little bit doomed.
Wow, this Ezreal just does too much damage at this point. He might just kill Maple here if he wants to.
Oh my god, well played.
Yeah, nicely played by Chi-Chi. Another win in the bag for him.
That guy might potentially just be the GOAT.
Yeah, might be contesting Jiang soon.
Yeah. He's got an insane record in 1v1.
Yeah, I think he might be 5-0, 4-0 now.
Yeah, insane. And I think we'll see the return of Betty to 1v1s for our next PSG series, because...
Yeah, not a good look for Maple.
No, not at all. Just kind of...
Doesn't look too
died
phased.
Twice in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, it doesn't look too phased, at least.
I think it doesn't matter what side of the map they're on, to be fair. Lakai, Lauba, Minji, Chi-Chi, Enzo. Very strong start to the split. Very handedly taking up their win last week and honestly looking very good doing it. Again, Chi-Chi picking up a penta in the first game and honestly everyone just doing their job. We know Lakai to be very good at carrying and capable of doing so. Minji much the same. And Chi-Chi finally having his time to shine means some credible threats on this side, albeit this is a few mistakes here and there.
Yeah, this is a team you definitely have to take seriously. It's just whether they're on the caliber of a PSG yet.
Yeah, and it doesn't really come down to like mechanics or anything. It's like the cohesion that PSG have is kind of unrivaled at the moment.
Yeah, even if you assume that each player on a given team is slightly better than their opponent on PSG, that's still a PSG favored match, you know, considering the macro of PSG.
Yeah, they are just better at getting more out of less in many ways. And when they're behind, they're much better at recognizing if it's better to just balls to the wall, send it, or start sending people to side lanes and just continuously whittle away at whatever gold they can get. But on your screen, of course, Arja, Ginger, Maple, Betty, and Woody. I can't say enough good things about these guys. They are probably the favorites coming into the summer split.
Yeah, definitely.
We're the only team able to take down SoftBank last split.
Yeah, that's true. If not for PSG, we would have been sending SoftBank over to MSI.
LJL representatives. But PSG took them down twice and were the only team to be able to take them down at all. And we're able to represent our region. And now back again for their second game. Played yesterday. Pretty handedly won that up against West Point. And now they have got their chance to win again against a slightly better opponent in J-Team.
Yeah, and I'm assuming we're going to get the same look from Junjia as we saw yesterday, where he's just prioritizing AP carry junglers.
You'd think so. After yesterday's performance, it doesn't feel like there's any reason not to.
And it's a horrible matchup for Lava, who
loves tanks.
Yeah, he loves Maokai, Sejuani.
And he's bloody good at them, but it just feels like you're going to get outpaced the entire time.
Yeah, well, if you're playing those champs into Nidalee Junjia on Nidalee Lilia, it's going to be a nightmare for you.
Let's see, as we head into draft, of course, J-Team winning that 1v1. Chi-Chi performing very well in the Israel. They are going to have their blue side first pick, so Senna is their first ban.
Yeah.
Pretty much perma-banned against Betty, but pretty much perma-banned just in general.
Now, PSG, I don't think have to ban Skarner. They have made the Mordekaiser counter work.
Yeah, they
very effectively.
Yeah, they kind of ran the game through that Skarner.
Draven banned away from Chi-Chi. He does have a pentakill on the champion this split, so fair enough. Kalista taken away by J-Team. Still a reasonable amount of Kalista priority that is surprising me. I thought with the ADC item changes, she might, you know, not be quite as popular. Yeah,
I mean, it's just mostly always going to be the lethality, right?
Yeah.
Especially with Lethal Tempo gone, such a good rune on the Kalista. Ivan banned. Lalva, I do believe, played it in the first series that J-Team played.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't remember what it was in combination with, but I believe it was a Tristana and another 80 carry.
Yeah, I feel like he may have been against a Karthus.
Yeah, it was against Hellpigs. It was against Hellpigs.
Rumble banned away as the final ban for J-Team.
Don't think we're going to see Arja allowed.
What stands out as a first pick here for J-Team?
Skarner probably, but it's very scary.
Yeah.
LeBlanc has stayed open thus far. Tristana Corki as well hasn't been banned.
Ash banned away.
So it's probably one of Skarner, LeBlanc, Tristana, or Corki, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah.
Looks like Tristana will be. It's something that Minji really likes to play.
Yeah,
It's also something Maple's incredible at, so...
Maple can just respond with a Corki here, and they can go Corki Nidalee or whatever AP jungler they want.
Plus PSG have already flexed that to 80 carry, so it makes the draft a little bit more unpredictable. Arja possibly going to get his hands on the Skarner. See if Lakai can make use of what almost certainly will end up being a Mordekaiser against it.
Yeah. Maybe Skarner Nidalee. Makes sense to me here from PSG if they do want to play the Nidalee.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Skarner has set up kind of, but it's definitely not that reliable.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Moving people around too much.
Unless you bash them into a wall.
Yeah, if you don't have a lot of practice on the combo. Thinking about it.
Taking our time. Hui. Okay, Hui.
Oh yeah, Hui into Tristana.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. You've already sorted out your AP. This means that Ginger should probably pick some form of AD. Alva on the Karthus, perhaps.
Yeah. So has to be worried about Junjie just locking in a Lee Sin against whatever AP jungler he's going and making him miserable.
Junjie is more likely to pick something like Graves.
Yeah.
Graves, Vi even. That is... Yeah, I think the Maokai makes the most sense out of what was shown.
Yeah.
Just, you want something with AP, obviously being that you have the Tristana, you get a bit of tankiness, bit of CC.
Yeah, and Hui is very good into the Trist, but if you land the Maokai route onto the Hui, he is going down to this combination.
And there's even more crowd control coming through. So Enso will be piloting the Leona. Third pick coming through. Support, I guess, would make sense to pick up here. You could also just go for jungles if you are scared of them getting banned out. Although the fact that you're almost certainly going for an AD means it shouldn't really. You have really Xin Zhao, Vi, Lee Sin, Graves.
It's going to be a TF blind into some Jax.
No. Look at what.
Oh, it's AD
jungle.
TF.
It's jungle. No. It's Jungle Skarner.
Right.
It's... Oh, wow. That is a curveball. Right? It's not support Skarner, surely.
It could be ADTF.
It could be support Hui mid lane TF. I don't think it's ADTF. I don't think you want to play ADTF into Leona Maokai.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too great.
I mean, we'll have to see, but...
The Jax ban does make me think it could be...
I think it's almost certainly top. This is going to be, I think, Skarner jungle now.
Yeah. I agree with the Jax ban.
Nautilus banned, so targeting the bot lane, kind of all that's left. Of course, is Varus as well. And what are PSG going to look for? We've already seen that Ezreal can work, Shun proving that. Zeri. Although Maokai, traditionally a decent pick into that champ. What will we go with? Last band to come through. And Lucian, yeah, makes sense. Betty and Woody have really enjoyed being on those Lucian combo champs. Well, we can still just take a Corki if we want.
Yeah, Betty can pretty much take whatever he wants. He does have to take cleanse this game.
Yeah, true. That's very correct.
Deciding to hold off.
And I don't hate the Rel.
Yeah, maintaining the ADC TF flex. And I do actually think J-Team need more AP somewhere.
Yeah, J-Team, I mean, Chi-Chi as well, he's played the Ziggs before. It also kind of combos very well with Tristana. If you ever get any time with those towers, they are just going to completely fall over.
But for now, it's the Corki hover, and it looks like it'll be locked in. Yeah, J-Team lock in the Corki. So, unless they're getting AP in the top lane, could try a Gwen. I don't know how Gwen does into Skarner.
Haven't we seen this exact matchup? Have we not already seen the TF versus Camille, and Camille just got ran over by Arja?
Yeah.
Am I missing something? We're not, right? This was the matchup.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was Aja, but we did see this matchup.
Yeah, it was Arja. It was Arja against Ryu, and it was just an absolute stomp, so...
Right.
I think this is very scary. Lakai, a very, very talented top laner, and a very talented top lane carry player.
Yeah, good
So I
Camille.
do believe in his ability, but we've already seen proof that Arja is incredible at this matchup.
Yeah.
Admittedly, level 6 looks ridiculously scary for the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Maokai Camille.
Yeah, you are absolutely dying if you are anywhere past a quarter way up your lane almost.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can really take cleanse on the top lane TF.
No, you have to take Ghost, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's many ways around it. Taking the Ghost. It just gives you so much ability in the team fights. And cleanse doesn't save you anyway, because you're just going to get Camille altered.
Yeah, I really like the Zeri for Betty this game.
Yep.
3 targets that he can essentially one-shot later in the game, Trist, Corki, and Camille.
Let's see. I mean, team compositions, I'm not too convinced by either of them. I think
I'm liking PSG. They have too many winning lanes.
I agree, but if there's any target or any priority put over ganking this TF, especially at level 6, I think Camille can take over a game.
Yeah, we saw it in the previous matchup, the Camille TF matchup.
Yeah.
Where the gank did come in at level 6, but TF used both sums to get away, so maybe there needs to just be a gank early.
For sure, but the difference being this time is that having the Maokai, you just have a lot more lockdown anyway.
Yeah,
so I think even at level 6, you can just try and hunt. It was a carry jungle of some description.
It was in Camille.
That's right, yeah. Well, I think with the Maokai, you press W, as soon as the Camille's managed to find the R, and you're probably guaranteeing yourself a kill.
Yeah, Maokai flash W as well, Camille flash E.
Yeah, and Camille ultimately is going to be very strong at dealing with the Skarner later on in the game. Can be somewhat countered by Maple on the Hui, although it's not exactly easy, but certainly the Camille does very well into the Zeri. Lakai going for the Grasp of the Undying. Last time it was the Arcane Comet out of Ryu, so already a little bit of a change.
Yeah, Grasp was interesting into a Twisted Fate. We'll see if he gets much use out of that. Lava with Phase Rush, not deceiving himself about covering his team's lack of ability power. He is just maybe not even going to build any AP.
Yeah, he's got the green. There's not that many... like the fact that it's a jungle Skarner means it's going to be less tanky, and the Rel is a support. We'll have a Warmogs, but not all that much armor.
Yeah.
I think you have kind of gotten away with it. There's true damage available from the Camille.
Yeah, at least the Skarner's jungle. If it was a Skarner top, being full AD into that would be a lot more devastating.
Yeah, so I think you kind of get away with it here. But, oh my.
Minji jumps in on Maple. Takes an even trade. Does have a very long cooldown on that compared to the Hui Q though. There's a Grasp proc.
Yeah, not bad out of Lakai, really. Just very happily face tanking Lakai walking into that bush.
Yeah. Shay team with Cryo in the bot lane at least.
That is a ridiculous amount of damage. It was literally E activation into an auto, and I was like, oh, there's almost 200 damage done.
Yeah, very strong laner, new Corki. And yeah, Aja as expected.
Damn, this looks deja
vu.
vu.
is last hitting very well though. If he can pick up, any of this wave under his turret.
Yeah, it has absolutely costed him his health.
Yeah.
So I think right now, RJ's not feeling the benefit.
Yeah, these, the Doran's Shield second win strategies just don't work as well top lane. Against something like a TF, it's not going to run out of resources like a mid laner would.
Yeah, you're not so mana dependent is kind of the big thing, right? You're trying to trade health for mana, and eventually the second win gets you through the pain of that mana, but...
Yeah, Minji pretty relentlessly
Yeah, massive
jumping.
trade, does have a rocket jump.
Yeah, would have just been flashed away from... And he's at best getting a 1-for-1 there if he commits.
Would have been pretty alpha, though.
Yeah, very true. He's doing very well in a counter matchup so far, though, Minji.
Yeah, I think this stage of the game is not so much of a counter.
Yeah.
It's more sort of when level 6 comes around, you can never really jump forward into the Hui anymore.
And I think eventually Hui gets to the point where he is just insta-clearing waves, which Tristana hates dealing with.
This is all true.
Unfortunately, Roam doesn't work out for Enso. Maple spots him out.
Gets rid of that ward, though. Oh, yeah, I don't even think he did.
No, unfortunately. Couldn't quite kill it in time.
Oh.
Junjia
Hey,
is top lane.
I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Well, Lakai pretty importantly getting a bit of health back there.
Yeah, Lakai hanging in there for now. I don't know if this matchup in isolation, 1v1, eventually the Camille just starts killing the Twisted Fate.
I mean, if all things were even, I imagine it would, but unfortunately, the gold is never going to be even between these two.
Yeah, there's a whole lane phase to play. Bone plating procced by Chi-Chi. And wave's not great for PSG bot lane, but Junjie is here if J-Team try to punish this wave crashing.
Okay, play to steel caps completed now for Arja. Not all that surprising. A C getting that movement speed. While you're not going to have that immediate impact of just damage, it means that the kiting's going to be so much better. And Xenoblade connecting. Crash down though as Betty and Woody are trading fairly well up against the bot side in Chi-Chi and Enso from J-Team.
Yeah, Chi-Chi has to extend so far to trade onto Betty. Ends up taking so much damage back. Junjie looking mid, not quite 6 yet. He's got nothing to do bot side now, so he will just have to cross. Looks like somehow Lakai's got Cryo back.
I think it was just RJ getting the recall off and walking back to lane while Lakai can teleport.
Nice trade by PSG bot lane.
Yeah, Chi-Chi finding a bit of damage. I guess we're kind of all just waiting for objectives.
Yeah, I think this wave is actually really bad for J-Team bot lane now. I think it's pushing away from them.
Oh, Ginger looking for top again.
Nice.
Wow, a hook shot from Lakai, but it might not even be enough as Junjie finds the perfect angle to drag him back. But
that was immaculately played by Lakai.
Yeah, that had to have been max range.
Yeah.
That was absurdly long.
Yeah, doesn't have to use his flash there, big deal. Can now use it to possibly kill this TF later. And he's got his team, the Dragon off of that, will be traded for the Void Grubs. Which, yeah, doesn't feel like an equal trade.
Oh, hold up. Nice engage. Xenoblade connects and the Hextech Ultimatum onto Arja here, who's got the Ghost popped. He's got Flash available. And some way, somehow, these top laners are absolutely unkillable.
Yeah, Lakai has Flash, though, so it could be very scary for Arja for a bit. Though his whole team is here. Jungle and support. Yeah, Enso commit his Flash for that play, and Arja just tanks all the CC and ghosts out. Here's a stun.
Hold up, Ginger hasn't started driving on through that wall yet. Enso also did commit to stopping his back here after just smelling there might be something going on.
Yeah, Lakai not in a great spot. He'd really love to play aggressively right now.
Okay, we haven't given up.
Oh, okay, Enso saves.
Yeah, Woody just comes around that corner too early.
Oh,
we're still looking
Maple's
for it
coming.
though. Yeah, Maple's here as well. Sprinting up there. Ginger finds a fantastic ultimate there onto Enso, who has been dragged back to Narnia through the wardrobe and taken out there. His first blood is picked up for RG up on the top side.
Yeah, nice moves by PSG. They get 4 people up here. Will Lakai get punished? As long as Lakai doesn't get punished too hard, though, should be okay. He is down 20 CS, though.
It seems, I think PSG, so far, at least in the PCS, have been the absolute best team at realizing if you just go to TF's lane, it is possibly the easiest setup for a gank there is in League of Legends.
Yeah, point-and-click stun on a very short cooldown.
Yeah, and it travels fast is almost one of the important things too, right? Because you get
it's ranged.
Yeah, like you get like Nautilus ult that you can do from range, but it takes a long time to actually get to where you want it to go.
Yeah.
Whereas, yeah, TF just throws it. It's the speed of an auto attack pretty much, and there's not a whole lot of counterplay to it if you are mispositioned.
Yeah.
PSG now, I mean, TF Nidalee was played in their games yesterday and looked fantastic at that, and now we're going to get their TF alongside Skarner and even Rel make an appearance.
Yeah, it still looks very good. Not as much damage. They did have to rotate Maple up to even get the kill on the Leona. but the TF is going to have plenty of damage as the game goes on. With Junjia's help, we'll be able to pick off anyone.
Junjia should have seen that. Maybe Lava just not quite in vision. Is Woody playing off the vision that was unfortunately missed there by Junjia, and face checks into Amerikai, but is safely able to get himself over the wall with that crash down.
Yeah, Chi-Chi very low on mana down here. Might be a problem, though the dragon isn't up for 2 minutes. So he should be okay just farming.
All right, Lo, give me game time. What time do you think this game ends?
27:53.
Yeah, I can see it being a long one. J-Team getting the first dragons, and although it is already a 2k gold advantage.
Yeah,
it's kind of
very big.
A lot of it through
lead.
top, if not almost all of it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any plates down in the other lanes. Yeah, it's just
Junji
plates
will
and gold.
have a bit of a gold advantage too, the assist as well as
Maple.
a lot of jungle advantage. But yeah, Maple not quite connecting there on his Spiraling Despair. Woody as well going to have to crash down to get himself out to safety. But
yeah, and I'm really surprised J-Team don't commit there. Maple missed every spell fighting Minji.
Oh, actually that reminds me of Maple's Hui game last split.
Yeah, the first time we saw him on Hui.
Absolute horror.
Yeah, a whole lot of flanks on Hui.
That's all right. He's had time. Already he hasn't died, so it's an improvement on that game.
Yeah, perfectly competent Hui, Maple. We've seen him on it a lot since.
Oh, double stun coming through from Woody with the crash down. Magnus Storm. Minji going to be able to flash away there from Junjia and his ult, and through will come Lower for a lot of peel, but oh wow, nice Bramble Smash. Actually gets RJ over the wall and away from Minji. His Tristana mid is going to lose his life for it, but saving his carries.
Yeah, very nice.
That Bramble
by
Smash
Lava,
was
yeah.
insane.
Very heroic to save his mid laner there.
Okay, this is a true test. If RJ somehow ran there at Lakai and won.
Yeah. He is only running at him because he has his whole team there, I think.
Yeah, for sure. FAK still is completely unsafe for Lakai to dream about going forward with Jinja on the roof.
Yeah, and this is the same as the last time we saw this top lane matchup. If the Camille doesn't get jungle attention, she can't really play. Finally, the low mana Corki is materialized into a plate for Betty.
Oh, there's an Essence Reaver.
Corki, wow, okay. I don't really think he has mana issues. I mean, Chi-Chi's been having mana issues this game.
Shouldn't that be a collector?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, bit of a weird build, but we'll see how much damage he does.
Yeah, let him cook.
Is a newly reworked champ.
Yeah, you can be pretty certain the optimal build is still not really optimized exactly. Although it does seem to me that Essence Reaver just kind of sucks now.
Yeah, you don't see Ezreal building it, which is usually a sign.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have a sheen. It's just BF Sword, Warhammer, and...
Yeah, it's just strictly for the mana now, right?
Yeah.
Lakai gonna try steal the Scrom. No, he's not. Just gonna spot out the enemy jungler. And it is actually a full item on this Corki already. The only person on J-Team with their first item completed.
Ward gonna be taken out. You know what I hope? I hope we have another live finals.
I hope it's not a Sunfire cape on this Maokai.
I think it's going to be just the Barmy Cinder.
Right, and two Warmogs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Barmy's just for wave clear. Or camp clear. And everyone is mid again.
Yeah, but one of those games. Very slow. But J-Team do have their 2 early dragons, so...
Oh, my Skarner has Heartsteel.
Junjia has well and truly been left in the kitchen for slightly too long.
Yeah. That Doesn't seem like a great item, but Enso engaged on Heartsteel proc.
Give me a ding!
Oh,
here we go. Ding!
Here,
It's coming, it's coming. There you are. What a satisfying sound. It's Junji getting very, very low. Does manage to get his ult off, but is getting very, very low. And forward will go Minji. But the shield has come through. And I've seen a Tristana in a position like this before. It never ends up well as Maple picks up one. Archer teleports on down. Fantastic flash from Enso. Gets him out for a moment. But the Crashdown is able to connect at max range. And Woody will take that one with Aftershock because it's PSG now. Clearly ahead. 5-0 in favor of them.
Yeah, and Junjia looks like he's just getting completely caught out. Somehow, it's a 3-0 win for PSG. And 23 Heartsteel stacks.
The heartbreak.
Yeah.
Of Minji just flashing in.
Looks like Betty had to defensively ulti. Yeah, Minji not finishing Junjia off with the... So the engage is initially onto Enso, a bit of an overextension by Junjia, who just takes all of this damage. And yeah, unfortunately, they just don't have the damage to finish him off. No item finished on this Tristana yet. Oh, man. Like anything on the Trista longsword would have made the difference.
Do you think the 23 health gained by Heartsteel
saved him? It could have
saved his life.
Yeah, it actually could have.
Because his health bar was so low, there was
we
like
can't tell.
a pixel wide amount of health.
Yeah.
As Maple, I mean, it's just a staple of Hwei at this point, isn't it? I like how Corki and Zeri are included.
Yeah, because they were just fist fighting in the bottom lane.
Both bot lane is actually getting themselves tower plates.
Going to be Essence Reaver Triforce Corki. This should be interesting. He's doing quite well in the 1v1 versus Zeri so far. Forced a defensive ulti and a flash out of Betty. Was traded for his flash.
J-Team, they're going to give themselves a Rift Shield, so doing very well on objectives. Did lose
2
bot
dragons.
tower, but
2 dragons as well.
Yeah. Ocean Soul.
And the Camille has made it, but so has the Twisted Fate. There's already a rapid fire cannon on this TF.
Oh, is he 2 items? Oh!
Yeah, and you can just run away with the game at this point. You just have an RFC TF. Up almost 2k on the rest of the map. If you don't include Maple, he is just up 2,000 gold on the entire map.
Even if you include Maple, it's awfully close.
Yeah.
And Maple's 2-0-3.
Yeah, and if PSG want, they can honestly group this TF and just use the RFC autos. Follow up with Rel and Hwei.
I mean, it's still just better not to, I think.
Yeah, seems to be still winning his 1v1.
Oh yeah, he will. He's 2 items.
Yeah.
Camille has to be somewhat even, I think. Or, like, you know, maybe in 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, I wonder at what point Camille actually kills this Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I don't know now. Nice flash from Minji. Sparring Despair, trying to keep Maple alive. Will go down. It's a shutdown, but it's going to be answered back as Junji able to get there just in time to get the return kill. But
twice as much gold. Twice as much gold for Minji, and the kill goes to the Skarner. Pretty ideal for him. Just barely enough damage to kill Maple. Does trade flashes with him too, which also favors the Tristana. Does PSG get this dragon? It doesn't look like J-Team are anywhere in position to contest it.
No, there's no way they get this. PSG is so much stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, this TF is just a problem. They need to get this, kill this TF, get it shut down. And this is before you've had to worry about Betty, who's just free farming on Zeri this whole game.
Yep, it's 200 gold shut down, 0-0-0.
20 CS ahead of the clock.
Oh yeah, damn. For some reason, when I play almost any role other than AD carry, I hate it when I'm just 0-0-0, but when I'm AD carry, it feels alright. Yeah, it feels pretty good. It means I probably haven't been teleported on by top and mid at any stage of the game.
Yeah, both ADCs very relaxing game. And yeah, Chi-Chi's getting out CS'd a little bit by Betty, but as long as they're hitting their items at similar times, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the problem Chi-Chi has is that he's pretty even, but he's very far behind in terms of his team. Shield is going to proc there from Ceres, but it is going to be Maple going down. Once again, aggression from J-Team on to this Twisted Fate as Woody kind of mistimes the combo off his ultimate there, but is ultimately going to be able to find the stun with that rapid fire cannon as Betty comes in to confirm himself the last kill, 0-0-0. Be damned He'll pick up one.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Lakai that he TPs up here to not contribute.
Oh my god. Wait, does Chi-Chi even get out? Dodges away from...
Gia has ulti.
Oh, it's over.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Chi-Chi. Minji and Lava. Lava gets caught on up there, going to get gold carded, and Ginger just consistently getting more and more stacks on his Heartsteel. Lakai does manage to get himself out there, but as you said, loses TP, loses the fight.
Yeah. Pretty tragic for Lakai. Really nice find by Enso, though. Very accurate E, and then Lava just gets TF ulted on and taken out instantly. And that makes this fight unfightable, really. Camille is down an entire item to this Twisted Fate.
Oh, we're back. Same position, different fight. Ginger currently sitting 164 Hearthstone stacks.
Yeah, it did the most damage in that previous fight.
Betty got a kill, but 439 damage. Just slid on in there, popped ult, claimed himself some gold, and
then went back to farming. Oh no.
Does Maple actually kill Lakai here?
If he lands, no.
Alright, not quite. That would have been almost criminal if he did, I think.
Yeah, he is up a full item on this Camille. Yeah, Lakai not having a great game.
Yeah, it feels like it's time very shortly to stop seeing the Camille into TF.
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, I think if you want to play a carry champ into TF, maybe the only one that makes sense, at least in my head, that I can think of is obviously Jax, but Aurelia.
And Yasuo.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, the wind wall. But then even then, you kind of need some setup, because if he pops Ghost when you're trying to get on him, he's probably dodging a tornado, and
yeah,
you probably just get run down at that point. But at least Aurelia, you know, you got the damage reduction. If you land a stun, you probably just kill the Twisted Fate. But even then, probably not. I think it's a Jax-only sort of territory.
Yeah, and if that's the case, does TF just have to be banned if you aren't going to play the Jax into it?
Well, actually, you know what? Nasus. Nasus genuinely
Nasus
did okay into it.
Yeah, I believe in the Nasus. I've been converted.
Taco, yeah, I mean, against
they didn't
Driver,
win, but...
Yeah, but he did perfectly fine. He's like 3-1-2 or something.
Yeah.
And the rest of the map fell apart pretty much, but...
Yeah, this game, both Chi-Chi and Minji are quite strong, matching their counterparts, but the rest of the map is very far behind, especially top lane. There seems to be two schools of thought with support, boots and no boots.
I genuinely just don't know how strong Chi-Chi truly is, though.
Yeah, I have no idea either. He's got a different build than we're used to as well.
And like, ultimately, crit 80 carries do damage, but not as much until they get IE.
Yeah.
And when do you get IE? Because you could get it next, which you probably have to.
Yeah.
At which point, it's going to be almost impossible for you to actually auto-attack against a Twisted Fate with Rapid Fire Cannon.
Yeah, you need your own Rapid Fire Cannon on this Corki. You're not Halo Blades Corki either. Oh, you are Halo Blades.
Yeah, that's why.
Just with a Triforce.
There's a lot of confusion going on.
Yeah.
I am, as a matter of fact, dizzy. Both supports now finally will get to their, what are they called? Boots of Speed, I think. The regular boots are known as. And Lakai is truly suffering.
PSG looking at Baron.
Oh, Chi-Chi is going to be able to flash away. Stun lands. This is not going to be Chi-Chi, but Enzo, and is actually just kind of deleted from the map as Lava is in absolute no man's land. Does have flash available for himself, but a gold card landing onto Chi-Chi means he's probably going to go down. But in the meanwhile, RJ will confirm himself a kill as well onto Lava. It's only Minji and Lakai left, but it's going to be the Baron going over to PSG. There's not a whole lot these two remaining members truly can do.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked like Chi-Chi out of position up against PSG, but it was actually the entirety of J-Team who were out of position. They just got surrounded and murdered. Double TPs here.
Oh, this is Maple, but yeah, no, well played, I think, by J-Team for realizing what's going on. But Woody somehow is actually down here, and Minji flashed under the tower with tower aggro and died before being able to auto-attack.
Yeah, this Camille is so weak. She just cannot even finish the Hui.
Two people did. Maple, no teleport, but this very much could be the end of the game.
Yeah, here's the engage onto Chi-Chi. And J-Team are just so spread out here that the TF will essentially just routes 3 members they cannot walk back down to their own base. And yeah, I think J-Team full sense of security because they were all vaguely in the same area, but not actually positioned to fight or help each other.
While that go went on, it was a dragon picked up PSG, but...
Yeah, and Maple should just die here, I think. But yeah,
Good
Minji
fear,
doesn't.
but...
Yeah, Minji doesn't get that last auto off, and Lakai does have a Seraphs to go through, but that is a 30% Hui that I feel like he should be able to kill.
Maple probably realizes that he just got away with murder.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Bot lane inhibitor tower going down. Inhib will soon follow. I think you're going to be very hard pressed to defend here as the side of J-Team, especially when the Flash Skarner will root up your mid laner in the Minji's Tristana, take him down.
Yeah, and that Tristana was their strongest member. I think PSG might look to end.
Yeah, Jinjir and the rest of the boys now getting their way onto the Nexus. In fact, Jinjir has gone through the Nexus, firing off a bunch of these solid boulders. Spiring Despair, Larva carrying that one into his team, and Chi-Chi gets clapped by it. But this will be the end of game number 1. PSG in 25 minutes should be able to take it down, although, you know, having a bit of fun first. Not quite going to get that kill on Lakai, but a very, very clean game, all things said and done. And once again, seeing that we probably need to ban Twisted Fate up against Arja.
Yeah, I mean, I think Woody messed up one play mechanically in that game, and that was the one mistake made by PSG that game. Maple had a bit of a hard time in the mid lane, I guess.
What did Woody do?
Woody, he messed up some rel combo. He messed up his ulti in the top lane.
Yeah, he ulted and then flashed, but it was not quite correctly timed. But
yeah.
Still, he got the Magnus Storm to connect them, and
I'm
didn't knock them in. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm nitpicking because I'm trying to find mistakes that PSG made in that game. Yeah.
You'll struggle.
And it's kind of hard to think of anything, really.
That's not us.
No, I got a haircut.
You got a haircut?
Yeah.
What's going on? Oh, well.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll just talk over the fellas. You come to the PCS dub.
Yeah. The dub PCS. Yeah, I mean, it was a very one-sided game.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think you kind of expect it. All things realistic.
We did expect it. A couple things that are disappointing are things just like the Camille again into the TF that we've already seen not work, and then we haven't seen a different approach to that, matchup here. So, it begs the question, why is it being played?
Instead of Arcane Comet, it was Grass.
Yeah, that's true.
Worse.
Yeah, couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah.
If you showed me the two Camille's post-game, I wouldn't be able to tell you who took which.
Yeah, it just felt like maybe the plan is... I mean, the plan has to be to target down the Twisted Fate with the Camille ult. But Junji just lived up there.
Yeah, well, he got ganked. He got flashed on at 6.
Yeah.
Flashed on by a Leona out of nowhere. And didn't even lose his flash.
Yeah.
He got Camille ulted, everything just ghosted out.
If you remember, that is almost exactly what happened yesterday. He had 3 people run up to him, he ghosted into the bush, ghosted towards the enemy team's tower. His team came up and they got 3 kills through Nidalee. Jinja's Nidalee.
I remember that.
It's almost the same exact thing where they've picked Twisted Fate, they've had a bunch of CC that can lock him down and kill him picked against it, and so what does Jinja do? Lives up there. He doesn't leave top a single time in that entire game, even giving over 2 early dragons, takes the Void Grubs, gives over the dragons, and just lives in top, protects his Twisted Fate, and for good reason, because Arja truly just takes over the entire game if he gets a lead on that champ.
Yeah, Junjia looked very good on the Skarner as well. Once he was able to get some items. Yeah, I don't know about the Heart Steal. Still feels like it probably should have been a Warmogs. But got the trick done in the end. And
look, if he had a Warmogs, when
he would have had more HP. Before you say what you're going to say, he would have had more HP.
Does Warmogs base have more? I don't think it does. I think Heartsteel might have more HP. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Plus, it had an extra 23 on it.
Yeah, plus the 23, which actually somehow saved him immediately.
I think it might have. Yeah. I actually genuinely think there is a good chance his health was under 23.
Yeah,
because
it could have been.
The shield came in like after the first auto attack. He got auto attacked once, then got the shield to defend for the second auto attack.
Yeah, that was just genuinely heartbreaking. Chi-Chi caught here, but honestly, it's not even Chi-Chi caught out as much as the entirety of J-Team is just out of position. Minji on your minimap is miles away from his team, and yeah, once PSG find an angle like this where they're somehow walking at J-Team from their own base, yeah, you're just dead from this far behind.
And, I mean, yeah, Chichi doing fine, but...
Yeah.
I'm not surprised to see these damage numbers, I'll be honest. I think Betty almost did more than I expected, but it's probably just a bunch of trading.
Little of him, yeah.
The bot laners, I guess, the AD
he did about as
training.
much as the Corki, so I think they've just been hitting each other the entire game.
Yeah, yeah. Twisted Fate, I mean, Hui always seems to do the most damage, and then...
Yeah, TF damage deceptively low, I think, just because Lakai's not a tank. He could never walk up once he was behind.
Yeah, for sure.
Minji, 100% KP. No one else really doing all that much.
Despite Enso trying, I think you got to give credit to Enso.
Yeah, true. Enso was making proactive plays and finding picks mostly onto Maple.
I think Enso played the best on J-Team that game. It was like unfortunate nothing actually got capitalized on as much as it probably needed to be. But I think he was the one really trying to keep them in the game and finding opportunities against the Twisted Fate that never truly came to fruition, unfortunately. But there, I mean, MVP for the game, probably Arja. I think it's either Arja or Ginger. Honestly, Woody as well. Woody had a bloody good game, so...
Yeah.
All right, it's Ginger.
Goes to Ginger, yeah. Not bad whenever you keep the enemy jungler to 0 KP. That is usually a pretty good sign. 2 levels up by the end, at least 2 levels up, I think.
Yeah, no, he definitely played pretty well. Lost in the damage taken stat.
Yeah, fair enough.
Didn't really push the limits as much as he probably needed to. But 308, again, just another standout performance really from this Junjia guy, and I think he's now got 2 MVPs out of 3.
I kind of wanted to see Aja on the Skarner.
True.
And
I think what they did with draft was incredibly intelligent, though.
Yeah, this was such a disaster fight for J-Team.
Okay.
It should be a much more even fight than it ends up being, but Junjia just gets so much out of
Surely
this
that's
champ.
under 23 HP.
Yeah, it could be. And yeah, then everyone from J-Team is just dead without even a kill to show for it. If Tristana gets that kill, gets a reset, it's a very different fight. Because at the very least, Tristana lives.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that changes. Arjun might even still just end up killing the Tristana eventually, but...
Yeah. Well, he has to pick whether he's going on the Tristana or the other two, and Tristana can rocket jump around. And yeah, pretty cool PSG game.
are very scary.
Yeah.
I also just don't think we can
it's
give
just
over.
that whole time, by the way, Betty in isolation was just up 20, 30
Yeah.
CS on a Zeri, 0-0-0, 20 CS ahead of the clock.
Just put in a shift, mate.
Just in case you thought you had any hope of winning the game, if you somehow won fights somewhere on the map, Betty was just always going to show up.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, also Hui is going to scale fairly well, and there never really was a thing about scaling, I guess. Maybe the Twisted Fate versus Camille matchup changes a little as the game progresses, but
yeah, scaling
with how
is fake.
far ahead Arja was, there was never going to be a point in that game where Lakai truly contended.
Yeah, and I don't know what's supposed to happen in that lane for the Camille to come out okay.
I swear you just like have to
jungler has to live top.
eggs into the Camille basket. I think that's like the only way you could do anything, right? Because it seemed even when Camille got onto RJ, all it was a gold card, and then you've used your hook shot and you run away as you lose a half your HP, and then you're just like, wow, that just kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Wow. Who knows? Not yet have we seen an answer to PCS and PSG's Twisted Fate. We'll have to see in game number 2 if J-Team can find a way.
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
You say you're getting tired, your heart is out of fire. You say let it go now. I will chase all the stars for you. I will chase all the stars for you. You say slow it down, my heart hit the ground. You say let it go now. I will chase all the stars for you. I will chase all the stars for you. I will chase all the stars for you, my heart. I will chase all the stars for you. I will chase all the stars for you, my heart. Hit the ground. I will chase all the stars for you. I will chase all the stars for you. I will chase all the stars for you. Tell me what you feeling, cause I'm feeling you. High as the ceiling, cause I'm breathing you. I can tell by the way you move, you feel it too. Yeah, you feel it too. Girl, you feel it too.
Got badges on you like the second skin. I can help you with it if you let me in. We ain't at church now, so this ain't no sin. No, this ain't no sin. It ain't no sin, babe.
Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style.
Girl, I never promised to take you away from what you get yourself in every day. I made my money the old-fashioned way, just like they say, just like they say. Yeah. I know you think you're seeing dollar signs. You can get your own, 'cause those are mine. Oh, you wanna be my girl, well, get in line. Just get in line, get in line.
Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna love you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style.
Welcome back, everybody, for game number 2 here of our second series and final series of week number 2 between PSG and J Team. And now, game number 1, absolute shellacking. It was PSG through and through. Arje really getting it done on the Twisted Fate alongside Ginger on the Skarner. Now, I mean, I don't really know where you look as J Team. I think Minji had a serviceable game. Chi-Chi had a serviceable game. Enso actually played pretty well, but it was kind of just not enough, and it feels like the draft, I don't think they had a whole lot to do. The Camille really suffered the entire game. There was no play around it. Maokai just dying on repeat. Something has to change. I'm not sure what it is.
I think
maybe you do.
I think an easy thing you can change for J-Team is don't draft yourself into a hole where you are full AD. Into, you know, things like Skarner and Drell. Yeah, that seems like a good place to start. Honestly, the Tristana, maybe instead of the Tristana first pick, it could have been a Corki first pick. And then PSG don't have the option to go for the Hui into the Tristana. And I mean, the draft was just a little bit too easy for PSG. They did have the one, you know, cheeky flex.
That
the
was
Skarner.
really smart. That was very smart.
And yeah, once they found that move, it kind of just like the whole draft came together for PSG, and it was a perfect draft for them.
Yeah. And J-Team did select blue side once more.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, similar to game 1, doesn't feel that impactful. Although in game 1, really, the fact that PSG were on red side allowed for that cheeky maneuver with the Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
Picking it third into a ban on Jax was really smart. And
yeah, your flex picks are going to be a lot more powerful. Yeah, and just the TF into the Jax ban.
Yeah. So, bans remaining the same thus far.
Yeah, Senecalista. For J-Team, Draven so far for PSG. I don't think PSG should feel like they really need to change anything.
I don't think that. Maybe. I feel like J-Team probably need to ban the Twisted Fate or pick it, but
yeah,
to do that, you have to ban the Jax, which will probably be met with a Twisted Fate ban.
Yeah, could be good enough. Because otherwise, I don't know how they're dealing with the Twisted Fate. The Camille definitely wasn't good enough. Yeah, there's there's just a straight up TFN. Yeah, Nasus.
I want to see it again. I'm just manifesting it at this point.
Yeah.
It's unlikely. And Ash, yep, so
Should just be a
PSG
Skarner.
staying the same. Skarner could be picked, would be almost certainly matched with a Maud, and that was what was dropped for the Twisted Fate ban.
Yeah. So it's gonna almost certainly be Skarner into Rumble, unless that matchup's not really playable for Skarner.
This would be interesting.
This would be strange. Yeah, especially with LB open, taking Ahri here. Gonna be Tristana. Is a flex, but 99% of the time it's gone mid.
Sure. Almost certainly will be going down into that middle lane. Well, not really down, is it?
Yeah, and I guess there's no rush to pick your AP jungler here. If you're PSG, they can just take the Skarner and get more information.
Okay, so maybe Minji showing his hand on a Yone. Not something we associate with Minji, but Nautilus rather.
Yeah, Nautilus makes sense. The go-to support if it's left open, and yeah, Yone.
Damn, that was a
insta-lock by Minji.
Yeah, not even a second thought.
Yeah, let's see, he looks confident about it. Doesn't seem like it would be all that great into Tristana to me.
No. I've actually played this matchup before, and it feels fairly easy as Tristana. Nidalee.
Yeah, AP jungle makes sense here. AD mid.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to bet against. Oh my god.
I don't know where that's going. Top.
That's top.
Oh, it's top. It counters Rumble.
These guys are...
Right, yeah, Kennon's auto range is just slightly outside of Harpoon range.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the idea, and it's the flex Skarner back into the jungle. We still have to wait to see Aja on the Skarner.
I'm sad they removed Demonic Embrace simply because of the full tank with a Demonic Embrace Kennen.
Yeah. Who was doing that? Driver?
Rest.
It
was awesome. I took it to my solo queue experience, and I don't think I lost a game on it. It was actually absurd.
Yeah.
You don't do that much damage, but you do enough, and you just don't die.
You perma-stun,
yeah,
AoE
you just
stun the enemy team.
You become very much a stun bot that does slight amounts of damage, but I mean, you actually do a lot of damage in the 1v1. It's more like you're team fighting. You can never find a 5-man flank into insta-kill.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Like, was it Smeb back in like season 5 or something?
Yeah.
I can't remember which season, but they all blend into one. Maokai Sejuani banned against Lava, two of the champs he tends to go towards most often. Also the Ivern gone, so...
Yeah, he does have to play an AP jungler probably this game. Oh, he has the Rumble.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, and the Yone. Yeah, he can play
just
whatever.
pick Trundle. Trundle does well into Kennen and Skarner.
Yeah, can interrupt the Trist rocket jump.
You're probably more likely to interrupt Kennen trying to run in on you, but...
ADC bans for J-Team. And PSG will have first pick now.
Probably just support, right? You already see their support, so...
Yeah, seems like teams are prioritizing the Leona when the Nautilus isn't available.
Yeah, I and the Rel.
Yeah, I think I like the Leona a little more than the Rel so far.
I find them very much the same.
Interchangeable,
Yeah.
Rel a little harder to catch. Leona a little bit more range on her engage.
For sure. Now, Chi-Chi hovering the Varus. It's probably the Lethality, although I don't like it.
Yeah, Varus has not impressed.
No.
Coming into this split. He was the best ADC last split.
Well, that would be fun. But I don't think we're going to get... Are they taking Rumble Yungle?
Yeah, they might be. Enso seems to be implying they are.
Yeah. It could just be the Rumble Yungle. Chase would be pretty nice into Ken, and Cho'Gath is a champion in League of Legends.
Yeah, that's a new one.
All right, we have...
I think, though, if Skarner was almost killing Cassante, he's about to annihilate this. Oh, it's not Skarner top, though.
Yeah, it's Skarner jungle.
And it's Cho'Gath Kennen top. Right.
And a Jhin.
And that guy picked Jhin into Cho'Gath.
Okay, we have the most creative draft.
Yeah, this is a confusing one.
You know what? I'm not going to even try and explain who I think is the better comp because I,
honestly,
to put it simply, don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how this top lane, assuming Cho'Gath does well into Kennen, I actually really favor J-Team's draft.
I think Jin could have been, quite possibly, the worst AD carry to pick.
Yeah, it made no sense this game.
You already hate playing Jin when there's a rumble in the game because
he can just ult you.
He just ults you.
Yeah. Yone is always running at you. Nautilus and Cho'Gath essentially ignore you. Yeah, I know that he picked the Cho'Gath into the Kennen, so we're volunteering for this matchup, but I can't imagine how Cho'Gath survives versus a ranged top laner. Guess we'll see.
Yeah,
I have to trust Lakai.
This is very, very perplexing. Oh well, you know, I'll never complain about seeing new things.
Yeah, Kennen Cho'Gath. I hope the camera is just top. I don't think it'll be very exciting.
No, I think there might be one champ getting auto-attacked a lot.
Or one champ just sitting off the wave.
Yeah. Yeah, what on earth has just occurred?
Yeah, I'm confused. PSG did a little top lane flex to jungle and J-Team responded with the exact same maneuver.
All right, we're all going top. Okay, nice and early start to this top lane shenanigans.
Yeah, did he see them?
Run!
I don't think he did.
Get out of there, Woody! All right,
wow, okay.
Rupture. Almost connects.
Yep.
I just heard 30 pings onto Woody's flash.
Yeah, someone hopefully timing the Leona flash. Dark Harvest on the Rumble.
Okay, it is the Arcane Comet.
It's another Press the Attack Varus.
And the Arcane Comet.
Yeah, Cho'Gath, Arcane Comet.
Will he go
interesting.
full AP?
No. He's just got Comet for Q poke in lane.
Surely you don't land Qs on a Kennen.
You'd be surprised. No, he has E on Kennen.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard.
And I'm pretty sure it's a very low cooldown. I can't remember. It's something like 10 to 12 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what Lakai has planned for this lane. He does have a D ring instead of a D shield. So maybe he is going AP.
All right, well, we're cooking.
Yeah, Raptors versus Blue Start means junglers are probably going to be opposite sides unless Lava goes straight to his top side after Raptors.
Yeah, and this is going about as you'd expect. Although I think Minji got a little greedy for that first wave.
Yeah, getting chunked.
This is much worse than it should be.
Yeah.
It's already bad, but
yeah, it's kind of what I expected in the lane though. I don't know how Yon ever walks up.
No, you can't really, but that's sort of like you just forego most of the first wave, almost. Oh, Zenith Blade doesn't connect. Pretty confident out of Woody, considering he's already lost his flash.
Yeah. Enzo actually tried to interrupt the Leona E. With the Nautilus Q, that would have been insane.
This is the lane to watch.
Farm is fine for Lakai.
Back in spring of last year.
Yeah.
It was kind of at the time the four big top laners of the PCS was on Frank, a man named Solo Kill, and Arja, Driver, as well as Rest. But Solo Kill was just like destroying every single lane. Like he was insane at laning. Gets to the grand finals, and it's Arja versus Solo Kill, Kennen versus Nah, Arja being the Kennen.
Yeah.
And he goes up something like 60 CS in the first 8 minutes of the game. Just completely destroyed his lane as Kennen. So
yeah, well, Arja just seems completely unaffected by pressure. Internationally and domestically, honestly.
Yeah. I'm so sad that we just had a lane swap meta.
Yeah. Would have been nice to see Arja.
True.
Up against some of the best top laners in the world.
He is the best top laner in the world.
Could be.
Someone from the PCSs. And this split will determine it. As Minji continues to suffer. Doing a bit better now.
Yeah, doing okay on CS, importantly. And yeah, the spot lane is probably only getting worse for PSG. They already can't really walk up to their wave.
Gets a nice little ward down. Jinja's clear.
Yeah, Jinja ahead of camp. He managed to steal, I think it was blue buff, away from Lava. Who has to be very careful to not fall too far behind on this Rumble.
Minji low, but got a pot running and Maple running out of mana.
Yeah. Yeah, he might just have weathered the storm here on the Yone. And can just farm up until Tristana TPs.
What does Cho'Gath do against a gank? I mean, he flashes. That's all he can do.
He's
going to get stunned up. Jinja's not going to be able to get to him. Nice Rupture does land the knock up onto Jinja, but Lakai absolutely know where he can go. And
yeah, look at his wave too.
I think Arda should just possibly back here as Woody clearly landing a Zenith Blade and Betty going aggressive, 4th shot.
Yeah, very well timed trade from PSG. Now that they've won this trade, Lava, is just stuck on the side of the map with nothing to do. Yeah, he's here to support his bot lane, who has been winning until PSG found that trade.
Do you ever do that, by the way, in game?
What?
When you like want to farm your wave and there's like a jungler waiting behind you.
Yeah.
And so to get rid of them, you just try and like emote so they know that you see them.
Yeah.
And so they'll walk away. I do that. I try that every time. It barely ever works.
Yeah.
But I always give it a go.
You have to be careful not to just make the enemy jungle angry.
Yeah, because then you get ganked on repeat. Yeah, no, that's all of these things are true. Okay, we're building a Rod of Ages on Lakai.
Yeah, looks like it. Oh my god, who was it going Roa Jax? It was Jiang.
It was Jiang.
Something possessed him to go Roa Jax.
Yeah, it was a couple games in a row, right?
Yeah.
It was just, he was obsessed.
Just out of nowhere, blind pick Jax, go Roa.
When Jax first got his mini rework, pretty much every Jax in the PCS, it might have even been global at the time, I can't remember now, but it was just always Zhonya's third item. Just every single game was Zhonya's third.
Yeah, internationally it was even second sometimes.
And they got rid of a bit of the
AP ratios.
Absurd AP ratios. Happens.
So Lakai is trading the Void Grubs for the Dragon that was done earlier by PSG.
Yeah, a trade we tend to see favor the team that got Dragons, but last game it wasn't.
So Maple is on his way bot lane. Chi-Chi is alone.
Oh. I mean, well played by Chi-Chi to realize.
Yeah, he's safe now. Once he sees Leona, he knows he's okay to walk up. So there is a level 6 Skarner prowling around now. Just got 6 off this Crab Junjia, and he is here bot lane with mid priority.
And a boulder. Oh, that's gone.
Level 5 still on the Varus Nautilus. They need to get 6 ASAP if they want to avoid this dive. There's level 6 for Chi-Chi. And Lava's on his way, but he's not going to find anything here. This could be a scary fight for PSG, though, against Nautilus Rumble in the jungle.
Isn't it Galaxy Rumble?
Nautilus Rumble is not a skin. Junjia's going to smite away this.
Okay.
He's actually been altered.
Used and he gets the big Raptor, but that is a reasonable cooldown to have lost. Junjia does take a considerable amount of damage, however.
They could have maybe got his flash if Minji was willing to commit his ult over the wall.
Yeah, but it's scary because Tristana can just get there, and Woody was around.
Yeah, I think Minji also just has to worry about his own, state in this game.
Yeah.
If he commits, if he invests any HP or cooldowns.
And so connects there with the dredge line. Def Charge not quite available. He's only level 5, but a nice flash and Piercing Arrow will get themselves at least that one kill. Jinja running away from Lava as Woody is going to lose his flash for a second time this game. Well played by the bot lane of J-Team, who are able to trade back their first kills here off the game.
Incredibly well played. Pretty much winning out every interaction in that 2v2. Getting the flash out of the Jhin and still killing him.
Enso once again, though, is really hot on the mark with his engaged supports. Minji is going to use that Fate Sealed and does get himself out, but ultimately that's a massive trade for PSG.
Yeah, he didn't get the cannon ult out of him, but I think he's just grateful to be alive and be able to catch this cannon and most of this wave.
Yeah, Lava showing up, going to help get this wave pushed in, allow for a recall to come through, and should help him out further on in this
and
game.
we're going to get this 2v2. Very nice hook from Enzo. Is he even level 6 when he does this?
No,
No,
he's
he's
in
not.
5.
He just lands a very clean max range hook, clean ulti from Chi-Chi, and that little step back on the Leona E. Made this a very clean kill. Chi-Chi barely taking a point of damage. Lava here to make sure his bot lane is okay. And Woody has to flash. So, good look from J-Team. Lakai, meanwhile, by the way, doing perfectly fine in this lane. No complaints so far about the Cho'Gath. Is very gankable. Pretty much is all game.
Yeah, it is an advantage, however, still to PSG, and they do have that one dragon, of course, as well as taking a look mid. Woody lands the Zenith Blade onto Minji, and not really much else.
Yeah, Woody is down a level, so J-Team would love to use this, but he does hit 6 now. So at what point in the game can Lakai walk up to the wave?
When his wave is at his tower, he can walk up to it.
Right.
I believe.
So what's the side lane going to look like later?
He'll be at tower.
Okay.
And then the minion wave will
and then
crash
he'll be
into
able to
it.
catch the minions because they're right there. Yeah.
Yeah. And he'll gobble them every now and then.
Straight at Chi-Chi, who has no flash.
Is going to get CC'd up. Obviously going to stop any forward attempts from him forward. Curtain call, 1 missed, 2, and the 4th one will connect, but it's Junji going down as well at the same time. Woody not long to follow. Teleport coming through, though. There's going to be RG, and he does have the Slicing Maelstrom available. Woody's still alive. Slicing Maelstrom comes through, and RG's doing so much damage. 1 kill over to this kid, and a second likely to come through. Maple, though, might claim it for himself after walking down. No, in fact, Betty will get that one. And so the teleport from Arja got to confirm that that is a skirmish won by his team.
Yeah, somehow PSG get 5 people down to this fight. A couple plates traded. No, just 1 plate in the top lane. So Enzo sees Junji here and decides to not interrupt his charge and lets him walk onto Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi very close to actually just walking out there, but can't get behind his teammates or out of the Jhin ulti. And this TP looks scary for a bit, but Woody's able to stall long enough that they can't really turn onto Aja.
Yeah.
And then Maple's coming down for good measure, too.
Oh, back to live. We have another fight. Back to it. No Slicing Maelstrom. This is a fight I don't think you really want as PSG. They might be able to win, but is it worth risking without the Kennen ult? I don't think so. They don't either, and they're going to back on out of there and perhaps look more towards this dragon instead.
Yeah, 5 Void Grubs for J-Team has to feel good. They've sent their bot lane up top, so almost certainly not contesting this dragon once PSG get down to it. They're instead going to run at this Kennen, who with no ulti has no business staying under his turret.
Yeah, Betty is on the way, as well as Woody here on the Leona, so it would be a 3v3.
Yeah, Maple's hitting bot tower as we speak.
Yeah, they are definitely getting things on the map. Slicing Maelstrom very close to being up, and at that point I don't think J-Team would win.
Yeah.
So wisely, they back off in time. Bot side, though, it is now Minji. That has to be very careful. Fate Sealed available. Flash as well. Junjia coming through. He's going to stop that Yono. Maybe going to get the flash. Minji, how are you going to get out? Flash away. Maple going to have the rocket jump available. Does flash forward. Gets the rocket jump. Buster shot going to all but confirm it.
Wow.
And it is a PSG finding things on the opposite side of the map as per their usual plan. The Lakai gets down here. Om nom nom nom. He would like some cheese with that wine, as he does claim 1 back for himself.
Yeah, did Lakai TP for that? I have no idea how he managed to get there.
No, he just waddled away.
Just waddled his way down. J-Team are actually going to get the dragon off this. This is massive for them.
Yeah, going to be some plates on the top side for Arja.
Yeah, a lot of plates.
Ultimately, it was a 1-for-1. Did get the flash out of both mid laners, but
yeah,
the dragon for a few plates top. Definitely favored towards J-Team, but they're going to have to be so scared of this Kennen.
Yeah, and they have a massive gold lead to deal with still. Not massive, it's 2k. But yeah, I'm waiting to see what the Yon and Cho'Gath can really do in this game. They were both picked knowing that who they were going to be up against, knowing their matchup. And they've both done okay to stay even at this point, but you know, now the picks need to be justified. Now, if they weren't picked to get an advantage in lane, then we need to see what these picks are doing.
That was a 4th bounce, all of which...
Oh, no.
Dearie me. Oh, I want the replay. I saw the 4th bounce hit him, and I was very worried.
Yeah, probably into a W and an ulti. Chi-Chi doesn't even flash. It's going to make a vacuum in the mid lane now. Maple's free to hit bot tower. J-Team, without their ADC on the map, are just going to take the Rift Herald.
Yeah, but I don't really think PSG care.
No, not at all. You're always going to trade a tower for a Rift Herald.
Yeah, the Rift Herald might get you a tower. Importantly, the Rift Herald might get you mid-tower.
Yeah.
As the distinguish to make, but...
Yeah, and there's a universe where Rift Herald can, you know, charge twice. Maybe get you 2 towers.
Ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
That barely happens anymore. I swear that you don't see it.
Yeah, pretty much never.
As often as you used to. Just by virtue of the Rift Herald loses so much more health on charge now.
Yeah, it pretty much has to be a cross map, right? Where
like
one
it.
team has Rift Herald, the other team doesn't. Fiery Spirit of the Yordle Inferno has been unleashed on the Wolf camp, and Lava will take a recall.
Yeah, does have the Leandries. One item across the board, really, now is...
Yeah.
It is Archer, who's almost on 2.
Yeah, so who's got the stronger one-item spikes? Cho'Gath doesn't
it's J-Team. Blaze of Ruin King's absurd.
Yeah. To help out
We
PSG.
never got a replay as well.
Yeah, of the mid-kill.
Yeah, what are you going to get hit by the Chain of Corruptions? A couple of Blaze of the Ruin Kings. That's the Solar Flare also used, but not going to connect.
Okay, just a trade of ults ultimately in the mid lane. And this will be the mid
here we go.
play. Yeah,
right,
it lands
boom.
the W.
We didn't get to see the Q, but 1, 2. Oh, wow, this guy just...
Oh, no.
Betty miss a skill shot challenge. Literally impossible.
Yeah.
It's not a Det 1, Jin.
Frustrating, but probably not game-changing. Death by Chi-Chi there.
Yeah, ultimately, as this game progresses, probably will end up stronger than the Jin, but it'll take a little time to get there.
Yeah.
Also, don't know what Cho'Gath's going to end up looking like. Flash forward, got a nice Zenith Blade. Woody in the thick of things. As Enzo is going to be taken out. Equalizer is going to stop really any more forward progress from PSG in that jungle choke, but still the quick pickup on that support. And
Yeah.
how many stacks?
3v3.
Oh, we hovered Cho'Gath for all of a second.
Oh,
I think I saw something like 3, one of which was on Maple. So he's at least got 1 champion, so he can get to 7. Minji
wow.
does survive.
He buffered the Tristana ulti with his Q3.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Well done.
Seems like a lot of work to still lose the trade, though, unfortunately.
Uh-oh. Wait a second. He's an absolute beast.
Minji.
And what a turnaround on the play is Minji is going to be able to find his way. And Betty just...
Nice flash by Chi-Chi as well.
Ultimate
Lakai's here.
Awareness and able to switch down the bottom of river, but is getting chased down now. Piercing Arrow will connect onto him, but there is not really much follow-up.
Yeah, all they had was the Cho'Gath Q to try catch someone there. Once it misses...
What is this Cho'Gath skin, by the way?
It's
this
very
is
cool.
Sick.
He's like a toy.
Not quite as cool as Gentleman, but...
It's up there. Junjia.
Oh, yeah, Junjia's chime.
Does he win this? That guy has a Blade of the Ruin King.
Okay, he does win this. That was a very big Heartsteel proc.
Still dead.
Yeah, Minji trying to run away. Flash, auto, and snipe him.
Yeah, Skarner Flash at least claimed by Minji, but he loses his own, and this was demonic by Minji. Playing like a man-possessed. I thought once the Jin'll Curtain Call comes up, he's just dead, but so decisive. Poor buffering on the Tristana W by Maple.
The turnaround there.
Yeah, to shoot his
impeccable.
W, unfortunate timing. Uses the heal to get just enough move speed so he doesn't have to flash the Cho'Gath Q as well. So not as one-sided as the first game. Definitely PSG in the lead.
Yeah, that is still 4, nearly 5k even.
Yeah, but the game certainly doesn't feel won for PSG yet.
I agree. Yeah, I think one big team fight. I mean, you get a combo with a Yone Rumble, things are going to look really good.
Yeah, chuck a Cho'Gath Q in there.
Yeah, Chi-Chi very strong at the moment. Even though he is 1 and 2, just having the Blade of the Ruin King Such a strong one-item power spike, one of the strongest in the game.
Yeah,
somewhat dependent on champs, but
Maple first person to 2 items because Aja's just decided that he's not going Shadow Flame, he's actually going Rabadons.
Respect.
Yeah, I respect that. And Junji is very slowly gonna kill this dragon, but no contest from J-Team.
Yeah, it is a tower claimed on the top side though.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, very nice. 2 dragons now to PSG to just the 1 of J-Team. Oh, object connecting.
Yeah, level 12 on the Skarner, actually. Very accelerated.
Yeah, almost level 13. 2 more minutes and Lakai will get another jump in levels. Enso walking menacingly.
Yeah, PSG just fishing with both their ults there for a kill on Chi-Chi. Betty is almost completely out of mana.
Yeah, I think you're less likely to see Chi-Chi make that mistake twice.
Yeah.
Got a bit ahead of himself and quickly learnt. Minji in the side lane though. This is probably someone that J-Team need to look towards for a good chance because he's performing pretty well. But the teleport coming through. Fate sealed! And it was honestly Maple who got him out. But now Lava's in trouble as the equalizer does come down. No one really on it. Going to get stunned up there from RJ and Maple will claim that kill. But
so
Maple's Buster Shot saving Minji.
Yeah, it like pushes him past as his ulti is casting.
Yeah.
And then he gets the distance to get out of there. I think maybe they were getting 1 member out there anyway, so it's okay. Lava did enough damage, it looks like, to deter any Baron attempt by PSG, and J-Team actually pick up a tower.
Yeah,
so,
got mid-tower.
Pretty good trade overall for J-Team, considering the gold deficit they're at.
Yeah, but they kind of got that mid-tower by virtue of Betty recalling for his Infinity Edge, so
yeah,
that is a very scary pickup, especially on a champion like Jin.
Yeah.
Junja as well picks up a Randuin's now. Not a whole lot of crit coming through outside of course, the Yone, who doesn't quite have any yet.
Yeah, Lakai's Randuin's, on the other hand, is going to feel amazing.
And the Rabadons as well is now completed, and oh my god.
Yeah, Minji is now aware of the Rabadons on this cannon. And, I mean, Maple very close to just taking that tower if someone isn't there.
What is Cho'Gath doing in a fight? Is he just walking around in circles, you think?
Yeah, Q.
Pressing
W. He's a sleeper OP champ, though, I swear. His silence is an extremely long AoE silence. Q's a short cooldown knockup. Ults you for 1,000 true damage or whatever.
His mobility is completely non-existent in a land of 4,000 dash and movement speeds. As I say that, Junjia flies through a wall and claims himself a Nautilus. Minji fate sealed, but that's not going to get him anywhere as Aja comes bounding over that wall. Double kill found there for the side of PSG. Chi-Chi, though, might be able to find one back onto Betty, but not if Junjia has anything to say about it. And that's yet another kill for Dead now on the side of J-Team as Lakai tries to clear out the top wave in front of Aja. And is now the Baron definitely going over to the side of PSG Talon.
Yeah, Woody turns a single pick into 3 kills with a heroic jump onto Minji. And that secures PSG the Baron. So now it's...
All right, let's see if they do damage to this guy.
Yeah,
it is AP. He has no MR outside of Merc Treads.
Yeah, he is just stacking armor.
Yeah, Rupture's not looking all that accurate against Kennen.
Enso's dead too.
Yeah, Enso came to try and assist, but yeah, he's going to go down. And similar to game number 1, the game somewhat in favor of PSG, but Baron gets claimed and everything just falls over. All the dominoes come toppling down at once as top lane Inner now taken out. Inhib likely to be next, and it feels very similar to game number 1, where this possibly is just the straight end of the game.
Yeah, Baron into end.
Slicing Maelstrom back available. Everything really outside of the curtain call is available for the side of PSG. RJ with teleport. Flash forward. We've found Chi-Chi. He got a bit too lippy and almost one-shot by the full tank Skarner. Was this Varus? Lava trying to get away, but there's nowhere he can go as he's claimed as well. But he gets himself yet another tower taken out. PSG, all they have to do is push this wave in and hit the Nexus. 3 alive Arja is here, no flash, but Slicing Maelstrom, if he can get it on, will absolutely one-shot tower number 1, being focused down. Hook lands, and Hook is going to get everyone on his team killed. They don't even get the kill onto Maple, who lives on just 1 HP, and Betty will yet again not miss a curtain call. It is going to be PSG taking the series 2-0.
Yeah, nice flawless couple team fights in a row by PSG to just close out the game out of nowhere. And man, it does not look fun to play against PSG.
No, it's scary. They are very good at realizing when they can just end the game. They get both games, just pick up Baron, kill a couple people, and like, right, boys, let's go in this
They're
one.
also very good at just randomly bringing 5 people to a fight. It's just, it'll feel like a random bot lane 2v2 or top lane 2v2, and suddenly PSG have 5.
Yeah. I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
Cho'Gath probably not getting picked again.
Perfectly serviceable Cho'Gath performance. Kennen did seem a bit more useful.
What did Cho'Gath do that game? He randomly
bit someone in the bot lane.
Rolled down to the bot lane with the boys and gave Maple a bit of a nom, but how did he even end up there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because he didn't TP.
There might have been blast cones.
Yeah.
Blast cones tend to be...
Yeah, but then where did he come from?
Mid. He was mid.
So he was sitting mid.
He was mid. He was mid, yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. The Cho'Gath, while funny, I don't think it really did much.
It was a cool skin.
Yeah, it was actually. I've never seen it, but still.
Yeah, and it was a weird, like, AP armor hybrid.
We used to see that a lot, like when champs, like Gragas actually was a good example where you'd go Rod of Ages and then go tank, and in games you wanted to be tanky rather than you know, magic damage based, but it just feels like there are better champions. Like I guess what you're going for is
surely something else could have survived against Kennen.
I'm thinking
that's
Gragas.
all the Cho'Gath was doing.
Almost the reason I said Gragas is because, well, you're not going to kill the Gragas as Kennen.
Yeah.
Well, the Gragas would have to make a lot of mistakes, and then you get to team fights and you actually have some use. You know, Flash Body Slam is genuinely one of the best engage tools that are in the game.
Gragas also not a complete free kill to any gank.
Yeah. You have Body Slam on like a, what is it, like 5-second cooldown. He's very good at surviving ganks. He's very strong at engaging fights. The Cho'Gath, his entire time in those fights, all he did was click in a direction to hopefully get into range to press Q.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really see him ulting anyone.
Except Maple at one time, yeah. But again,
snacked on Maple a little bit.
I think Enso this game once again played pretty well. You know, eventually he just started dying on repeat, but Nautilus.
I mean,
that happens.
Sorry, I'm still stuck on the Kennen Cho'Gath thing. They could have just played the Rumble into the Kennen. It can't be that bad.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
it can't be that bad.
And you could have just got a better jungler. I mean, not better jungler. Honestly, the Rumble did fine jungle. Lava was 3-1 at one stage, but yeah, you did kind of just not have a top laner.
Lava likes to play the Jarvan as well. Yeah. So it could have been a Jarvan Rumble.
Jarvan into Jin's good, with the Rumble, of course.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, like the Tristana, I guess the Kennen, locking down Kennen's pretty nice. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good idea. I don't know how strong Jarvan is right now, but that could have been a pretty decent idea. This was kind of the end of the game.
End of the game, yeah. So it's what should just be a pick onto Enso. You can get a nice Rumble ulti here, maybe fish for Yone ulti, but Woody just finds Minji with his pants down and gets his team a double kill here.
Oh my, I didn't see that. Betty is psychotic.
Betty who was flashing onto the Varus because he knows his limits.
That was truly illegal. Now, 24 minutes, it kind of felt longer, to be honest, but it was Arja.
It was actually faster than game 1, wasn't it?
I mean, Arja has to be MVP, no? The teleport bot kind of saved the day in many ways.
After his bot lane was struggling, by the way. I'm pretty sure Betty ended up with the most kills in the game, like 8-0, but they were losing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Enso as well as Chi-Chi were definitely winning that bot lane, and honestly, part of it, yes, is going to be off the back of level 1 finding Woody up in that top bush and getting the flash, but a lot of it was just Enso landing hooks onto Betty, and you know, it's got a kill there for just pretty much free. And
yeah, and Chi-Chi out CSing Betty as well for most of the early lane phase.
Yeah, I mean, credit is due, of course, to the bot lane. Minji as well was putting off some freakish escapes. And,
yeah,
and the turnaround for killing in Maple was really impressive.
Yeah.
But I think again it has to go to Junja or Arja, and I think Arja this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Arja. Again, no one really needed a super standout performance.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one
PSG.
of those sort of series.
We kind of got just PSG, boilerplate PSG. No one had to play out of their mind or anything. They played better as a team. They showed up with more numbers to fights and
Junji again.
Junji.
Honestly, fair enough. He was very proactive.
Yeah, he maybe even had a better game this game than game one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're both fantastic performances. Did he die? I don't think he died, right? 0 deaths this series? We'll find out very shortly, but...
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
No,
one death. When did he die? Bot lane? Oh, he died bot lane. He altered Rumble while Rumble was overheat flame spitting and just melted.
Oh.
Just got absolutely one shot in his ult. I do remember, actually.
Yeah, lots of new interactions to learn with this Skarner rework, and this was his random kill onto Minji. He got Minji's flash here as well, which is kind of insane.
This is so ridiculous.
And after he picks up this kill, he spends the rest of the game just even on XP and gold with every solo laner in this game.
Look at this champ, man. How absurd.
Yeah, I thought that might be a little bit harder for him, considering it's a Blade of the Ruined King against just an HP stacking tank.
Yeah, he didn't have randoms at that stage? He might have.
Maybe. Well, he would have been up items on the Yone then. Maybe.
Probably. There was a lot more kills, a lot more gold being shared around the PSG camp that game. Actually, that series in total.
A bit more gold flying around PSG's side.
Yeah, they're pretty good at making that happen, to be honest. There was, early on in spring, there was a few hiccups, let's say, and weren't even so sure they were going to make it into sort of that immunity into that top bracket.
Yeah.
Did eventually, but it was pretty rough for them to do so. And now I think coming back in summer, they are looking a lot stronger right off the get-go.
Yeah, they haven't needed any time to figure out the meta or bounce back. They're just showing up with brand new pick Skarner, and they can flex it into its secondary role as well. Tristana being so prevalent is really good for Maple, I think. This team plays so well around Maple on the Tristana.
Yeah, on the side lanes, right? They're really good.
Constantly, he's looking at your tier 2. If you ever try group, you're struggling.
You sure are.
Yeah.
That was the series all done and dusted. We're going to go to an interview with Patty and Arja, so please do enjoy, and we'll be back right after.
我们邀请到的是 PSG 的上路选手阿志，请阿志先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 PSG 上路阿志。
So you guys won very smoothly with a 2-0 today, and you guys are now on a 2-game winning streak for PCS Summer. I'm going to ask you about your feelings about today's win. 你们今天非常顺利，以2-0赢下比赛，也在 PCS 取得了2连胜的成绩。想问一下你现在心情如何？
现在心情的话就是比较平静，因为本来就应该要赢下这一场。
So I actually feel very peaceful right now because we're supposed to win that game, so I don't feel very excited or anything, just peaceful. So after the first game, we saw on camera that you guys were talking about something very eagerly, very aggressively. What was happening over there? Can you share with us what was the team talking about? 在第一局结束，主堡爆炸之后，我们看到在镜头上你们队伍非常热烈在讨论什么事情，可不可以跟我们分享一下当时队内到底在说什么？
其实主要应该是 Betty 在讲屋底的失误，然后就讲得比较激动，但是具体在说什么我也不太清楚。
So I think maybe Betty was talking about something mistake that Woody was made, but I actually don't really know what's happening on the bottom, so I'm not really sure. So in spring, you play more tank champions. Now we see that you play more carry champions on the top lane. I want to ask you, is this something you guys want to make intentionally? Your style is going to change in the summer, or why was that decision made? 在春季赛，我们看到你会选择比较多坦克型的上路英雄。现在在夏季赛，我们反而看到你会选比较多 carry 型的角色。想要问一下，就是你们特别在夏季赛讨论出来你要改变你的打法吗？还是为什么会做这样的选择？
我觉得是，我就是跟着版本走吧。就我觉得现在版本比较强的是什么，我就会玩什么，就并不局限于说在要玩坦克上面。
So I'm just going to follow the flow and follow the patch and what's good with the meta. So it's not like I'm going to play either tank or carry. It's just whatever is good for the meta. So what kind of PSG do you guys want to show us in the summer? 在夏季赛，你想要展现出什么样的 PSG 给我们看呢？
我觉得想要展现出进攻性更强的 PSG 吧。
So I wanted to show everyone a more aggressive, a more eager PSG style for our fans and our audience. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再一次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
You know, though Junjia got both the MVPs, I'm happy Aja got the interview.
Is he your GOAT?
He is actually my GOAT.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he's my favorite top laner for sure.
Ooh.
Which is, yeah, that's a tough category in the
It
PCS.
is. I actually think that might be possibly the toughest category.
Yeah.
Two of the best are on the same team, which makes it a bit skewed, you know? Like, how are you supposed to driver and rest?
Yeah, Rest is just out of the running for now. He hasn't gotten to play yet this split.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's having a rest until playoffs or if they are just wanting to go with driver.
This guy, man. I don't know. It kind of feels weird. They won the series today, but it feels like maybe it's better. I still think it's better to have rest on a day that you need someone to be solid. Like against people like Young, someone against against Arju is a good example as well. You probably want someone that's just more stable, less likely to make mistakes, because even though they won game number 2, Driver really quickly was becoming a lost con in that game, and they did manage to turn it around in a team fight. So we'll see what they choose to do with their roster as we progress. But Frank versus CFO, 2-1-2 CFO. It was tightly contested. Frank did go up 1-0, but unfortunately did not get it done. And PSG, obviously, we just witnessed a quick 2-0 in favor of them against J-Team. Our standings now are on the board. They are now 2-0 first. PSG, CFO, of course, with their win, are now in second, and Frank will be in third. And I think, although we've only got to see each team twice, I think this is a very realistic look at the standings.
Be the end.
I think West Point and Hal Pigs, though, is the biggest question mark. I think every other way, at least for how teams are looking so far, looks about correct. Looks about what I expect the end to look like. I'm not sure about the Hal Pigs West Point, but I would suspect West Point to go up.
Yeah, when will we get to see West Point versus the Pigs?
Little piggies?
Yeah. I'm excited for that matchup. Always delivers.
It does. That is always exciting.
Yeah.
Honestly, DCG J-Team is also another very exciting one. But upcoming matches for next week. DCG versus West Point and CFO versus Hal Pigs. And I mean, it's never a dull day at the PCS when you get to see that one of the games you're watching is DCG. So that is the game. And honestly, with the roster changes coming through for West Point, I'm not even sure it's like, oh yeah, DCG are going to take it. Kongyue is a very impressive jungler.
Because if you remember, there were some very close games in this matchup last split.
Oh!
Yeah.
The Elder Dragon.
Yeah, there was a game.
Hextech Soul, Elder Dragon, 2 of them, and they lost.
Yeah, West Point got Hextech Soul, 2 Elders, countless Barons.
And Rallia was going nuclear on Aurelia, just going insano mode.
Yeah, and they couldn't quite get the win, but with some roster upgrades, maybe this is a serious matchup we have to worry about now. If we're in the DCG camp, which we firmly are.
I'm not necessarily like, oh, I need DCG to win. I just love watching them.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, no matter who they're against, something absurd is almost certainly to come out. You know, it's like they get to playoffs and they're still just inventing new technology.
Especially when they get to playoffs and they're up against teams who haven't been watching them and playing against them all year.
Yeah. It happens all the time. They're exciting to watch, and you can watch them right here on the PCS channel next week. But for this week, we are all done and dusted. Thank you to everyone involved, and we'll see you very soon.